We're live.
Welcome, everybody, to Plat Chat episode 252, where we only bring you the hottest slices of pizza out somewhere.
Oh, it's actually from yesterday.
It looks cold, honestly.
Yeah, actually, we can kind of tell.
Yeah.
You don't do the... What's the...
though.
Actually, on that note, what's the best way to eat leftover cold pizza? This is not the member question, by the way, but...
You blend it up and drink it in a meat shake, you sick, sick man. You think you can ask a question like that and we're not going to immediately out you for eating your meat shake? You're a gross
Honestly,
individual,
though?
Chobra.
Wait, hold on. But what about a pepperoni shake? Like, think about that, Sideshow.
I'm
The
thinking
saltiness
about
of the pepperoni and then the sweetness of the vanilla milkshake. It could go pretty well.
I
You know, it
I
could
tuned
go
in
pretty
for
well.
about 10 seconds. I had to close it, man.
Yeah,
You were
I
like,
genuinely
Oh.
couldn't. You were taking a
removing
big
the
gulp.
meat. Yeah,
You-
although I didn't
and
get that far. I didn't get that far.
The clip I watched, Sliggy, he
Oh,
takes
really?
a sip and then he goes, "This is actually good."
Yeah,
and I was like,
that's
I
what
just
I
turned
thought.
it off.
Yeah.
I just
Wait,
turned it
you all
off.
missed the best
You
part
just-
where I had to scoop out the piece of the cheesesteak with a spoon because it was so
that's what I
dunked in
saw.
the... Oh,
Can we talk about Valorant?
That's
Can
the
we
bit
talk
that I
about
saw,
Valorant?
and I was
Okay.
like, dude, I can't
Well,
watch this.
Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Can we talk about Valorant?
on that note, if you'd like to support random things for us to do, you can join the membership here for Plat Chat, and you can get exclusive benefits such as the weekly membership question. And I don't know if this gets weirder, but this week's membership question is: which pro player has lobster vibes? Now, I mean, Sasha, you're shaking your head like you've got an idea of where we're supposed to go with this.
Sorry, what? In what?
Surely
in what
that's-
culture is shaking your head? What are we in Bulgaria? What are you talking about? I'm shaking my head because I'm in disbelief that I'm having to analyze which pro has the strongest lobster vibes. Are we talking like maybe they're a local business owner, like Mr. Krabs, or what? Like Nismo?
okay,
Maybe
yeah.
Nismo has the strongest lobster vibes because he's like somewhat Mr. Krabs.
Guys, we gotta get more members. If these are the questions and this is the best question that we had, we gotta get more members. I can't be
That's
asking.
true.
I can't be answering who
That's
has
true.
lobster vibes.
Listen,
We've got to be
I
better
just
than this.
I just gotta say, I was wondering if this was just one of those things that I just didn't know the trend, and I Googled lobster vibe, and immediately Google was like, "You have inappropriate search results. Would you like to show them?" So I don't know where the members are getting their questions from. Okay,
Hold
So
on,
I don't know where
hold on,
this
hold
is
on. I'm accessing some hidden knowledge banks here. Lobsters are the ones where they talk about the fact that they can't die of old age, right? They only die of like predation or something like that. It might be a myth. It might be like a urban legend, but let's just roll with it for a moment, Joe, bro. Let's just roll with it.
Okay, yeah.
If we're talking about oldest players that survived, Jesse Vash, he's survived
True.
times where he probably should have been cut from that roster, and he's also very old, so he's giving lobster vibes a little bit, I suppose.
Okay.
If we're
Yeah.
talking, I mean, he's not very old, is he? But he's
By pro
older than
players,
everybody
then.
else.
He's very old.
Yeah, he is
If we're
quite old for a player.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be.
So would Angel be a lobster male?
Shrimp. Shrimp.
Shrimp. That's true.
That is pretty good. We could also go with the players that call the slowest attack
Yeah,
side rounds
I
that
like
make
that.
you die of old age.
That's
So
a pretty
like
good one.
King or Boaster.
Oh,
That-
Boaster.
they give
yeah.
lobster. I mean, but they're giving more like snail vibes these days, I think.
The best
Snail.
the best I've got is on the Jesse Vash thing, because I know this from friends. Lobsters mate for life, so they only have one mate, and that's what Jesse Vash is to Team Secret.
Team Secret. Wow.
Oh,
I like it.
Okay,
I like it.
Okay. Well, we know
Yeah.
for sure Munchkin isn't a lobster because he keeps hopping around the different Korean
That's
teams.
true, yeah.
So, yeah, that's for sure. Okay.
Lobsters
Jesse
also
Vash.
taste delicious.
Where's this going?
Okay, well, let's talk about more Valorant, shall we? I hope you're not blending up your lobsters as well as Sideshow.
Oh,
All right,
no.
so
Or
let's
is it
start.
Chronic Lobster is expensive. There you go. That's another one.
Yeah, lobster's expensive, therefore
Chronicle?
Chronicle, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And we got different lobsters in each region. Well, there you go. If you'd like us to talk about more meaningful things, you should sign up for the membership so you can submit your
Please.
own better question for the weekly membership question, and then we can talk about that. So that's a great benefit for you to keep note of as we now move on to talk about the Pacific Games, where we continued to have some interesting matches, I would say. And the first one we'd like to talk about is, I think now we can finally put the argument to rest, DFM. clearly continue to prove to be the strongest Japanese team, really turning around a new leaf as they continue to stay alive. They're still in the tournament.
And they look good, I would say. They look very good.
Yeah.
The main thing, like obviously, I've been impressed by their firepower. I think that's obviously like the main talking point. You go like May has a lot of help, firepower stuff. But if you actually like look at their game plans and stuff as well, like they're very smart game plans. Especially when you focus on GE. They played against GE and they picked split, and they kind of said in the interview at the end, like we were confident that their split didn't look that good. And I think I had alluded to it last time on Plat Chat that GE maybe have a bit of a fraudulent attack side because they've been playing against Varel and PaperX that like to face them on defense, and you see DFM just play them on defense and they just turtle up. They don't give them anything, and then GE like runs out of time a couple of times. They can't get through chokes. So I just thought the actual like game plans that they come in map by map is like really strong as well.
But by the way, that's a varied game plan too, because when they played Split against Full Sense, they actually mixed in a lot more of that aggressive stuff, right? Like they went into a reclear style where they were pushing off barriers sometimes, reclearing the 1-3-1 player over towards a ramp. The ult rounds looked really solid too. I think this is probably top of their map pool. In my opinion, is their Split. It looks really solid. It's a bit weird though, because they didn't pick it here. They picked Pearl. But I even thought on Pearl, they actually had some... They were getting hard out-skilled in the game on Pearl, in my opinion. Like, that was one of those where May wasn't really activating and Full Sense got to rely on just being, I guess, better players in terms of their mechanics.
Sure.
Would be the nicest way of putting it. But I still thought that DFM, halfway through the game on their attack side, realized we are losing every single one of these post plants. We just got to start putting smokes down on the site and taking timings through them. They're still coming up with ideas to be able to... What do you do against an opponent that is shooting you in the head all the time? You try to find timings on them and you rat around inside the smokes and you like... Yatsuka was taking these like aggro flash timings back into the post plants. They weren't just sitting back and taking aim duels. So yeah, I've been impressed. I think they're looking good. Smart team.
Well, yeah, I think that's a big thing. And I think in the game against Full Sense, you would have thought that, like if you were coming up with the narrative for that game, or certainly of old DFM games, you would have said that the firepower would be a problem, right? That they are just going to get out aimed here, and like you're kind of talking to Josh, like initially that was kind of the problem. I just thought Full Sense, the way that they played their defense sides was like kind of. And like I personally don't like it. I don't like they were playing for retakes so much in some of these rounds, and I was like if you actually look at Full Sense in this game, I just went through it quickly. They only won one defense round in the entire game that wasn't a retake.
It's because they 4-1 stack so much as well.
Yeah,
though, I think.
Yeah,
and it's just it is found that very readable.
Yeah, I found that crazy. But I thought that DFM, like the fact that DFM, can win this game and particularly Yatsuga in this game, had a very good game. What did he end up going? Plus 21. Like the fact that like Mate does have help, because like last year they would have got out aimed and they would have just lost even if they did have better game plans and even if Full Sense were doing other stuff. The fact that they can now do this, and I think DFM this whole tournament like haven't done anything like. We've seen some, teams do crazy stuff. We've seen some teams be like very, very kind of, off on their own directions and finding success with it at times as well. They aren't like playing any comps that I think you go like, oh wow, they've completely, reinvented the game here, or they're not even like doing a lot of like crazy waylay stuff that maybe we haven't necessarily seen before either. They're just like very solid, and I feel like they're like a perfect litmus test. Now maybe I'm underrating them there, because obviously they're not actually that far away from making it to Santiago either. So maybe I've underrated them in terms of they're more than a litmus test for teams, because they're being what I would consider a fairly decent team in Full Sense here pretty comfortably in the end. But
I think that's somewhat fair though, because I think Pacific at the moment is a region defined by some of the favorites not playing up to expectation. And so being the litmus test right now means that you are holding them to account. This is relevant for their game coming up against T1.
Yeah.
Like T1 are not playing as well as we might have imagined this T1 would be coming into the tournament. Now they're actually coming off a series of some decent wins here, but it doesn't look like super team dominant T1 in my opinion, where they would have, where DFM might have no chance of being able to win. And so I think the litmus test here does make sense, because T1 are actually they're going to have to come into this game and prove that they are a top team deserving of the respect that we were giving them in the offseason based on their roster moves in order to win. So,
Sure.
even they might not be getting the biggest scalps of all time, but, or rather, sorry, they are getting some big wins, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily a phenomenal team that is going to go to Santiago. I think they are still like the barrier that you have to pass.
Right. So would you guys say that DFM looks like they're also improving throughout the tournament, or is this just kind of like okay, now that we've seen the results, they seem to be kind of that gatekeeper team for the top 4, top 3 barrier?
I mean, they're definitely improving. Like they're definitely improving. I think it's just the main thing is kind of what we said earlier, like the flexibility. So it's like a little, they change their style up quite a lot, and I think that's maybe sometimes hard to tell if they are improving, because obviously you can't, if they look completely different week by week, game by game, it's hard to be like it's maybe just game plans that suit them a little better. But I think we're at least thinking they are, because we're getting the confidence in them by watching them. Because first time I watch it, go, firepower, man, this is awesome. Now I'm like, oh, this is a smart team. I think they've got one of the best split. Dude, this was mad that he went
so cool.
that he went for the fake.
Yeah.
It was sick. I like, I mean, this is a good example. I like the confidence on this team as well. That they're confident guys, and they are big outlaw believers. They're very good at snowballing at the moment as well, which a lot of teams, I mean, some teams aren't, but a lot of teams are as well. So good.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty exciting. Also, obviously, just to see kind of the up-and-coming talent now finally get their chance from Japan, right, in Tier 1, and actually prove themselves from the get-go, like in Kickoff, instead of being like, well, maybe they get better throughout the year. So lots to cheer for if you're a fan of DFM and the Japanese scene. But as you've already hinted at, their next match, another really big one, going up against T1, who's just coming off of a win against Paper Rex. Now, normally we would look at that and be like, okay, well, T1 looks like the strongest team in Pacific, but both of them are still trying to find their bearings, I think it's safe to say, and T1 is able to pull out the win against Paper Rex. Sideshow, what's your take here? Does T1 look like they're getting there, or do you think they still need a lot of time?
Oh, it's a tough question, I think, to be honest with you, because the opponents that they're playing against, I mean, let's start with the positives, I think.
Okay.
Itsu and Buzz in that final map looked world-class again. Like, absolutely world-class performances from two of your players that have to be going bonkers in the style that you play, where it's like, you want to be face-checking people, you want to be fighting people, you want to be disrupting them constantly on defense. Like, yeah, Itsu and Buzz absolutely ripped on Bind. I guess some of my worries with this T1 team is that I have not seen them play against a squad that I thought was playing well, except for Nongshim. And even that one's a weird one, because it's like Nongshim plays such an unusual style that it's not even transferable to other teams. So,
and they also lost.
Yeah, they lost, but they didn't play that badly, actually. Like, map 1 was pretty good, and like map 2, they had some things that, I wasn't feeling awful about T1 in that loss. I was feeling more like, holy shit, this Nongshim team is a threat at the moment, So I feel like every time I watch T1, I'm way more focused on their opponents and what they're doing than T1. I guess up until this Bind game, where it really felt like you had to pay attention to what the T1 players were up to, because they were putting out insane performances. But yeah, this is why I think it's going to be a real test for them going up against DFM, because DFM are a very solid team that actually are playing some fundamentally good Valorant and have shooters that I think T1 can't blow out of the water unless they're having great games.
Sure. I mean, my biggest concern for them right now is obviously ults. We still saw another halfway stacks, didn't it? And then we almost have a whole game, and then it all on like the last round. It's like, Jesus. Like, I think the calling could be helped, but like some people may be giving ideas with some of the ults that the calling isn't very ult orientated. It's just like a lot of calling. They don't actually change too much up. If they have the ults, sometimes if enemies have the ults, they'll go aggressive, which is like good to see. But when it's their ults, they don't really focus that much on them. That's like my biggest concern. I kind of agree with Sideshow. It's like I don't feel like they've been proper tested. Yeah, because everyone that I watch, especially with the Paper X one, it's just like, oh god, they're making so many mistakes that it's kind of hard to
Yeah, it's tough
focus
to
on
tell.
T1. But it does feel like they're at least getting a little better. Izu's playing like very well. He looks insanely comfy, and he's honestly just winning them a lot of big rounds. So I don't know. I feel like it's still one of the teams. I feel like I have a good gauge on most teams. I still feel like I don't have a good gauge on T1. I don't really know where to put them yet. So I'm hoping after the next game I'll know, to be honest.
Yeah, because you're so right, because it does feel like that DFM T1 game, you could tell me is any scoreline, anything, and I would be like,
I would believe
makes
anything.
sense.
You guys think there's a world?
But DFM are the perfect test for that. Like,
Yeah,
if they 2-0'd DFM, I'm going to assume that they will have looked good. Like, they won't be on some sort of like fluke, random thing. They will have looked good.
Right.
But if also they lose 2-0, they might be shit.
You
It's
think
kind of
there is
crazy
a
that we're at
world?
this point and still needing a measuring stick, though, isn't it? Because
Right.
they want to play like a lot of like you might
played
just
a
look at the
lot.
bracket. You might just look at the bracket and be like, they just beat Gen.G, DRX, and Paper X. They
must be amazing,
they must be on a run. Like the T1 Train 1 is online, but it doesn't feel like that yet when you're watching
Yeah.
the matches.
But that might be
I mean, it was a little bit. Yeah,
it could be a nuts
I-
problem.
I do think it was a bit labored, and like you said, it's you look at those teams, right? Gen.G obviously not living up to expectations. DRX still kind of finding their way as well, a little up and down depending on the map, and then Paper X, obviously we'll get to that as well. So it definitely a little bit back and forth. But do you think there's a world where they could, like, not like the whole Ball's Law thing, but they could actually just get 2-0'd, like 13-6, maybe 13-7 on both maps, just straight up by DFM?
I don't know about 13-6, 13-7. I think they'd still scrap. Like when I say that any scoreline is reasonable, I do think it would be weird if they got blown out. But like a 2-0 where both maps are close, like 13-10, yeah, I could totally believe that kind of a result. Because I still think they're playing some pretty decent Valorant. I actually think, though, Pacific's in a weird spot where I feel like the teams in the lower bracket are going to heat up more than the teams in the middle bracket. And I think that's potentially dangerous for the winner of DFM T1 here.
I mean, yeah, we started to see that this week for sure. I think that's a very good take.
But
yeah, I think
Paper X are not quite there, but like they've got
this
runway trajectory ahead. Exactly, this runway.
Yeah,
the Paper X train. I feel like it's more like a Paper X plane now. They're hurtling down the runway, and either they got to figure out how to fly, or they are gonna crash down there. But if they do fly, they're gonna go nuts.
All right. Well, T1 still alive in the middle bracket. We'll see if they can go right to the best of 5 or not. Of course, just it's going to be between them and DFM, and then whoever wins is in the middle final. Whoever loses will go down one more shot in the lower bracket, and they'll be meeting either Paper X or DRX. Paper X coming off of a very, very close game against Global Esports. I mean, this one, I think it's safe to say it should not have been this close, like near the end. Like they should have been able to wrap it up, and then GE is able to lock in and take it to overtime, putting a little bit of pressure on Paper X.
I
mean, it's a bit worrying. Oh, go on. You go.
Well, I just wanted to say, like going the map veto right from the beginning confused me about this game. Partly because Paper X in their previous game, the game against T1, the map that I was most happy with Paper X was when they yoinked RRQ's Pearl comp, and they didn't play it perfectly. There were still some like bits that were a bit wobbly about it, but overall it looked like a much more solid macro and like idea of how they wanted to play the game than they had been generating themselves with their own compositions. And then they had the choice to go into either Pearl or Split as the final map, and they chose not to go towards the Pearl, which I thought is like actually looked like one of the best ways to improve for Paper X that I had seen them play.
Yeah.
And instead they went to the Split that they got 13-5'd on, which even if you anti a team that you lost 13-5 to, you are still taking a gamble by going back into that again. And Global ended up swapping up the comp anyway, and I think they were to some degree lucky to win that game. So I was concerned about this because it kind of indicates to me that Paper X have a very different read on their game than I do, because I liked their Pearl and they were going away from it. They were going to all of they're picking Breeze still, that I think is just like them running around the map killing people. And their Split, which they lost on, I don't know.
That's what I was saying to my chat as well. I was like, out of all the maps, I can't believe they picked a Breeze, especially when Haven was open. And after watching Paul from their last game, I was like, I would have thought those last two maps. But I would say that every team like Vita wise has their own little theory on how it works. Sometimes it's like based off of officials, which is obviously what we see, and a lot of times it's like based off of like prac results as well.
Yeah.
So I guess it had been going well in prac, and they've been feeling it. It's like the only thing I could see. But yeah, from outside perspective, you're just like, really? Like, why are we? I get they won it last time, but it didn't, and they got snowballed a little bit. So,
what I can say is I got to chat with Wendler, the new assistant coach for PaperX, and he did say immediately, I hate what happened because everyone's going to continue to ask why we keep picking Breeze. And the conversation ended there. But so obviously they have their reasons. They clearly believe that it's a good pick, but I think everyone who's watching is
start showing it then. Yeah, I mean, but like actually, from the coaches' reactions in some of these maps, and I hate that I'm going to end up being negative about PaperX in another fucking win, because people are going to be like losing their shit about me being biased again. But the coaches' reactions from Alex are so consistently, what the fuck is going on with my team? Why, like, you guys have forgotten how to play Valorant. And when you watch them play, they still to me have not showcased, apart from on Pearl, a moment where you're like, this is the direction forwards. Like, this is where I understand the train is gonna start setting off again. I'm still waiting for that moment where like the growth looks possible. And on Pearl it did look like that, but they didn't go for it again.
But that's, I mean, that is essentially growth, is it not? Just having like an insanely bad map against RRQ and then within space of 5 days being able to completely fix it.
It is, yeah, but it's only on one map out of the 7 in their pool. That's what's concerning me. I have nothing but good things to say about their approach to Pearl. Like, I think they should be doing that on more of their maps. I think they should be copying either RRQ or DRX on some of their comps that they're running in Pacific, or they should be looking at G2 in Americas and being like, what the fuck? They yoinked our entire style. Like, why aren't we just running those kind of ideas? But either way, I think they need to like reinvent themselves a little bit. The fact is that they've got a bit of runway in the lower bracket now to do it after squeaking this win over GE.
Yeah, and it was squeaky. I will say one thing for I will kind of focus on a little bit of positives. We went to Corrode, and obviously GE's bringing out the 100 Thieves comp, right? And they get to start on defense. And I was telling my chat, I was like, a normal team would only need 3 rounds here on attack. But I was like, I know on defense that they're probably, after watching the split against GE, they're probably not going to be that disciplined on defense. So I was like, they probably need like 5. And then they only got 3, but they did show, apart from 1 round with the Phoenix ult, like a lot of discipline. A lot of discipline of actually like not over peaking and actually holding choke points and just trying to, I mean, to essentially just having a good game plan, which, I mean, PaperX always will play to how they want to play. So this is one of the first times that I've seen for a while that they actually, this was not, like their defense, if you watch it, it's not really how they normally play.
It was good as well. To throw another positive towards them, the Waylay op, like that kind of more static Waylay style that like Mada plays with NRG a little bit, looked amazing for something. I think it was his first ever game on Waylay, and the Waylay op, he took to it really, really well, especially for a guy who actually hasn't been putting up very good performances so far in Kickoff, which I was still a bit confused by, but like the Waylay here worked real nice and fit into their defensive setups pretty beautifully. So yeah, I was happy with that portion of their game. The defense side Corrode was lovely.
Yeah, and also like they switched Jing onto Neon for their Pearl, right? And that's kind of why it looks so good. He was essentially just doing a Danby cosplay, at least after the timeout. I think that's like a good thing that they can lean into as well, like a fearless Neon on some of these maps that they may be looking struggling, because especially when they aren't the most coordinated and they like to team fight. If you have a guy that is pretty hard to hit, this is probably like one of the scariest teams of someone being a decoy and multiple people swinging. So I would like to see them lean into that a little bit. And I think that could be a fix for the other maps if they're struggling on other maps.
Yeah, I think it's something that PaperX has always had trouble with in that front is because they're all so good individually, you kind of struggle to see who's going to be that person, right? That's a bit more selfless and whatnot, depending on the comp and the meta that you're in. So maybe that's something they'll figure out. But I do want to focus a little bit on the other side of this. Obviously, they did get eliminated, but GE. Now, how much of this match being so close do you think is GE really showing their potential? Because they're coming in with, I mean, it's the Frost special, right? New comps on a different week. Different results on a different week. So where do we? Yeah.
This was a cool idea. I mean, from the coaching staff, the idea of picking two what should be really defense-sided comps on the first two maps, getting to start defense on both of them, which, I mean, I don't really understand how they've been allowed to start defense on. It was Corrode, wasn't it, where PaperX got to pick attack? I mean, I guess they just believed in their Phoenix Waylay theory, but even then, you know. It's just really strange to start attacks out on Corrode. But it got to play two really defense-sided comps and then change the comp on split to avoid the anti. From a coaching perspective, that is like, you are really making the right risks to win an upset game against PaperX, right? I think that that's pretty reasonable to send a curveball in there. It just didn't work. And it's very Frost.
I think that goes to what we were just saying about PaperX being disciplined on Corrode. Frost is probably thinking, well, on defense, which they did kind of prove on the first two maps, on defense we can win. You're right. The comp will lead us to winning. Like, we can play this. And then on attack, they were probably hoping that PaperX would just overheat and kind of give them some free opportunities and then we'll win the game, right? And I think unfortunately that didn't quite play out on Corrode, but on Breeze, they looked clearly like the better team and were dominant. PaperX didn't have a great answer for the Sage Chamber on that map. And then on Split, again, I do like the idea of, changing it up, because again, if PaperX are willing to go to Split, that they've put some time into like how we're going to deal with the veto and what GE are doing. And so changing it up, I thought was a good idea. And really, like, they, I mean, if you're Frost, you're going to be just so disappointed to have lost this game. I mean, he's talked about how he can never beat PaperX, and it was right there for them. And they lost both pistols, both bonuses in Split, and lost in OT. And then those OT rounds as well were just like, you've got Crystal like just taking fights, and I think that's what GE's kind of downfall has been, that in some of these rounds it just feels like sometimes they just kind of, I don't know if the pressure's getting to them or whatever, but they just make some pretty bad decisions, I think, in some of these rounds and some of the games that they've lost. Just like, if they can just tighten it up, because like I would say majority of their rounds it's good, right? And what they do makes sense, and you think like, oh, this looks pretty good. And then just every so often, they'll just like, oh, well, now we'll just have 2 rounds of shit, where we just like go off on our own and like, all try and swing one by one. And sometimes I just think like, if they can just tighten that up, but like long term, you would think, well, they will tighten that up and they will be hopefully a good team.
It's the experience diff, isn't it? It's like when you get to overtime and everyone's just like so focused on winning that people are trying to make plays that they wouldn't normally make, and then you get punished. So like, going on to the point of like the coaching and like the risks that they're taking, I think the Split risk is big though. Like, you won a 13-5 on Split last time, and then you want to play PaperX on a double duelist. I think that's I personally wouldn't be doing that one. I also feel like I like their ideas, but I think when you play comps that are super defense-sided, to especially when we're focusing on Corrode, to not lean on just prodding over towards a site, like be on Corrode, you should literally just be 2-person prodding, just trying to take 50-50 duels and then trade them out. You have to lean into that stuff. You can't exec, you can't get free choke points, just duel and trade. Like, they need to be a little bit more scrimmy in that. And then also like on Corrode, to have an Omen ult but not have a set round with an Omen ult. One of the better ones that can like get you through the choke or make the sites weaker, so they have to go find an Omen, is a little criminal for me. So I do feel like their defense-sided comps on attack need a little better theory, personally.
What do you think about the eco reses?
That's fine. First 5 rounds. That's fine.
I liked that. I liked that they kind of committed to it.
Yeah, they did 4 eco reses. I can't remember exactly where they were, and most of them were at the beginning of the halves. So they generated like a super early one. But one of the things that we saw from Team Heretics actually in their Breeze game is that they straight up won around using the res on their attack side, because they're able to do that thing where you're talking about, where they poke and prod a little bit and they go 1 for 1, and then they get the res and they're off to the races at that point. And so it did feel like they didn't have a game plan built around how they might be able to use the ults that they have to make up for the weaker half that they have. I don't know. It's an unusual thing to have 4 eco reses in one match.
It is.
That is really weird.
We used to have theory on it where it was only first 5 rounds you could do it if the econ was really low, just so that you could try and snowball the econ. But that was only on defense, and then on attack you have to use it in rounds because defense is like way more situational. On attack you can, like I was saying, prod with 2 res, get a trade out, you up numbers.
Yeah, I think 3 of them were on Corrode and 1 of them was on Breeze, if I remember correctly.
But I think most of them were defense sides.
Yeah, I think 3 were defense.
Yeah.
I think it was just the attack one that I would say is
Sure.
questionable.
Yeah, I think, but I guess I kind of want to gauge the room a little bit as personally someone who, was pretty loud about believing in this roster and what they've built for the year. My takeaway was, yes, there are still big mistakes, but if you consider the circumstances, right, the experience level, complete different combination of roster, right, no triple core remaining, it looked pretty promising. Like, I feel like they showed good peaks that you're like, okay, we know where they can go, and they just need to clean it up, and now you have this time. But I kind of want to gauge the room on where you guys stand on there. You're like, okay, yeah, I think it's worth believing in, or are you like, ooh, I still have question marks, might have to see the first 2 games of stage 1 to see where we land. TMV, what do you think?
If I was global, the thing is, I would be annoyed because the thing is that I do think they will be good and they will be competitive, but like with the state Pacific is in, I actually think this was a fairly decent chance to actually go make an international maybe, right? And like because they could have beaten Paper Rex, they definitely could have won that game, right? And I don't think that Pacific, like if we fast forward to stage 1, the problem is they might get better. But Paper X will probably be better. Gen.G will probably be better. T1 will be better. All of these other teams will also probably be better. And so I would, if I was a global fan, you would say, okay, great. We look like we actually have a team and a system that can compete. Wonderful, because global haven't really had that ever. So that's great. But I would also feel a bit annoyed that this was a chance. And if they were just a little bit better, they actually could have gone on quite a run and done something, and I'm not going to say they would have done amazing at the international, but, just going to that international would have been a massive achievement.
That would have been huge.
Right away.
Yeah, it really
I think it was possible.
I think their goal should be for this season to try to, I know this is going to sound like a not ambitious goal, but I think it actually is because of the context that TMV has given. I think the goal for this is to keep your head above water because of all of the other teams that are going to be improving around you. So like TMV said, lots of other teams are going to be leveling up around them. And, Varel had a bad performance. Maybe they start to figure out their style a little bit. Gen.G is clearly looking weaker than we expect them to. I would even say that, Paper X and T1 are probably going to get better than where they were. And DRX halfway through the tournament was figuring out something that worked for them. Whereas Global started with a good game plan, right? So they started out at a pretty decent floor level. So they need to improve as fast as they can. And I think that the expectation should almost be that you keep this kind of position in the league of being a playoff team, because they finished 7th, 8th, which would get you into playoffs for your first ever time. Now, they're robbed in some degree that there isn't playoffs in this, so they don't even get to break the curse, right? But that's the level that you're at right now, is that you're a 7th, 8th team that looks like you could be a bit higher, a middle of the pack team, instead of just being on the borderline of playoffs. So I think that's the goal, honestly, is to keep improving, keep working, and make sure that you are solidly into playoffs, where you're like a 6th through 8th team that has chances of being able to do something when you get to bracket stage play. That would be my goal for this squad.
Yeah.
So,
I pretty much back everything. The only thing I would say is, and something that I've kind of repeatedly alluded to when it comes to Frost's coaching, I really like the multiple comps theory. I just need the theory to be good on both halves. I needed, if you have multiple comps, I needed them to be both really good. If that's not a thing, I would rather just have really good theory on just one comp and just keep that comp.
Do you think that so one of the things that he doesn't do very much, as far as I'm aware, and maybe I'm representing him poorly here, is that he tends to change the comp rather than change the theory with the comp. So there are many different ways that you can play some similar or same composition. You bring the same comp in. Let's use DFM as an example. The 2 ways that they played on Split were very different from a week by week basis, but they have all of that fundamental theory down, and then they can tweak up how aggressive they want to go, what set strats they want to run. Did we A ramp default a lot in this game? Well, maybe they expect us to based on the anti-stratting, so now we B pop a lot because they're, whatever change up you make, you can actually do a lot to throw off your opponents with theory changes rather than comp changes. Would you rather see them go in that direction, Sliggy?
I mean, it's one way to go. That's how every team does it. Like I don't mind. I don't think they have to. I like the multiple comp stuff. I just need it. I just need them to understand. It looks like when they pick a comp, they only really think of one half. That's it. Especially recently, they're only thinking of defense. Like they gotta understand. Like how do you play this comp and attack? Like it's all cool having like a comp that should get like 8 to 10 rounds on one half. But what's the best way of you getting rounds on this? You got to go to like the scrimmy, puggy stuff, or just like better ideas with ults. I don't mind.
That is something they could easily do, right? Like if you are playing a comp that gets 9 on defense, like you can maybe back yourself to, well, let's get 2 or 3 big ult rounds, prepped and like really ready, and that can be our win cons on attack, and we don't need to worry as much. Like let's heavily lean into kind of like a few set strats that we get really good at and call them when we kind of need it. But
I will say, saying all of this, I mean they should have won this against PaperX.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been pretty negative. It's actually like a pretty good performance by them.
It is.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things because I know that a couple of us were told that they didn't have that much time with these other comps that they showed, right? This was like purposely kind of built up, it seems like, for this match. And so the other side of it is if you're able to get this close, right, where most of us think like you probably should have been able to win this with that little time, then if you're getting used to that and building on that throughout the year, then that should result positively. Now, obviously, given Frost's, checkerboard record throughout the Pacific, who knows how well that'll hold up on GE. It continues to stay true, by the way. The red light, green light continues here for Frost, but it is incredible. I mean, it's something crazy.
Is it valid? I feel like we have to start attacking these superstitions a little bit more.
It's been a whole year.
Has it though, okay? Or are the people lying to you? Because at the beginning, we were saying it was every game, red light, green light, every game, and then it changed. And then we were saying every week it's red light, green light.
1 week.
No, that the new theory was that it was every week, red light, green light, in order to fit the pattern backwards and to cast forwards. And now that doesn't fit anymore. Now it's back to every game. So we're changing our story here to fit the narrative.
No, are we changing the story though? Because there's variables. Jovi got mixed in and diluted the Frost curse last year, and he extended it to week by week. But now they're separated. I'm just saying. Listen, we've got the proof so far. We'll see how far it goes. We'll see how far it goes. But I think the conclusion there is GE obviously fighting well. PaperX needing to continue to learn. For those, by the way, for the audio listeners, we're seeing the Squid Game Photoshop of Frost. And for anyone who doesn't get this, because it took me like a couple seconds, but the game they play in Squid Game, right, is red light, green light, where you can only move on the green light. So Frost is now the.
I mean, that would imply
structure.
that every time they lose a game, Frost destroys them with laser
Frost
beams.
is
Or
assassinating people, shooting them
he's
down
got the
when they
gunman
lose.
ready to take out Javi if he calls a bad game.
Didn't think about that part. Javi, by the way, I think did play well. It obviously hit him pretty hard. He kind of had his head in his hands.
I mean,
but I think he should be
also-
proud. Yeah, I think they should be proud though.
Just the way they lost, I think, is particularly heartbreaking. Like, those close losses are way harder on you than the... Because you just think about every small mistake you made, and you're like, I could have won this game if I hadn't done X.
Yeah, that's why I'm talking about their attack so much, because, like, dude, just one of these rounds, if you did one of these things, I think you win that. So it's not... Yeah, it's hard to not focus on it when it gets so close. That's why we always talk about, like, sometimes it's better to lose a map by getting on, because then not everyone in your team is thinking about, if I played this round differently. But that's essentially what this was on the 2 maps that they lost.
All right. Well, hopefully we see a much stronger GE in stage 1. They've got some time, unfortunately. But for now, let's talk about some of the other teams still in the tournament. DRX continues to stay alive. And I think it's interesting that our headline here on Plat Chat says DRX survived the lower bracket, because I would phrase it that way, right? We talk about the other wings like eking out a win or they're growing stronger in the middle bracket, but DRX does feel like they're kind of just surviving against the opponents they have. Now, they've had 2 matches this week. ZETA Division, 2-1. I don't know how many people expected that score line, but they are able to get that win. And then the 2-0 against Full Sense. Sliggy, where are your DRX stocks right now?
So I'm actually pretty high up on them because the ZETA game is just ZETA. Dude, also this is the best of 3 if you ever want to try and show Riot a best of 3 of the snowballing issue in Valorant at the moment. Like if you look at the second and the third map, it's just, even the first map, I think it's 5 halves in a row that are all just from the pistol, just momentum. It's actually pretty messed. Like look at this, it's just double pistol into, there's the whole of your half gun, and then here, it's just a snowballing issue. Both teams proving that they can snowball well, and that's not, when I see this stuff, I'm not really like, oh, this team's done really bad. It's like, dude, this is just Valorant. Sometimes people have a good understanding. This is how you win the game at the moment.
Lost the bonus round. Unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky. You lost a bonus round where on the eco that you did something pretty good, so it's not even a bonus round, it's a buy v buy. But when it comes to the DRX, I think the Full Sense game was where I actually got the most confidence from them. So I wasn't too bad on the ZETA stuff. I thought it was just ZETA looking good in terms of snowballing. And then I looked at the DRX stuff and I was like, oh, they're doing some nice stuff here. Like we're seeing something that we always used to praise Liquid for, like good pistol. Then the third or the fourth round, you've got some kind of good theory behind it that you know you're going to win a round and then you can keep the momentum going. And they had that. I think is this the clip? Yeah, so this is 4th round where they can break the econ. They got Omen flash at the back, Tether that lands in front of their own smoke. Nice. So it has the little trail so you can spam. And on top of this, they changed their waylay pathing. Their waylay pathing was normally under the hut, and you could see that Full Sense were ready with the Cypher there to just peek out and either make him take the TP or just obviously get the kill. So to change this up on a big round that forces them to eco is just so nice. So I love yeah, I like the when I saw this stuff, they actually lose this round, and I was still just like, this game's done, because I could just tell they were too prepped. They were like way too prepped.
They were very, very ready for what Full Sense were doing, because Full Sense have got. I think Full Sense themselves needed to swap stuff up. They're running way too much of this stack setup where they put 4 bodies on one side of the map, and they're not clearing out that side of the map on a timing and then trying to reset the defensive setup. They're doing a lot of just like, they stay in that defensive setup for a huge amount of time. Varel were doing it a ton as well. Like, it does seem like there's quite a lot of Pacific teams who are down to do this kind of thing. And sure, it can catch people off guard, but DRX demonstrated in this game that once you figure out that they're doing that, you can prod into the weak site and you are just playing like some fairly easy Valorant at that point.
I mean, I don't quite remember who. Some gentleman with similar accents that I'm hearing right now were telling me that the IGLing wouldn't matter too much because Full Sense's firepower was just going to be too good.
Here we go.
What happened to that?
Victory lap.
what
happened to that?
TMV.
We're talking about DRX.
What happened, Joe?
No, but
what happened
I
is
think
that they got eliminated at the same point of the bracket as Global, who you were arguing.
I was going to
say. They ended up being exactly the same anyway.
Listen.
Once
Are we
again
both
on
taking
Plat
L's or
Chat,
W's?
We're all wrong. Yeah?
We're all wrong.
We're all wrong.
Right.
Once again, who would have thought?
No, but the reason I do bring it up, though, is I think it's important on how you gauge DRX, right? Because if a lot of it is because Full Sense isn't able to adapt, like how much are you really... Like, I know, Sliggy, you're saying what you saw, like purely no matter the opponent, whether they won or lost a round, like you like how they're adapting and that growth. But TMV, like, what do you think? How much of this was because they were able to kind of get by against an opponent who isn't adapting back and challenging them back?
That's maybe a little fair to point that out, but I just think like what Sliggy's showing in that round, like if you like, it just looks good. Like when DRX look good, it looks really good. You know what I mean? Like when I feel like when last year as well, that was the case. They were good during kickoff, and it was like, holy shit, this is really good. And they were good during champs, like, holy shit, this is really good. And so I think for a team like DRX, they have changed, like during this kickoff, they have changed around their comps and roles like quite a lot from game to game. So to me, this is like, okay, you were trying to figure out like what your direction is going to be. They start off playing no waylay, right? But in this game, it's perma waylay for Hyunmin. So I just think that they were trying to find themselves early on, and maybe that's why they were struggling. And I feel like in this game, I'm seeing the DRX that, okay, this is what DRX are right now, right? With this current method, this is what they're going to play. They're going to play solo waylay, double initiator, and they're going to come up with a fuck ton of ideas for it. And, Hyunmin will pop off and they'll win games, right? That's how I feel about them right now. So yeah, maybe you could say Full Sense definitely have some things to work on, and I think maybe in some of their other games full sense, maybe Primmy's performances, were just so good that we didn't talk about anything else, right? We didn't talk about, oh well, if Primmy doesn't kill everyone straight away, oh, they actually have this problem and they're not doing this enough, because the story of the game was, well, Primmy did do that, so definitely there is some things for full sense to improve upon, but I'm personally hyped for DRX, because after watching their first couple of games, was just like, oh no, this is another, like, I think if you ask people at the start, like, who's better, Gen.G or DRX, like, you would have gone, oh, I don't know. Like, they looked kind of on a similar sort of level, I think. But DRX, I think, have improved kind of enormously to the point where I think, well, I'm not spoiling my pick here later on, but I may have picked them in their next game and might think they have a very good chance of actually going on a run.
Just to clarify, you mean like after their initial games in Kickoff, right? Like DRX.
Yeah. So after their initial games at Kickoff, like, right. I think you could be worried. I mean, because they literally did lose to Full Sense.
Yes.
In their first
this was
game,
a rematch.
Right?
Yes.
The round that Kurt just showed actually showcases though something different on top of what Sliggy was saying. Where Sliggy showed you a clip of their preset idea being really nice on a eco swing round. The clip that we just showed where they closed it out, Bane's slower calling, where he works the map a bit more, is, in my opinion, a lot better than what we were seeing from Mako last year. And maybe that's that they've got a feel for the game at the moment. Maybe that's not necessarily a Bane versus Mako thing. But the way that they are playing right now is not just DRX, we have a lot of set ideas and we pop into sites, like it was a bit more towards the end of Champs. They are doing some really nice mid-round insert in this round into vents. We go and create some pressure over towards B. We go back over towards A. We're hitting a site where we have an insta backstab on the Heaven player that's unexpected because we're smoking him off as well and making it feel like it's all coming through A main. And I was seeing that quite a lot. So I think they are in a really good spot where they're mixing the best of their creative ideas of the set stuff with actually having a caller now that looks really comfortable in some of these mid-round attack side calls too. I'm big on them.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's one of those where I looked at both the teams and it looks like, especially when being in a team, like it looks like at the moment Full Sense have so many issues that they have to fix that it's like all going wrong, and it feels like they're all going wrong. Whereas DRX, obviously they got a time machine, so they can get all of that stuff sorted, and then on top of that they can just have like set good strats and just good mid-round calls like this as well. So I was impressed. Dude, they're really good, man.
Do you guys
within like a week?
True. Do you guys like the comp direction that they've gone in? The whole double initiator, double controller, and then just solo waylay?
No, but it suits them.
Yeah, okay.
It suits their playstyle.
I'm not sure I dislike it though. Like, I don't know. I think it can be very good. I think it's definitely a viable way of playing currently. Do you think it's worse than yeah, you think it's worse than playing double duelist comps on these maps or something like that?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think it's when I've been. I mean, NRG are maybe a bad example because they've been losing at the moment to some of the top teams in Americas too. But I still think that it gives you tons of opportunities for getting great info and informing fantastic stacks on the defense side and getting really good hits on your attack side too, where. Yeah, I mean, this round was beautiful.
I mean, it was classic Vision Strikers right here.
Yeah, this is another round, like bonus, right? On this one where it's force them down. It's like another important round next
Beautiful
map.
Smoke position as well. They put the smoke so that the defense side anchor can never get inside of it. It's not the normal bridge smoke.
Kurt, can you go back and just look how nice this looks for the waylay entering? Like imagine you're a waylay and this is what you get. You get an Omen flash to clear everywhere. You get into a smoke that's just for you and there's a KO flash over the top as well.
It's so clean.
Like how are you meant to mess that up?
But this is why I quite like the double initiator comps. I think they give you a lot of
this though with anti it's done. I'll sit in that smoke all day. I've got a free kill.
Oh, I don't think you can sit in that smoke though. That's why I like the smoke position because
it's so far
way out in the open.
You think that you would swing and they would shoot you?
Yeah. I think that's why they've put the smoke so far out to the right side.
I mean, I would be surprised if the choke wasn't smoked, to be honest.
Are they using a one-way or something? I don't know. A lot of teams are using the one-way, but maybe the choke is smoked and you can get into it or something like that. Yeah,
because I think that's how they want to cross right side anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they got again. It's impressive, man. As much as we've given Termi shit for quite a long time, I still goes back to the thing, man. What he does in such a small amount of time is just insanely impressive.
Yeah,
it really is, because they change up every week.
Yeah.
Every year, every week, something happens, and yeah, they look good.
Yeah.
They were forced to make a good adjustment on their defense side this game too. It wasn't just like complete clean sailing. Mostly their game plan was completely in control of the game. They understood what was happening the entire time. Full Sense were playing completely as they expected. But on their Abyss defense, they were trying to play for retake a lot, and they wanted these like classic rounds where Full Sense just run in, plant, and try to play a normal retake setup. And I think DRX had clear setups for that. But Full Sense were not giving them those easy rounds. They were looking for picks and poking and prodding a bit more, pushing in post plants, like things to mess with that. And by the time it got to round 10, they just changed things up completely, and they were playing to anchor and flood, and it worked perfectly for DRX to be able to get 2 out of the 3 final rounds in the half and end up putting together like a decent 7-5 first half on Abyss. So I think they've demonstrated an ability to adapt and not just stick to the game plan, which I think is a big thing for these kind of teams that have such good ideas at the beginning of their matches.
All right. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll have some predictions for DRX later, so we'll see how everyone actually feels about the team. But it does look like things are on the up and up. I just want to add before we move on, for those wondering, also, KO is quite a comfort pick for Hermes as well. So I think that's another big part that they're accounting for there. So they're trying to make the new guy a little bit comfy. But before we talk about a little bit more future-proofing stuff, one team that we've mentioned in passing a little bit, where I think a lot of people have question marks on just what exactly has happened, is Gen.G just not really showing up at all this kickoff. And obviously big changes, new IGL, Lakia, primary IGLing for the first time. You've got a new guy in Zinx now coming up for the first time in the tier 1 stage, but they only had 1 win, correct? And it was against Veryl, and even that was a 2-1, so it wasn't a clean win. So what do you think is causing this, TMV? I mean, where is Gen.G struggling?
Well, I think the game that they got eliminated on against Global here is like the closest game of all time, right? It literally couldn't have been a closer game. And I do sometimes think like a result like this, right, where if, for instance, on map 3 there, Global win both pistols and a bonus, they end up losing 13-11. We run into the danger of, if Gen.G had beaten Global and then lost to Paper Rex, we would have been like, oh, Gen.G got eliminated. But because they lost to Global, we're like, oh shit, the fucking sky's falling down. And I do, and to me, like, I personally didn't think, maybe some people did, I didn't think this Gen.G team was going to be like, oh, this team's definitely going to Masters. I think that the expectation for this team, for me, was, yeah, maybe like the 5th best team. And they have underperformed.
Still pretty far away from that, though.
Yeah, they're very far away from
Well,
that.
you say that. I would say you just said Global with the 6th best team or whatever, 7th best team.
No, they
Gen.G played them about as close as possible.
Yeah.
So they're right next to them. So yes, they underperformed that. I
into
agree.
Playoffs, maybe.
I agree. They underperformed that, but like, I just think that this team like isn't that far away from what I thought they would be anyway. I think they had some underperformances at times. I think there's definitely some questions. Like personally, I think like Karen on his role, like I just think if put fucking Karen on anything, he'll be fine. I think most of the time, right? We've had some concerns about Ash and like his role, but I mean, look, I guess that they must have tried it the other way around. If they haven't tried it the other way around, then what the fuck are they doing, right? And clearly this must have been the best way that they thought. It worked around that way. So if that's how they feel, that's fine. I think that Zinx has improved, right? I think he started off kind of shaky. Like at first I was worried, like, oh no, this doesn't look very good. But he improved at least to, at least seeming like he was worthy of being on this team, perhaps. And so, like, I think it depends on what you want from Gen.G. If you want Gen.G to, like, be challenging for, like, actually winning titles, like it's 2024 again or whatever, they probably need to make roster moves, right? They probably need to, like, start looking around. Because I don't think that this team can do that. But if you are kind of in the sense of, like, oh, Gen.G can be a competitive team that might make an international or, like, might go to champs or something, like I still think they could. I still think they could do that with this team, but it just depends on where you are on Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean that's valid. I think there's just too much going on, man. There's too many changes for them to be this good that this early.
Yeah.
Like is calling, it only looks like he's comfy calling against certain comps, in my opinion, and maybe certain maps. Might also be it. I can't really work out which yet. Because sometimes it looks really good. Sometimes I'm just like, holy. Is this the... No, okay.
Oh, no, this isn't it.
I was going to say, is this the Zinx shot?
The Zinx flick.
He, I mean, Zinx is like the main takeaway from this is just like, damn, he's looking good. Like, he's looking comfier and comfier. I still worry with the roll stuff, but it's going to take time. I think Ash is having a hard time still.
Yeah, he is.
Oh,
I think it is concerning that Ash and Lakia are both, like, I think you can get away if one of them is really struggling in terms of their fragging and like how they're playing in the... Oh, it is that. It is
this
round.
is it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is,
the
isn't it?
flick
God,
shot.
that is astonishing. Yeah, I'll finish my point later. We've got to... I think they run the replay, don't they, in like slow mo?
Yeah,
they will,
slow
they will.
motion. It's the nastiest flick I've seen in Valorant. And for those who haven't seen it, it's round 12 of the Breeze game between Gen.G and GE. But I mean, when he's hitting shots like this, I mean, surely you understand why this guy was picked up in the roster.
I do. I've got no, like, even just without the incredible shot, this, like, it's actually up there as the best, isn't it?
If you go frame by frame, there is no frame where the crosshair is on his head. It couldn't
it's
capture
flicking
in a
past.
high enough frame rate to get it. Yeah, it's like...
There's one where the bullet, he's aiming at the wall and the bullet is just like...
Yeah, the bullet's just
lasers
landing
into
on his head. It's crazy. But yeah, Zinx started off having a really rough performance in Kickoff, and I think this is a good sign for them that they've got... Here we go, next frame. Oh! Yeah, it's already gone past, basically, hasn't it? But there's the
Yeah,
tracer.
the bullets fire. Yeah.
God, that's insane.
Crazy.
It reminds me of a hazed clip from
Split.
way back on Split, yeah. But I went back and I looked at the hazed one, and it wasn't
Not
as
as
nuts
good.
as this.
Yeah.
yeah.
I did the same thing. Yeah, I was like, oh, was it as good? I was like, oh, this is actually way better.
This one's way nuttier. Yeah, sorry. The point that I was going to make, though, is that Ash and Lakia are both struggling at the moment. And I think getting one of those guys online and more comfortable is really, really important. And I think the most obvious one is going to be Ash, because he's demonstrated some really solid performances before towards the end of last year, and in the offseason he was playing pretty well as well. And Lakia historically has not been a big fragger. He's also been required to be your IGL, and he's going to be working on that. And I think it just makes way more sense to try to put Ash and like really put the focus on making that guy more comfortable and putting him in positions where he's able to take more fights. And I think at the moment Gen.G are like really heavy focused on playing their posts to perfection, and I think that means that Ash a lot of the time who's playing Astra just doesn't really get involved in the rounds, which when he was playing Initiator, of course you're going to be playing a bit more further towards the back of the pack, but he's not like, he's not hiding. And you look at his KPRs at the moment and they are in the bin, really. Like you never really want to see a pro that's getting less than 0.6 KPR, because it either means that they are not participating or they're losing a lot of their duels. And I think for Ash it's a combination of both at the moment, but it's more to do with how the team's utilizing him, I think, than his raw talent, which I think is actually quite decent.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just goes back to that point. A lot of changes all at once, right, that they're working through. So we'll have to see, but we can actually talk a little bit, or whether it's Gen.G or not, about who's where on the potential of these teams, because we are basically now in that division of bottom 6, top 6, right? We have 6 teams eliminated in Pacific, 6 teams remain, 2 in each part of the bracket. And the eliminated teams are Global Esports, ZETA Division, Full Sense, Gen.G, Team Secret, Veryl, not necessarily in that particular order. Who showed the most future promise? Who are you banking on really showing up down the road here on the calendar year Sideshow? You got any ideas?
If I was going to bank on one of these teams, I think I would be looking at Gen.G, but I think I'm maybe just getting sucked into the name value of the eliminate. Like Global were the team that looked like they had the most promise. Gen.G are the team that I'm having the most cope for, maybe. Yeah. I don't know, though. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you, I've got to be honest.
I mean,
I think I think somebody like Varel could have the highest rate of improvement because they didn't even understand their own identity coming into Kickoff. They really struggled with that, and they if they figure out how they want to play the game, they might look night and day different. But are they going to end up making it to like champs or something? No, I don't think so. So I don't think they're like the team that I would say showed the most future promise in terms of ceiling. But if you're talking about ceiling, I'm really stuck. Maybe it'd be full sense once they figure out some more ideas and J-Boys gets better with their calling, but I didn't want to say that because I thought Chobra would shout at me.
I'm willing to be shouted at by Chobra. I would say of these teams, the highest ceiling I would say is full sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they got.
Wait, no, but okay.
You're
wait,
telling me if
highest
Primi
ceiling.
plays God mode form,
Hold on.
that isn't gonna fucking. Go on.
Okay, no, but I think
spiel. Yes, no,
no. I'm just saying.
Take your little spiel.
The question is different, right? Because highest ceiling doesn't necessarily mean it's being achieved like down this road, like down this year, this season. It can be there, but it can be like RQ, where it takes 3 or 5 years to get there.
Oh, John, you know about that.
And they've changed their roster and it's a completely different team. Yeah.
Yeah. This is, I mean, what you're saying is full sense of potential, man. Potential team.
Right,
like,
but
you just believe that TMV thinks they have potential, but are not actually going to do it.
Well, I just want to know that, like, you say the ceiling high, I think is totally understandable, especially when it comes to like if you're saying the biggest reason is Primi. I don't think anyone argues against that. But do you think that realistically they can consistently hit that ceiling, or are there too many things that need to happen? Right.
Well, I think that's actually from you, Chobra, a fair point, and I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Rare.
But
Rare
the thing is, like, these are the eliminated teams. You know, I mean, I know you're going to argue for global, and I think that's perfectly reasonable because I would say of these teams, they have shown the most. And, you know, if there was a tournament between these 6 teams right now, you would probably pick global, I would think, like as one of the favorites in terms of what they showed.
Probably. So
I can understand if you think that that's going to be the case, but again, a lot can change. You know, I mean, the team that won champs last year at this point in the season was kicking their head coach and bringing him back halfway through the season again and making multiple roster moves. Like, a lot can change in this game. We're going to be in probably different metas, different map pools, different teams. Even.
So you're saying kick crews, bring in a different head coach, get rid of half the roster?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that I know Primi's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, hot take.
Yeah, the man knows. he's got a very strong point.
Question. I'm just answering the question.
Okay.
You fucking dithered and didn't answer.
Yeah, because I'm honest.
Wow. All right. Well, Sliggy, are you honest or do you have an answer?
So what day? It's been so long. What was the question? You were asking for the potential or
who showed the most future promise? And I'm gonna frame it like within this year because obviously who knows what happens the year after. That's even
the
crazier.
Most future promise is GE, but in terms of highest ceiling in full sense.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, as you all spoke for me, yep, I agree that GE definitely showed the most promise. Yeah. I mean, but you guys are all agreeing, so I don't really think I have to argue my point. I'm just saying. I do want to talk about one other team, though, that I think is worth touching on.
You say the word team secret now.
No, but Zeta Division, do you think they showed promise of improvement? Because Secret didn't, right? So Zeta, where are you on that? Like, I don't think anyone's going to argue that they showed the most promise, but they did seem like they were starting to lean into some things that they were getting better at, Sliggy.
They've shown that if they win double pistol on a map, they can beat people for sure. If they don't, I think they're in trouble. But you can do that. That's not. I mean, that's just what it is, man. I mean, they get out aimed. Like, what do you want from them?
What I want is for them to support DFM when they go to Santiago and lead to a giant increase in terms of Japanese viewership at the Masters event.
Okay. I mean, all right. Yeah, could happen. Could happen. The Zeta watch party cheering on DFM at Masters Santiago. Manny's there, the Zeta guy with a DFM jersey this time. Could happen. Yeah, it might be in the future. All right. Well, we do still have one last big week here for Pacific, so it's time to talk about our predictions. But before we get there, of course, we have to review how things went last week. We always have a nice little match of the week. And of course, last week we had an absolute banger. We actually had two. It looks like we had a banger. Team Secret versus Zeta Division.
2%.
Oh, that is
That is
crazy.
disrespect.
Is it?
I mean, they got it right.
No, they
Yeah,
got
the
it right.
82 is what you're
Oh.
surprised about?
Hold on, though. It was a close game still, though.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
it was
yeah.
definitely
Was.
losable for Zeta,
That's for
and
It
they've
was.
done more than guarantee. I mean, they've gone like double Barla's law.
Yeah.
Well, all right, we got that. I do believe we also had a bonus match, though, to try to throw them off the trail a little bit. Paper Race versus T1, and ooh,
Classic.
closer. Yeah.
Mm.
67% voted for Paper Rex, and that did not happen.
Mm.
Yeah, so T1 moved on. The train kind of got derailed, but now it's turned into a plane. So we'll have to see if they have enough runway. So that's going to be the first match. They play right away on Thursday. And it's going to be just that single match, by the way, on that day. So a little bit of a short day for the broadcast. But DRX versus Paper X in a do-or-die match to stay alive.
Nice.
Okay, wow. We have Sideshow and TMV DRX, Sliggy and myself, Paper Rex. So let's just go down the line. Sideshow, DRX, where are we looking?
I think the reason that I believe in DRX, we kind of I think it's the logical conclusion, basically, of what we've talked about, is that they looked really good. They have good set ideas. They prove the ability to be able to adapt. They're starting to find their identity. And I also don't think that Paper X have demonstrated it yet, except for Pearl. Like, I think they're, again, with the caveat of Pearl, I think that Paper X on the other maps in their pool will have to be spending the time before this game fixing them. Like, that's 6 maps in the pool that I think they need to take the hammer and nails out to and try to board them up before this game. And I just don't think they're going to be able to do it in time. That's all it is. It's just a function of time, I think. But in my opinion, this is where the runway disappears and Paper X crash into the DRX air control tower and...
And then DRX crumbles down in the
many
next
people
match.
die. Yeah, I don't know.
What?
I don't know where I'm going.
Okay, well, that got grim real fast. Sliggy, can you give any Paper X fans hope here for Paper X?
The problem is I agree with Sideshow. I think the logical picks is DRX from what we've seen. That's the issue. But much like...
Always a problem to agree with
Yeah,
Sideshow.
much like some Paper X rounds, I think you got to just throw the logic out there and sometimes you win it. So that's what I'm hoping for. I think
that is insane. This is less than your Paper X train logic back then. I mean, at least you could make... Does it feel the same to you? Are you getting the tingles?
Well, I'm not getting the tingles if that's what you want to call it. But I will say the improvement is getting there. It's just getting it all together.
Right.
But every week there is a new
You
problem.
need to borrow that DRX time machine is the problem.
Yeah, I don't know how they've done it. Yeah, I don't know how they've done it. But yeah, this one where I was like, oh, I kind of think DRX are going to win this, but at the same time, it's just Envy's playing a lot better, so it gives me a bit of hope. And then, dude, it's just the mistakes that Paper X make. So fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb, bro. I can't even imagine the stress that Alex goes through in some of these. It's like, oh, we've won the round. It's 3v5. 2 people just randomly facing. It's just guys, 1v3. Let's just give them ones.
As well? Like, it
Yeah,
was the same.
For sure. Yeah, I know it's been the same, but it's like, surely at one point we got
Surely,
surely. Dude, we just need a code. There has to be a code word implemented, and I just need someone to just shout it out as soon as they're in. Maybe not a man advantage, but like a 2-man advantage, because they're the ones that are like the most criminal.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they
what
did
is your
get the
belief?
DRX. Oh, mine?
Yeah, because we're kind of like, we're focused on Sliggy having this faith rather than, it's actually a religious belief at this point, rather than...
Oh, this is still a 50-50 game though.
It is winnable. Yeah, it is winnable.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to argue against that, just because I think, for one, obviously, I think all of us agree that these teams that now remain, any of them can turn the switch on right at any moment, given the player caliber that we're seeing, especially the likes of T1, Paper X, DRX. So there is that. But I also just think DRX, like, I'm actually not as sold that they're going in a like great direction, but they found the direction that they can settle for Kickoff, which doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Obviously, that's good. It's a short-term tournament. You have to do what you do to survive. But I think it does get somewhat readable. Like, yes, they are adjusting some rounds, but the comp has some limitations, right? In how you have to build it up. You have to still have, a set number of plays to then adapt off of. Whereas I think Paper X is going to be working on like the fundamentals. And I would like to believe that these players who have been near the top for 5 years can fix their fundamentals. Now, maybe they did borrow the DRX time machine, but the instructions were in Korean and they actually just went back to 2022 without coming back with improvements. I don't know what, I don't know what happened there, but surely, I mean, because I agree with Sliggy, the mistakes are bad, surely. So I have that faith that if they fix that, I think they get even stronger than DRX. I guess that's where I stand, right?
Sure.
Whereas I think DRX is at that level.
You don't
It's
need
reasonable.
they don't need the time machine to fix the issues because it should be like a
They pull up
It's gonna be the
mini.txt.
classic.
They pull
Yeah,
up
it's
a
that.
mini notepad document. Yeah.
is a one day, yeah.
So, TMV, anything to add, or you?
I
just
picked
happy with the
T1 last week because
50-50?
I said this is the team that looks
That's
better right
true.
now, and
Yeah.
the same applies. So I picked DRX.
Okay. All right. Well, 50-50. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. All right. Then we'll move up to the middle bracket where DFM versus T1 are not in a do or die match, but whoever wins goes to the BO5.
God,
Wow. Sliggy breaks the guarantee with a DFM vote. Sliggy, would you like to speak for yourself?
Sure. I think the DFN have just kind of proven on multiple maps that they're like pretty smart and can adapt to the opposite of how the opposition plays. I just think they're very good at the moment. I think they've got one of the best splits in the world, straight up, at least top 5 in the world right now. So I think they've got like a very strong map that they can lean on, and they just show multiple. I mean, they show me everything that I want to see. They show me more consistency than T1. Why would I not go for them?
It's
I'm
so
actually.
funny. We've actually just done the fucking opposite.
No,
like,
no,
I was
I'm
thinking
not
about this
happy about
pick.
this.
Like, I picked T1, and I was thinking at the start of the show, why did I pick T1? I think in fact, if you could swap me to DFM, Kurt, because I actually.
DFM are the better team right now.
Yeah.
Like, the reason,
Yeah.
like, I went for the
Go on,
opposite
then,
logic.
Faith Man.
Well, yeah, no, it is. It's faith. It's literally I've yoinked Sliggy's shit for Paper X, and I'm just thinking because. But here's the difference in my head. I've seen Paper X be playing quite poorly. I'm unsure about T1. You know, like I've seen some stuff that I quite like, and I've seen some stuff that I'm unsure about because I feel like their opponents are playing poorly, and so I don't. We talked about it earlier. We don't have a good read on T1 right now, and so I think there's more chance that it's just like a close victory for T1, and they do lean into the slightly better version of themselves than Paper X fixing a lot of their potentially larger problems. So, but I would agree with you. I think DFM are on paper favorites. Like I was amazed when we had 3 T1 picks coming into this.
We don't know.
We don't. Yeah, my logic for T1 would simply be that I think they've also
You're a man of
chosen.
faith, clearly based on your picks of Paper X and T1.
Well, I mean, just throughout the years, I've never wavered. I've never wavered in Valorant.
yeah.
I've always
really
been
is.
a man of faith.
Very true, yeah.
Gone to the Church of RRQ in Nongshim and stayed religious until the end. And finally, you know what?
It's paid off.
It's paid
Finally,
off.
it's paid
Hey,
off.
Yeah, again, just never wrong, just early. I just gotta say. But with T1, I think they've also done the DRX where they found what works for them, which is a little bit more of the just looser deathball-y style. A little bit full sense, you could say, right? A little bit heavier stacks. Go out, go for the trades instead of wanting to do the whole Munchkin macro and fake them out and push and pull. It looks like they've simplified their game plan a bit. And in that, if they do that, I think not a landslide, but I do think their player caliber can take the win, like in a close match against DFM. So that's why I went with T1 on this one. But
Yeah.
okay, 50-50 it is. All right. So close matches. I mean, this is a good bracket
they're
then
good.
if we got.
Yep.
Yeah,
is great
close
matches.
match.
I mean,
Yeah.
you fucking hope so at this point. That's all.
Yeah,
We're
that's
fucking
true.
guns at this point. Like, what have we done? What are we doing?
All right. Well, then next and the last prediction we'll do, because we don't know the remaining matchups, going to be match of the week, upper finals. So, of course, if you are listening or watching, make sure you go vote in the community tab on the channel for Pacific match of the week. It is Nongshim Red Force versus RQ, the Chobra.
The Chobra match.
Okay.
Oh.
And we're split 50-50.
Yeah,
I mean,
once again,
50-50.
Dude, I want to hear from Chobra first, though. Because this must have torn your heart to pieces.
It's made of noodles now.
Yeah, I mean, one team's paying me and one team's not, so there is that.
Simplifies things a bit.
Yeah, it does. But I was torn because RRQ is such a scary anti-team. And we've all talked about how like Nongshim has clearly figured out their own style, and it's a little bit unique, not completely off the charts, but a little bit unique with the neon. But also, like, if there was one team to figure it out, right, and anti it, especially with a week and a half's time, it would be RRQ. So I think it's scary. I'll be honest. I think it's a 50-50. The reason I voted is because I legitimately think no matter whichever team loses this, loses all three.
No,
because
you're
of the teams.
a rocker.
No,
These
I
are the
think
most
so.
guaranteed out of any of the regions.
No, I think
Well-
I think potential T1 and then Paper X or GRX, they wake up, and that is a scary place to be in back to back BO5s. Okay, let me put it this way. If Nongshim loses, we're definitely losing all three BO5s. I'm going to say that. All right? So we can't lose the first BO5. RQ might be okay. But the other side is RQ is a bit of a slow team still, right? The way they call, that's their strength. So I think the Nongshim pacing can try to outmatch that. That's all I got.
That's a little bit where I'm at. It's like I think that the chamber comp is very good against double duelist. I'm just not sure that it's good against this double duelist, because in theory the neon should be pretty hard to hit, and then instead of like all that util that you're getting out of them normally from a chamber TP, it's essentially not any util. It's just him just diving around the map, and then he's going to slide on you as you TP. You got to be very smart with your TPs to make sure they're further back. So in theory, as much as I think that maybe RRQ are like one step ahead of if they go to Masters, I think they'll have a lot of success against other double duelists. I think if they don't one-tap Danby, they're in trouble. So I think it's just a stylistic thing. But I'm excited to see what RRQ do, because again, they're one of the best anti-teams. I just want to know if you can anti this without having to shoot this guy.
Yeah, I think that is a really good point, because I thought in the Full Sense game that Full Sense were going to have the skill to be able to shoot Danby. Because I agree with you that like the counterplay, what we had actually seen last year even was that when Danby went up against better teams with better shooters, he struggled more because he was getting shut down in stuff that he would normally get away with. But that has just not happened this year at all. But I'm going to go with RRQ here. I do think they don't win the Neon matchup in terms of like head-to-head, and they've been playing a lot of the Neon. But I guess I'm saying that when you get to a BO5 like this, the team with the more defined style is more rigidly locked into it as well. And so I think there's more freedom for RRQ to move around and maybe try some things that work in places to get a dub. But I also think that either of the, like, if Nongshim do lose this game, then I don't see any reason why other teams would be able to stop them. Like, just because RRQ stopped Danby does not mean any other person is going to be able to stop Danby. I don't think they're going to figure out something fundamental where it's like the RRQ anti has now laid the groundwork for everyone to counter Neon ever.
One day, imagine RRQ come up with some strange comps. Like, I mean,
well, they just run Deadlock, Gravnet, Danby every single time
like
and kill him or something.
T1 aren't gonna be like, oh, we got one day, let's fucking change to perma Deadlock or whatever they do, like to stop Danby.
I mean, it'd be sick if they did, though.
It'd be fucking amazing if they did. I'm Chober's just crying. Just
it wouldn't quite be
another Deadlock! He's just fully crying.
That the moment you said Deadlock, I was getting flashbacks of PTSD, man. Of Nongshim just standing there netted, not being able to do anything. I'm like, you guys used to play Deadlock. You know how to play against this. But hopefully that doesn't happen. TMV, you have any other reasons for picking RQ?
I mean, not. I just feel like. I guess I just have more faith in them overall. I mean, the Nongshim guys. Do you think they will be a little bit nervous in their first kind of, big best of 5 to make it?
No, because they are the most confident I've ever seen them. Like, even casually off of broadcasts, they're just like, I mean, they were like laughing and joking after the T1 game about the match, and like the Full Sense game as well. They were all like laughing and watching the replays about the Thrifties. Like, they're not like in their own head of like, wow, that was close, like we could have really messed it up, but they're they're just in that mode of like, we know we're winning, and which is great to see. And I think that's the year of experience talking. I think also the whole BO5 thing, they have still played 2 big BO5s on big stages, right? Granted at a different level, but in Ascension 2 years in a row. So I don't think that's necessarily a negative either. So it's really just team to team, I think, in this matchup.
Okay.
All right, 50-50 across the board, all 3. Wow.
Pretty good from
Means
us.
they're all going to be stomps, by the way.
Probably,
All,
yeah.
all 2 or 3
Oh, no.
Not even a game.
No, they're going to be
Oh,
great.
man.
gonna
I
be
think they
sick
should be good. They should be good. Yeah. As a note, I did promise the broadcast that I would dye my hair entirely red if Nongshim goes to Santiago. So
Oh, sick.
Just
that is
goes.
on the line.
Dude, you are
I
gonna look
honestly
so
I
good.
forget if it was first seed or not, but if I don't decide now, Domby's gonna, because we asked Domby if we thought it was a good idea, and he said, "Yeah, it'd be great if you dyed your eyebrows too." And I said, "No, you're getting off the street. So get out of here." So,
Can I offer you
kinda-
another one, Choba? If they lose all 3 games,
no, I'm depressed.
shave the eyebrows.
No.
Shave the eyebrows.
Shave the eyebrows.
Awful.
No,
losing
we're ending
twice,
the
yeah.
segment right now. Thank you very much to myself and Sideshow, and you gentlemen can take it over to EMEA. Have a good one.
We'll try. We'll try. Don't worry, everyone. Sideshow, are you back for Americas?
I am, yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, getting rid of
The
this
people
guy.
can look forward to that one, I'm sure. I love it. Are we taking a break?
All
Kat?
right, looks like it.
No, we're gonna just
Well,
swap.
oh,
Oh,
Get
no.
out of here, Joe.
okay. All right, bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
that's right.
All right, we're back. And or here, I almost said meanie. Hello, we're back.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, yo.
Oh, Minnie, they've upgraded your
He's
prison.
out. He's out of prison.
He now has a radiator.
It's now Soviet Union prison, not North Korea.
Yeah, wonderful.
I'd like to praise my imprisoners for such peaceful treatment of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, stop blinking if you're.
I
in
can't
trouble.
remember what the speech was, and it's probably very inappropriate, but there was one recently, so I was going to do it, but I can't bother, to be honest.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Well, it's another great start to EMEA, and well, I mean, Minnie has been in a North Korean prison cell. It looked like, honestly, some of the coaches at the start of the week were being subject to
Well-
some sort of torture as well. The coaches at the start of this week, and the winning coaches, I should say, as well, on both Team Heretics and Team Liquid. I mean, we've got Weber saying he has nothing to smile about in his entire life.
That was so good.
We've got Lohan winning a game against Ulf, but looking like he's just depressed. He can't bear to watch another round of it. It actually got better, for those teams as they went on, but we'll get into that. Let's start off, though, with Minnie's old friends, FNATIC. Because FNATIC, I mean, they've actually reran the same script from last year, because last year in Kickoff, FNATIC and NAVI played an incredibly close game that it looked like NAVI were going to win, and they didn't. And then this time we got pretty much the exact same script, where we got a game where it looked like NAVI could have done it. Heroes absolutely popping off, as you show there, Kurt, but they just fall short. So, Minnie, let's start with you. Let's start with the FNATIC side of this first of all. What did this performance? Did this inspire hope for you, Minnie?
No, not at all. I think the split, I thought that Fnatic were going to win. I think the double Judas comp into the chamber on that map specifically, I just don't think is amazing. Although Navi did then start winning on defense. I just had Fnatic winning that, and then when the Breeze came up, that was then the big question mark. Was then like Fnatic's doing that thing where they don't really have a map that they really like right now, and they pick Breeze. They put Vikaj on Jet, and he goes 7 for 15, and then I'm left like, okay, well they need to fix this again. Fine to me. Honestly, I honestly thought Fnatic had this game pretty easy. I think that if Hero didn't go 33 kills and like drive by Boaster every single round on B site, I think that this would have been like a fairly convincing win, and the only thing we'd be saying would be that Fnatic suck at Breeze.
Okay.
But Hero is in jail, so he's more in a North Korean prison than I am.
It is insane the performances he's putting up. Also, just Crashy's overtime performance was absolutely nuts.
The last
man.
kill as well
Yeah,
was
dude.
insane.
Oh yeah, that was a lovely shot. Just every round in overtime, I was watching him just like well, Crashies has done it, and then
He
2
refused
more
to
rounds,
lose, yeah.
Crashies keeps on doing it. Yeah, I mean, in terms of FNATIC, it's not convincing, I guess, is where I'm at. There's a lot of the top teams at the moment that have like big name value that, in my opinion, have essentially got a wrong read of the meta that is now trying to switch over to, they're like scrambling to try and play double duelists on majority of these maps. So I guess they're and in transition of like maybe getting comfy eventually once they get it there, but it's like a race against time at the moment. Who can catch up from their original bad read of a meta, which normally we don't say for Boaster, to be fair.
I think the way I don't think Waylay KO is maybe as bad a read as like I don't like double initiator, but I think Waylay KO combos are fine.
Sure.
I do think that the biggest question mark to me, and it still will be, is why is Alpha keeps popping off on non-pop-off champs, agents, sorry, but like, is it really the move with this guy who's been with the team that long? Like, is he not due to just play every time he plays duelist, they win the game? And I know it's not convincing in this matchup, but it just feels like he's due. Let him out of a jail. Like he's also in one other of those jails. I'm not gonna rail on North Korea every time. There could be other countries with crimes against humanity that we could talk about too. One of them maybe being FNATIC at this point for Alpha year. Yeah, like to me, like it's just like when he's on duelist, it looks good.
Are you saying you would
Why
have
not?
swapped the roles on Breeze?
I mean, 100%.
Oh,
Chamber
Breeze
or
was-
Jet. I mean, the
yeah.
rationale he said was because Vikaj is much better opping, and Vikaj was a tier 2 duelist, but it's Alpha year, and I'm not being funny. His sniper last year I thought looked pretty good on Chamber. I don't.
Also, you've still got Kayak on Euro. It's not like he couldn't op either, right?
True, but
You don't
if
love it?
it's like Jet or Chamber, I guess it's like, you know, like right now the Raze maps are very obviously the maps that Alpha should be on Raze on. if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Kaquka, any thoughts about FNATIC? Are you
Hi.
potentially
Hello.
feeling good?
Hello.
I think that I echo the sentiment that Sleeky has, that I think that most of the teams are now struggling to close out the matches. I think that something that I noted down on Breeze is that I feel like I'm maybe too used to seeing FNATIC being slow in the pace, and then sometimes when they go and do something fast, it still looks in slow-mo for me. Like I think that they do not really know how to accelerate the pace. I see the ideas that they maybe have, but I don't know if they doubt in the execution or what is it, or like maybe they're so used to playing everything so slow that then when a fast hit is coming, to me it's still slowed down. With Vekash, he was a very good duelist when he was in tier 2, and I also echo the sentiment that if I had Alpha, if I was on a team with Alpha, I would build around him. Like he would be my mini, he would be my Nats, he would be I would make every single plan to make him the star, especially in a universe where I guess at least on paper you lose Kron. Like I think that him and Kayak should be, and looking at the other teams and how much double duelists we're seeing, I would probably lean towards that. But you have the tools that you have, and you know I'm not super mad at it. But I think that we all share the sentiment when Vekash went on to Jet being like, bro, you have Alpha. You have Alpha. Like Alpha could do anything. That you could put him in change. You could put him in anything, and he would be so incredibly good. Like if you're looking for someone that is going to bring you high impact, you should maybe rely more on him. And yeah, with Bind, Hero was an absolute menace. He was an absolute pain in the ass on showers. I saw it round after round. Like he just had a lot of control over it, and I think the FNATIC were struggling a lot, which I think is something that most of the teams, like bar the 2 teams that are on top, are really, really struggling to close out matches.
Yeah,
I think,
okay.
so for me, like the start of the year, I said that I expect Alpha to be on duelist, and then I expect them to play double duelist with Alpha on duelist, and then I get to complain that he's not in chamber. But it's like I've got to like complain a step in advance that he's not playing duelist, and then when he does, then I can complain he's not in chamber. Because chamber,
Well,
I
you
think
got
chamber's
multiple
really
layers.
strong into the meta right now, and I think Alpha's one of the best, if not best, chambers in the world right now. Like like last year, he proved how good he could be when he just had chamber. Like it wasn't even like they had struggles sometimes with the chamber. I think macro related stuff, to be honest with you. But it's just so perfect right now.
Yeah.
And it comes down to boasters. Like it's the same thing with Heretics sometimes, where I'm like, is it because the IGL is uncomfortable with double duelist, or not. And I think that what Boaster really needs right now is some fine tuning of those fast approaches. I think some of the reasons why I suspect why he doesn't want to go for fast approaches is because of the gravity well a lot of the time, and then like having to figure out how to do a BX on Breeze. I've not seen this team BX on Breeze. I didn't watch this game closely, I don't think, but like I don't remember seeing a BX on Breeze the entire time I've watched FNATIC, and that's supposed to be like a bread and butter exec with double duelist and just in general. It just feels like there's like overcomplication for some reason. So they just need to really go like use Boaster's problem solving to figure out why they can't do fast stuff, or why the fast stuff has to go through 100 layers of protocols or 100 layers of like slight complications.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just gotta send it sometimes.
Well, I mean, it's not the end of the world. They did win this game, and they are still in.
I mean, also because Xiao decided not to shoot his gun. most of the times.
that didn't help the whole time.
Was this the
true.
plus?
Well,
yeah, plus 31, minus 31,
Yeah.
perfectly
I see.
balanced.
Yeah, we'll get to Navi a bit later as well. We can talk about both their games when we talk about them getting eliminated. But let's move on for now, because FNATIC are still in, and they will play against this team who won the first 13-0 of 2026. Team Vitality beat GIANTX 13-0 on Abyss. They then actually played a very close Breeze. That kind of could have gone either way, but Vitality closed out in 2-0 fashion. Kaquka, the first 13-0. Did Giants win a 13-0 last year?
They lost it.
They lost one.
They
They
got
lost and
13-0.
Yeah.
are they the 1st team to lose two 13-0s?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
Oh,
Probably.
that's rough. But talk to me, Kaquka, about this
Yeah.
game. Vitality, how did they manage to win the first 13-0?
They outclassed them. Like the seriously, like the if you Kurt, I don't know if you're going to play some rounds, but I have noted down because I had the meeting earlier today, and I have noted down rounds 3 and 6 on Abyss. The amount of times someone just walks down mid, goes onto B, and sees two people just looking at main, paying no attention to whatever's happening on mid that they have just left open for the entirety of the round, and just surprise them just because. Like the B split's very good for Vitality, but on the other side, I see a GIANTX that just was a little bit lost in the sauce. And what was I going to say? Also, I think it's unfair. I think we should ban Chronicle to be on Veto, because I just don't think it's fair that a player like Chronicle could be on that agent. You see, like, sometimes he ults and you see all the utility that GIANTX is trying to throw, and it's like, it's not going to do anything. There's nothing you can do against him. You just have to go and shoot him. And I guess against Chronicle, it's not that easy. But yeah, it was a complete outclass in the. I don't know what was going on with GIANTX, but yeah, one time around they do look. The second time they just lost it. Very well played for the side of Vitality. Very good map and solid for them. But some of these things they could not do against BBL. There were some mistakes happening and whatnot, but they actually bounced back very, very well.
I mean, I'm honestly glad they got 13-0. I don't want to see this comp anymore. Like I don't.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're
This
playing
was their
no,
map pick, by the way. As
no
well.
no scan initiators on this map. Like, are you guys okay?
I think that the more like I felt bad after the match at how bad I did on broadcast, kind of not really highlighting how GIANTX were kind of going to be doomed with some of these comps, to be honest.
Mhm.
Like, I think that Vitality played a good game and they had some good game plans going into it. But fundamentally, I don't know how much you want to talk about GIANTX here, but they are in a fucking they've hit a wall now, because like they can't play double duelist, and when they're playing chamber, but Westside isn't an operator player and Ara is, and they're playing no drone, like you said. Like, when I say all that out loud, I'm like, on broadcast I should be way more critical, but then it's like annoying because it's like, of course, if I'm that critical, then they're just gonna win. So it's like really difficult. I feel like
Well, they can't win
sometimes to kind
anymore,
of set
so
up.
this is your chance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to hindsight, but it's like I think there's a lower ceiling to GIANTX as a team because of the comps they can or can't play and the styles they want to adapt. And I think tangibly, I was thinking this team would lower this year a little bit, because that's usually what happens after you have that kind of honeymoon phase. But now it's material. It's not just me citing mysticism anymore. It's now like, okay, well, there are clearly comp issues and identity issues going to happen. Even like the Cypher stuff, not playing Cypher is fine, but then Westside doesn't even look super comfortable playing the other agents. I know this is like it's really hard to draw complete conclusions from Kickoff, but I'm worried about GIANTX going forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll be
Pretty bad.
fine later in the year. It's
But what, like,
okay,
the later in
it's
the year
okay.
when-
We'll bring
when-
back
when-
Don't
LCQ
worry,
for them.
Breach
or
is getting a
they-
mega
it's okay.
buff. They'll be fine.
Yeah,
That'd be
Breach.
fine.
Like, I'll be honest,
Something
playing
will
Breach.
change in the meta. I don't know. They will start playing Harbor in every single map. You'll
That's
see. You'll see.
fine,
Like,
yeah. But like,
they'll
but
think
like
it's
playing
okay.
Breach right now is like a crime. Like, I know last week I did the meme about G2, and then people were like, "Oh, but Leo was on Breach." It's like, yeah, but that was 3 years ago when we're still
Yeah.
figuring out the game, and Breach was still better than it is now. Like, it's
Yeah.
not acceptable to play that agent in this meta unless your name is Ulf, for instance. Like, it's, and even then, I'm going to be critical. Yeah. So Vitality did well, but ultimately, I think the highlight for me was that they kept saying stuff about how they're focusing on fundamentals this week. It wasn't all like strategy, and I think you saw that. Like Kron, Crad did well on Vito, but ultimately he was just running around shooting his gun, in my opinion. So, yeah, it's nice to see them just kind of do that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Anything to add, Sliggy? Any
Not
hope?
really. Not really. I mean, hope
No
for who do you want the hope for?
No, Vitality. Vitality. has hope.
Vitality? I mean, Vitality's got loads of hope. Yeah, they're kind of sick fraggers, man. I think as soon as Unfake is just, I mean, it's only Haven where he's playing the Killjoy, right?
Yeah.
Like at any other map,
Mm.
Vitality look really good at. Haven, I don't have much faith that Unfake's going to get more than like 5 kills.
Maybe
But
they could just switch him and Yampi around because his solos.
that's what I would do because Yampi
Yeah.
used to play Killjoy as well
Yeah.
back in the day.
The operator. I remember.
Yeah. Dude, yeah, Yampi came into my chat and he was like, first 13-0. And I was like, mate, you 13-0'd when we were with you. You got 2 no-scopes. And he's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Jesus, man.
Wow. Okay. Let's move on to talk about that team though, shall we? Team Liquid, who, as I say, Lohan in this Ulf game was losing his fucking shit, and then he was losing his shit against Giants in a positive way. Like he was screaming, "This is my team! This is my team!" But again, in the Ulf game, I mean, he looked like he was like, "What on the fucking earth are we doing here?" Because it was so funny looking at the coaches. Because even though Liquid won this game, the Ulf coaches, they lose around, they're fucking laughing about it.
Yeah,
They're
of course,
chilling. There's
yeah.
no expectation. They got 2 subs. They're just like whatever. And Lohan is he's just fretting. He's just like, what is going on? How is this game even close? So Sliggy, let's start with you. What did you think of Liquid? Because it did get better, I think. I think it was definite market improvement from one game to the next.
It definitely got better. I think that I don't want to include PAL in that because I think that PAL is when we talk about EMEA PALs, like Liquid's like right at the top there, man.
Oh
they
my God.
They only default mid on attack, and then they have nothing on the sides, and they're trying to like go
Wait,
through
but
tricks.
they
of, like,
default
5.
mid on attack and they play nobody mid on defense. So they're even like
Yeah,
countering
mate,
their own theory. Like,
that's what I mean.
So it's like if they're like, oh, defense is not good to play middle, but attack is really good to default it. It's like it makes no sense, like logically.
Yeah, it's like one of the first times where I'm just looking at them like, guys, have we never defaulted once on the sides? Like actually once in 2 games. It was pretty criminal. But everything else was looking, in terms of like comfort, I think this was like a big week for Wayne for sure. Wayne like was the main talking point for me, where it's just like, okay, this is why they picked him up. He's looking comfy. That's a great sign. Yeah, and then other maps, I think they get in there. It's just a time thing, man. They got a lot to work on, and I think they were always in a bit of a rough spot as well because essentially maybe Cypher isn't the most viable at the moment. I mean, BBL make it work, but it's not as strong as it used to be. You got to do more info trips and kill trips. So I think leaning more into like the heavy Viper is definitely like a good way for them to go. So they get in there. They definitely get in there, and I think just growing with each game. But dude, the games are so close, man. Every time I
They're
watch them, I'm
barely
like,
winning.
oh, they're gonna lose it. Surely, this is their time.
That off game to me just looked like a firepower problem completely. Like I think we had the starting broadcast where it's like they're the team that loses the most clutches possible, and then in split they were just they lost like 4 or 5 disadvantaged rounds or clutches, and it was like you can't be like, I don't know what that is, if that is genuinely just the players aren't as good, or if it is like the pressure expectations of the roster versus a team like Off. But yeah, it was a bit rough to watch, and I think that's going to be the case all year. I don't think you can level up from that, to be honest with you. I think that there's always going to be this question mark over that for the team, and it's going to be down to Lohan to kind of figure out how to mitigate that as much as possible. But I still think that ultimately there's going to be some kind of they had a game where they didn't get clutches or they missed some shots.
I think they're also like still need to figure out what they're going to do, like with the duelists and the initiators. Like I don't think it's like what has Purple played. 6, 7, 8 different
Bit of
agents.
everything.
This, like,
Yeah.
like
Don't say
I watch him and I'm like, man, at some point it's too much. Like if you want to be the very best,
If
it's
you
going to-
guys could do it, like what would you like? Who would play what consistently?
Me personally, I would actually just copy Nongshim. Try get Mini Boo on the Neon as much as possible. I think it helps them in terms of space make. I would go Camo, Perma, Yoru, and then I would just put Purple on an Initiator. Because I feel like his Initiator stats are essentially just the same as his Duelist stats, apart from Camo just either makes a lot of space or he kind of takes over games. That's where it looks the most comfortable for
I
me
agree
personally.
with that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
and also now that you bring up Mini Boo, had a very good performance in the last game, and I'm very happy for him. But moving forward, I think that Mini Boo, you know, the problem that he's always had is consistency. Like we know he can have this kind of moments, but I hope that when they find what they want to do, that also brings him the comfort that he needs.
Yeah, I think that this Team Liquid team, I think that's going to be a question mark with them all throughout. Basically, is that consistency? Like I think, like will they be able to put enough? When we're talking about like qualifying for Masters and stuff like this, will they be able to like put 4 or 5 good games in a row together? And I do question whether that is the case.
It's their map pool though. Like the only comfortable map that I look when I watch them is Breeze. And again, that's kind of where we're getting the roles that I was speaking about. I really think the Mini Boo in this current meta on the Neon is like, it's a really good direction for them to go. Just a self-sustainable duelist that can kind of send it, and then he has that option of the space making that he used to do in Heretics. Yeah. I think it suits them well. He's a really good Neon.
Funny enough, I would make the same argument for comeback.
Oh yeah,
well,
which doesn't make a lot of sense to get rid of Mini Boo, if you know what I mean? Like
that's funny. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Ironic.
Yeah. Well, we'll come to them in a second. Mini, you have talked a lot about ULF. You're high on ULF when they get their subs in here.
Yeah.
Did you see anything from their games that make you think, yes, I am right. I will be right?
I mean, of course. Like I think they played
of
really
course,
well.
He says.
Of course.
Of course,
I mean, didn't you
right.
guys see they almost beat Liquid?
No, I mean, yeah.
They almost beat Liquid
Sadly,
with 2
he
subs.
is right. Yeah, dude.
Like,
hey, I agree. I'm just enjoying your
I
ego.
thought that was like I said on broadcast, like embarrassing for Liquid. They lose here to a Ascension team with 2 subs, like without their 2 best players in my opinion. Like that's crazy.
I think Roman had the same opinion.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully.
was...
That's why I quite liked his reactions. I didn't realize, but if he's stressing that much, like that's obviously a good sign. Like I think that's the right approach. Like if you're a team like that, you know what your expectations are, But yeah, ULF. The only thing I'd say is that the breach is starting to make me worry. Like that's the only part in which I'm a bit like, can we figure out something that isn't breach and do the same style? Ideally, that would be like just replacing it with Neon, because Neon's just a good breach. If that makes any sense. It should make some sense. And yeah, but I'm really excited for when SOP comes back. I don't even know if this team's gonna go like how good this team can be, but it will be the most fun I'll have watching.
Yeah, it's Pacific and EMEA basically. We don't have anyone like that.
And I think even like compared to when I do watch Pacific, I think they're even more Pacific than Pacific sometimes. Like
some of the teams for sure.
Maybe not Danby sometimes. I think Danby probably is.
Danby's a different beast.
He is.
I mean, even G2 are doing it now, so that's just the way of the world. We're moving in that direction. Okay, but well, does anyone want to say anything about Giants as well? Because they got eliminated. I think we kind of did touch on them a little bit. We don't like Breach. I mean, yeah, but
even the bind as well. I thought like Sage again. Like I thought they had like one. I thought they got sussed out really early in kickoff with the Sage.
Yeah,
and then they tried to plant a
round right against mates on one side.
Yeah, and then on GIANTX game. I didn't watch this one. I was stuck in Berlin airport for 7 hours and decided to, not watch Valorant. But their strategy when I watched was go up short, plant the spike with the wall, and then a team was like, "Oh wait, we could just stand near bench and just stop them planting," and that's a good strategy. And I presume that's what happened here again.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a question mark over the one dimensionality of some of the comps.
They're the team that has to do the most work, I think, out of all the other teams. Apart from maybe Orf, because obviously they get their 2 players back. But in terms of, like, I feel like direction coach-wise on the team, every team, pretty much worldwide, apart from obviously China, I haven't watched, but I feel I would know what direction to go with. This one, I would be like, dude, I don't really know what suits us, what maps we're good at, where I would be heading with this.
So would you say that they need to put in more work than maybe Foot? I mean, they already made the first step by bringing in cracks, but
Foot can at least lean on heavy KO if they wanted to,
just like
and go back to
KO
how they used to
or
play.
whatever.
Yeah. They can have like a set identity that suits them.
I think Giants are gonna be like, I don't have as much worries for Giants as I do Foot, if that's any
Sure,
part of the
same, just
question.
because of firepower.
But just in terms of the direction they need to go in, Giants
Yeah.
is a bit of a who knows, right? We're a bit unsure because maybe like double duelist doesn't seem that simple of
Suited
an
for
option for
them.
them. Yeah.
And it's like, if you
Um,
don't play double duelist, I think you must be playing chamber, and I don't
yeah,
think they
and
can.
they don't have
So
maybe the
then
meta just isn't for them right now.
it's also then like Waylay KO is probably the next option, and maybe some of the Teo stuff. Like, they are more, or they'd have to end up just playing a standard version of the meta, like the old meta with Neon probably. And at that point, they're just going to be a little bit behind, and so they don't get the value that they're losing from not having like superstars throughout their team.
Okay. Well, Kaquka, you talked about comeback, and my lord, we finally
Came
saw
back.
it. The comeback that was promised finally arrived for Team Heretics, and again, they went from winning a game but their coaches being depressed to then winning a game and their coaches being happy because they beat Karmine Corp and NAVI. But the first game, I mean, it was it looked rough for Team Heretics despite the fact that they won. But then they came back against NAVI. Comeback was good. Kaquka, talk to me about Team Heretics. They're back. Are they back?
are they back? Question. I mean, good for comeback. I think this is definitely his best performance in international league, I'm going to say, because I don't remember him. Like, I think that he's now probably speaking to the name that it was made of himself, and like this promise that he was going to be absolutely amazing. Let's see how Sayonara does. No pressure, but for comeback now, it's a thing of like, is this a one-off, or have you been working on something that is going to give you this results a little bit more? Like, can you play more loosely? I definitely think that they did play a little bit more loosely, and like I did not see a lot of the overthink. I'm not going to think about the KC map because it's the KC. Bueno,
We'll come to them in a second.
KC.
Casey.
But on
stay
the
happy.
second one, KC. Bueno, KC is a headache, but Foot. So you DMB. No, you can speak because KC, at least sometimes you see it, but with Foot is like, get me out, like that girl. I was like, get me out. I didn't want to
play
be
this
there.
week. Talk to me about Team Heretics.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, Heretics.
about
Very
to
good.
defend. I was about to
I
defend
think that they
Foot.
needed those first losses to just see how to see what the rest were going to be doing and how they were faring against the teams. I hope that they've, maybe we should ask Weber what was it that made him happy from day one to day two.
He smiled. He said he had nothing to smile about.
They
and then he won.
They won a lot easier. So
True.
that.
True.
But
But why, Minnie? Why did they win? so
Why
much
did they
easier?
win? Because I
That's
think Navi weren't
Oh.
maybe as good as we thought. Is
Wow.
one answer. The second thing is, I genuinely believe that Heretics were. It does feel like they're building towards something, but at the same time, it's
Not
almost
a
just like
believer.
anytime we talk about them positively, they just are awful, and then every time we talk about them awfully, they're really good. So I think that I refuse to analyze this team.
You're shit, and then they will win.
Navi, no. Heretics, yes.
Heretics.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
Heretics have always done it, right? Like, name me a
That's
time
true,
in which
yeah.
we thought they were good and they played good, and time we thought they were bad and they played well. Like, it's a one-to-one
Good
mirror.
chance at the end of 24. They did pretty well. They almost win.
Yeah, that's true.
We
They
thought
had
Yeah,
were
the
gonna
but
do
they're
it.
still in
100%.
that mode. Like, I feel like that first year mode is like still.
They're just full honeymoon.
Whatever your
I'm not
first
saying
year
I hate
impression is.
honeymoon because like it's really like it's almost disrespectful on some level, but like it's not untrue that when you're kind of that year they had all that energy and brightness and it feels good and you're winning. Like think it's a bit easier. Like, I do think there is a problem with expectations with this team for some reason. Like, analysis-wise, I think.
Do you think we have the power though over Heretics? We can choose whether they win or lose right now.
Unironically, I do think that we do have some power.
I think we don't. No, I think we do. I think we do, and I think Minnie, you should definitely go on down that track. But I do also think that it is kind of when I see, I want to see if this is going to continue in time. Like, to me, Heretics should win against Team Liquid, and I will, when we get to predictions, I will say why. But to me, losing brings out difficult conversations, obviously, and Sleeky and Minnie, I guess that you know this the best. I think that especially if it's going to be within a tournament, which Kickoff is, someone has to feel comfortable enough to say exactly what went wrong, and look at oneself and say, I could have been doing better in this and that, and like fixing things in such a short period of time. I think it's a good prospect for the future, and I hope that this is the case for Team Heretics, because they should, in theory, be in that spot, being 4 players that have been together for that long. And
how much of that do you think is a tangible strategic thing though, versus just like Gen.G and Comeback look like they're confident? And confident, I don't like, confidence can come from playing a style or strategic. It can come from that strategic side.
Yeah.
But at the same time, overnight, does that really shift? You know what I mean? I know that Heretics said, the coaches said that like we weren't proactive enough on defense and stuff, and they were clearly onto something strategically. But sometimes to me, I don't know where the balance is between there being some kind of almost pessimism that they don't have. I don't explain it. Like American teams, I always feel like have just this dumb like they just delusion, I guess. Whereas it feels like
they've got the American dream in their
Heretics
heart,
don't have that usually. I don't think. Like I think they genuinely are a bit more British about things.
Yeah, they got the British
wonder
cynicism.
So they got the 2 British coaches and
Yeah,
Gen.G, so it's like they've
it's
got that.
affecting them.
They just need Weber needs to kind of start watching those crappy American sports films and start giving speeches like Americans do. I think that's my
Good to believe.
that's my problem solving for Heretics.
What about comeback on Neon though, Sliggy? What do we think? Do we think that is gonna be? Should that just be like?
that was the
just put this-
solution. Week 1.
Yeah.
What did I say? Put them on Neon. Just let him run.
Are we just doing that forever now? Is that
Yeah.
is that what we
Yes,
should do?
why not?
You would just do it forever, and then you can lean into double duelist or chamber if it's a chamber map, and then you have the self-sufficient duelist, and then you have chamber and it's meta who you're playing against a lot of EMEA teams that are slow and maybe not looking the best at double duelists, and the chamber should be good against them.
If he for some reason starts looking bad on Neon, what would you do?
Then we're fucked.
Then,
You don't think there's any option?
I would. I mean, the other option is putting him on Perma Yoru.
I'm really sorry.
Scoped
I'll be
only.
right back.
Ask the question.
He's
Instantly
fucking-
leaves,
he's
of
gone.
course.
He didn't like that
Doesn't
answer, Sliggy.
doesn't wanna hear the
Perma-Yoru?
answer.
No fucking way.
And then he has to be on Perma Yoru. But if they can't make the neon chamber stuff work, then who knows? I feel like that's
Was that your prison warden or something?
Yeah.
That was someone
time for dinner.
prank calling my apartment. I think
Prank
they were
call?
speaking. They were
He's got
speaking.
that level of fame.
They were speaking a language that I didn't understand. So maybe
Well, that doesn't
I am
necessarily make
still
it a crank call. That's just German.
I'm not in Germany.
He's not
Oh, you're not in Germany?
then yeah,
You
probably
think
was a
I'd
prank.
move to Germany?
No, I don't know. I don't know. It could be in a
No, that's
hotel.
not-
I
that's
don't know.
not good.
Who knows what's going on? Been in all
There's
places.
a
No,
hotel.
Never-
that's a hotel.
This
I would-
get out.
Well.
I would never pay for this for a hotel.
The prison.
Okay?
Well, it could be a
In
prison.
the UK, I pay for it for an apartment, but not for a hotel. That's the standard of living here. Is fucking yeah.
Okay.
You think that I won actual stuff and like made money? Like, look at this crap hole I live in, man. It's just so bad.
It goes with your personality, though.
Yeah, what like
Jesus,
Great.
Christ.
boring, grey, and ugly.
Yeah.
That's 2 times in a week that you've called him boring somehow. That's crazy.
Why are you counting?
That's what happened last week. I remember it. I thought it
Why
was
are we on a
savage.
full shot of me every time?
I
I'm
don't
trying to
know.
defend
I
you,
don't
Minnie.
know.
I did not start
No,
this.
no. I meant the camera shot. We went to.
Oh,
For
okay.
some reason,
Yeah.
it just went to me on a full screen. Once and it was so funny.
Yeah,
Do you know these videos of what's in my bag? Could you do a what's in your nightstand?
My nightstand. Yeah. You want to do that right
there's a
now?
lot of
Is
stuff
that what
there. No,
we've
no,
come
I-
to?
All this stuff
But
on there.
next week,
I
just
think
prepare it.
Yeah,
Just have
maybe.
it ready.
We should do it right now if you're ready for it, because you got some good stuff. It looks
Yeah,
like.
go on,
Right
mate.
now?
Yeah, just
Here we go.
give us your 5 favorites.
Oh, he's bringing it all.
he's bringing it
We're gonna
all.
be here for all day. We're never
wow.
gonna end the
That's a
show.
lot of
Damn.
supplements, no?
It is. There's way too many. Way too many. Right.
Jesus.
Oh, I see. And some skincare as well, is that?
So this is Comedy Garrison perfume. This was brought to me recently by a girl, and then she broke
Whoa,
up with me.
all right.
Wow.
Oh, Jesus.
It
started so well.
Started
This is
Not
a
even
young,
waiting for Valentine's
a
Day.
young
That's so
hands
sad.
Max Bill watch, which is quite nice. It's a Bauhaus watch. You can't really see it very well, but very minimalist. It's very
It's
nice.
a
I like
watch,
it.
yeah.
Good too.
Yeah. Nice
It's great.
watch.
The supplements I got an arrangement of supplements.
These simple.
Iron because I'm
Yeah.
a weak man. Vitamin B12 because I'm a vegetarian. Zinc and magnesium. I've heard things about that. Don't read into that one. D3 is because we get no sunlight here, as you can see from my room. There's a film here because I do photography sometimes. A bit of film.
Very nice.
I don't know what the tape is for. Again, don't read into that one too much, maybe.
I'm
face
sorry she didn't
mask.
come back.
Perfume. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really.
What's
that
your
interesting.
skincare? That's
Skincare-
simple.
Oh, so
The ordinary is this?
this is
Yeah, it looks like
ordinary.
ordinary. Did
What's
you
it
just get
called?
one of everything?
Look,
Because you have like 5.
so some of this was for Christmas, and I didn't want it, but like my mum's a nice person, you know.
Yeah.
so-
No, it's good. It's good stuff.
That's what you're gonna do.
Niacinamide, which I don't use, but the what's it? Salicylic acid? What the fuck is that? I don't know. I just use retinol. I don't know what this other stuff is.
Okay.
And then this is for an infected toe now, which I have currently.
Brilliant.
So
I think you
So
can
maybe-
go on that.
I think we can leave it there before you pull anything else that's maybe worse than that. Right, let's
the
move
worst
on.
stuff is over there on the bookshelf. So we don't go to that one.
For another week. For
That
another
may
week.
be-
Yeah,
Okay.
that's next
Make
week.
it so
Tune
bad.
in next week for What's on Mini. What's on Minis?
Cool, man.
Oh no, it dropped.
I really appreciate the fact
What's
that
in Minnie's
I had an
room?
intrusive thought and you went with it, Minnie. It means a lot.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
thanks for that, Mini.
No problem. I wish it
Okay.
could have been
Best bet.
slightly better, but I think there was enough drama narrative there for it to be maybe.
Yeah. Speaking of,
I don't think it'll be a recurring segment, but
I'd happily do it every week, but let's. Let's talk about Karmine Corp. We have to. Kaquka, you seem to want to talk about Karmine Corp. Talk to me about Karmine Corp and what's going on.
I would
went
rather
wrong?
talk about what's on Minute's nightstand.
I thought that
Listen,
was
for KC, I said the same as like last week when we were like, who's gonna win, KC or Foot? I did not have hope in any of the teams making it further. I do think that formula that they thought was going to win. I'm not sold on the Shaders IGL. I'm not sold on a lot of things. I think it's yes, Levin had good performances, but I think they need to go back to the drawing board. Zage was saying that they are happy with some adjustments that they've been making and whatnot. Yes, they've had clear games. I just do not want another year of KC being good in one map only. I just need that to go away.
But
At
Harbor's
least
good now.
2.
Harbour
Yes,
is
and
good.
Harbour is good. So just now we're gonna know how much was that Eng and how much was that Sadak.
Yeah.
Well, they're still playing some Phoenix, and it isn't going so.
Well, I mean, it's not going well because they don't pick up any orbs. Why are you playing a Phoenix and then not picking up any orbs? I watch a Haven, you pick up no orbs. I'm watching
Yeah.
Paper X play it. They're getting 4 orbs and a half. You guys
when
are getting 2
G2
orbs.
played Phoenix, I said within 3 rounds, well, this is already straight better than
More
all
rounds.
of KC put together.
No, that's what I said. Like literally, they pick up 1 orb. I'm like, well, more than Kickoff. Like, why are you playing a Phoenix? You never see default on Haven. Like, what's the point?
I think there's a disparity between me and Americas as a general idea or concept. And what I mean by that is that Phoenix in general, I think is terrible. But then every week I see G2 do something, and then the Americans audience is like, Breach lovely, or like Phoenix lovely. And I'm sat there like, I wish that I could just sit here and just flame and like have them all know that like it's not okay. Like it's really not okay. Like G2 can win with a Phoenix, but it's still not a good agent. I still don't think it's is
Oh, I
good,
But
agree.
you know?
it's a little better if you pick
I
up
agree, but at
some
least if
ults.
you're gonna
Yeah.
play,
I
it,
agree. If you're
Vinny,
gonna if you're gonna play something,
Do
you play
it.
with
You
intentionality,
could
and
at least say
intentionality
something.
is more important than playing good comps. But like
Mhm.
at the end of the day, playing bad comps is the easiest first low hanging fruit before I start talking about your orb pickups. You know. So yeah, so they play bad comps badly, is what we're saying.
They got
Yeah,
they got nice
that's what I'm
pistols though. They go 5 over towards mid and then have protocols for it. That was kind of cool.
Okay,
That's all I got.
That's good. That's
I like- I like- I
that's
like-
something
What did you
positive
think,
about
DMV?
KC. In fact, what?
What did you think?
I thought KC. I fucking love KC actually because I think they're just entertaining. Because they'll do some stupid shit and it makes me laugh. And like, you don't like the other regions. Sometimes I was watching some of the other regions and I was like, yeah, this is just bad, but it's kind of boring bad. KC have mastered, and I don't think it's easy to master this. The funny bad, but they are the absolute prototypical funny bad team. And personally, I think we need more funny bad teams. Like
Is it
you just
because
can't.
it looks like they're banana slipping and you can see it? Is that what you mean?
I just mean like some of the stuff that they
So
do.
much is going wrong.
Yeah, they'll just so much will go wrong in interesting different ways. You know, you think you've seen it all. You think like, oh, I know what KC they're about to. Oh, hold on, everyone, they're about to do something stupid.
I
But
really-
it would be something different. It'll be something that I didn't expect them to do wrong, and then it goes wrong.
I find it really hard to watch when we do broadcasts. Like you're watching the game and you got to like talk to producers and figure out what you're going to talk about and stuff. And like it's really hard for me to watch the game and then pick up that the game is going that funny, you know. So like I'm kind of annoyed that I've missed out on Casey being able to just watch Casey and laugh because I'm like,
Yeah.
Lever's doing it right. I need to think about that and like you know like you know.
No,
You
yeah, it's
gotta
much
sit
easier
back and
when you
enjoy
just
it.
go.
Yeah.
And you just sit back and just be like, let's put on some KC and just.
Maybe
have
the
some
next time
fun.
KC play, I'll just let Kaquka do all the work, and I'll be like, no, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna I'm sitting and watching this one.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
used to that, so don't worry. But
yeah,
Oh,
um,
yeah.
okay.
Here we go.
I will say, no, I'm not going to roast you. I think you know, you're like, you've had
You're
enough.
right.
You've done enough. You've
You're
done
right.
enough.
Said that she
We
broke-
made
you
him
broke
go
and
through
she
his
broke up
room
with you
as
and
well.
Dave's still there. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. Anyway, TMV, I was just like you. I enjoyed watching KC because seriously, like the players, the comms, this and that's to me like that is fun. Like it's out of the box. Is this and that. I abandoned the ship. I need them to win.
no.
I need them to prove to me that they are more than just fun. Okay, I
that-
need them to
yeah.
wake up, and that's it.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I had real
great.
hopes. I had real hopes for KC, but I quickly
I,
just
I had
accepted.
them like 5th or 6th
Yeah,
in the
I had
power
them, like,
ranking.
5th,
Like,
yeah.
like,
so did I.
on paper, their team is good. Like it's so like I don't know what to do. I don't know what to
Yeah.
say. It's
I
I
quickly
was
just
there.
enjoyed the ride.
Yeah.
But there we go. KC are out. Let's quickly talk about
Harbour.
Navi as well.
Harbour's back.
Harbour is back.
Harbour is
back.
If they start cooking on Harbour, I'll be.
But they're going
so
to be
in
playing
on this
Phoenix
team.
Harbour.
If they're playing Phoenix Harbour doing random fucking wiggly walls all over, I'll be
And
so in
winning,
for
then
that.
they can have everything. They can be
Well, they can
fun,
win
they
all-
can
that's
be
what's great about
entertaining, and
KC.
they can win. And then
Yeah,
we
they
can,
could play Harbour Phoenix, win, and I'll be happy. But they could also do some shit, and I'll be happy as well because it'll be fun to.
I
to
think
just
they're
laugh.
gonna. I think they're gonna be too scared to go Harbor. I think now that it's now that
No,
it's
no,
strong,
no,
I
now that it's
genuinely
good?
think that.
No,
yeah,
they
yeah.
know. They know. Like they know.
You reckon they know?
That, like Aang knows. Like he knows that. Like that. This is it. Like this is this. This is it.
is
You can't. You
time.
can't have 3 years
is
in a row
Gecko
of full
2.0.
rebuilds. Like he knows. You know.
mean,
So
yeah.
I think they'll actually be bold and they'll
I'm
bolder than
I'm
Phoenix
hopeful.
apparently. Like, yeah.
I'm hopeful. Anyway, let's quickly talk about Navi as well. Minnie, you seemed, well, what you said when we talked about Heretics, you seemed a little down on Navi. I think we generally had quite, feeling pretty good about this team overall, but you seem
So-
to think that maybe they're not as good as everyone
Let me-
thinks.
Let me see
Drop the
if
truth bomb.
I had notes at the start of the year, and I want to see what my notes actually were for Navi at the start of the year, where I had
Never mind.
them. I'm interested too. I
Why
had
is
them
the
at
camera
I had them at 7th.
I had them at 7th. Where did they finish? 7th?
Okay, actually, I didn't actually put down my actual opinions. My opinion is that Hero and Ruxic, I was very scared because I was like, Hero and Ruxic are players that deserve to be at global events, in my opinion.
Yes.
And I was very worried with this rebuild, and I wasn't truly impressed with the rebuild until we saw those opening games, and I was like, okay, there's some light here. But then the other thing that I was thinking was, well, if they actually had a better rebuild, what were the possibilities there if they actually had pushed that further? Like it could have been. Like I'm a bit worried that they hit their peak in Kickoff, and then like we might just see them kind of middle out and mellow out. I think there are definitely signs there that they can play good Valorant and all that kind of stuff, but historically I don't think Navi scouting and like the way they pick up rosters has ever really kind of truly inspired me. Like I've never felt that they've picked up the best players possible. So yeah, so that's where I'm left with it. It's like I think that the idea of Angel being the coach slot, I think, makes sense, and I think that the team has now got a direction. But I feel like they just have two players that are consistently great, and then the other players aren't as good.
Yeah, I think they're a team that if they don't win the pistol as well, they're kind of out of it. There's a big issue with them as well that their Koala Noob had an interview where he came out and said that Angel didn't let him use the Outlaw, and then in this game against Heretics, they got absolutely farmed by an Outlaw, and I think it happened
Did
in
you say
the
why?
because
he
maybe
didn't like
calling
the
style,
Calling.
style, yeah.
But
He,
on
he
defense,
wants to be the first to die.
was that? Do you think on defense as well? Because that makes no sense.
I have no idea.
I mean,
I wish we could. Yeah.
I mean, maybe we could
Just
go
drop
back and
him a
watch the
DM.
Navi
I
stuff
need to know.
and see. But I just found it funny that they ended up just losing essentially to Outlaw on a majority of rounds, and it just completely farmed them. And they were buying light armors in big important rounds and just getting one popped by this gun. So I thought it was pretty ironic.
I think there's still like the Shao IGL thing. I think there's two question marks now. Is sometimes when the team is down, I think that they can't get back into the game. They don't look like a team that has any vibes to me. Like there isn't a positive leader figure like a Yampi or a Babybay kind of figure in the team, from what I can see. And then the other thing is that some of the attack rounds I do think get into kind of weird territory sometimes. And I think
what
they need to
sense?
kind of as in like if I was working with a new IGL, I would really be working on this simple strategic simple kind of tactical approach in terms of like setting stuff a little bit more at times. I think that Shao is was underrated as the idea of being an IGL, but at the same time I don't think you should be trying to be boaster. And I'll be honest, it's not like I VOD reviewed and picked out every single round, but that's the sense I got watching, was that, like, sometimes it was just a bit like a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Potentially.
And he also did obviously struggle quite a lot.
Yeah,
individually as well. So,
but that was the same last year though, and he picked it up at the end. But if we didn't use recency bias, Shao struggled last year, and going on IGL is even harder. So
yeah. Well, lots to think about. See, the interesting thing, we're going on a bit of a downer, and I do think it's a bit of a downer for Navi in general, the way that they ended, because they had shown, it was like, oh, here we go, like this team could actually make it, to an international. But we've asked this question. Kurt, with his little questions, has decided to ask this for EMEA as well. Which of the eliminated EMEA teams? So again, we've got 6 teams eliminated, 6 are still in it. Which of the eliminated 6 has showed the most future promise? So our teams to talk about here are these. We got Pacific, Foot, ULF, KC, Giants, and NAVI. Now, I know that I almost know Mini, I would guess, out of these teams, would you put ULF number 1?
But the thing is that they're not expected to be as good as Giants or Karmine Corp. So it's like a trick question. It's almost like if I was to guarantee that.
But let me rephrase it for you, Mini. Then, who of these teams, of these 6 teams, would you put number 1 in like a power ranking for stage 1?
For stage 1, if they play Harbor, well, it's probably Navi.
Still Navi?
Navi still. They still got 2 of the best players in the EMEA, like top 5, maybe top 10. Like, I prefer the other question where I could talk about ULF, because I'll keep talking about ULF, but ULF are the team that will improve the most, and it won't just be because of subs. I think they've also kind of figured out that you can play and have fun.
But in terms of most promise, surely it still is ULF. They had 2 stand-ins and they held their own. And they had
but do I don't want I don't know if it's because I hate building up teams so much that you end up like thinking that you end up putting pressure on them, expectations, when it's like they should be coming in and just like banging these teams out, and then we get to be like, oh, that team was good. But whereas like instead of just being like, oh yeah, that was expected, I don't think ULF will be expected to beat their Navi, but they could. And I'd put like I know we're not allowed to bet, but like, you know.
It's always coming back to it. Okay.
I would have
so-
said
I think-
if I get fired from all my jobs, like that would be the route I take. That would be my route, you know.
Okay.
Okay, well that's wonderful
Well,
to know.
at
Good
least
to
the
know.
sponsors know where to go.
Good
Yeah.
to know, yeah.
Good to know. Good to know. I am
Good to
honestly
know.
happy
Kaquka?
that at least the Ascension teams that we have this year are like being this incredibly competent. So I would jump on the ULF train here because
Okay.
they do show promise. I think that it wasn't like for NAVI. Have they picked? Did they pick the first match of the year? Like we don't know, and I agree. Like Brooksik and Hero were incredible last year, and they will continue to be. Is for the sake of the duelist in Navi, is that position just simply cursed? It's just just impossible to be a good duelist in Navi. If for KC, are they going to play the Harbor? I think it would be easier to respond in the negative, like in the other side of the spectrum, like who shows the least. And just because I
Well-
want to roast you a little bit.
I
mean, it's not me. You're not
I'm just
roasting
gonna
me.
say, grab a boat. If you really care about your team, grab a boat. You know, can you paddle and just go find Ata Captain? Just
okay,
go and
yeah.
find Ata Captain. He's
You want-
fishing
you want him back?
in the sea.
We've
Just
already
go
brought
and get
Cracks
him.
back, so you might as well.
I have
Bring
an
the
art-
art
team back.
I have an art
Get a
segment.
smoker player.
I have an
Sorry,
art
that's it.
segment cooking, and for foot it was going to be about like I've got a painting ready for foot that is just basically them just doing the same thing, and like why are they picked up players that basically were the same players as their old players, and now they're kicking them for the old players, and I'm just like, well, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is your identity at this point? Are you just like so like, what is the growth mean from foot? They're just going to be like, oh no, we can capture the KO highlights from 2022 still in 2026. Like, is that now?
Play the
Like-
hits, Minnie. Play the hits. People like it when you play the hits.
They the
That's true.
hits? Yeah, but
Yeah.
they were never even the greatest. Like,
No,
Oh,
but for them,
Yeah, but
they
for them,
overperformed.
They made it to nationals. We
For
can't all be
them,
fucking
they
2022 Fnatic. This is
overperformed.
your problem.
they were a fourth place team that did well, and then
Yeah.
they never did anything. Like, I don't know.
No, but
like,
that's them. That's them
Oh,
overperforming.
I
and
do
then
think
when they moved
overperformed,
away,
surely.
That's
Sure,
harsh, I
sure,
think. That's
sure,
harsh.
sure.
that's
A
harsh?
slight overperformance,
Hmm.
but I don't think it's like if you're trying to, you know, if you're now a 70-year-old Rolling Stones and like you're still trying to play the hits, like it does look a bit awkward sometimes.
Yeah, it might do, but people will still go and watch.
Will
and
they?
have a good time?
Will
Well,
they?
well, I'm hoping so, Minnie. Give me some
Okay.
hope. Fucking hell.
There is
Give me a break. Anyway, let's talk about what happened. Well, what will happen, sorry, in the next week. First off, we do have to talk about the match of the week from last week, which was Navi versus FNATIC. Let's see what the people went with there. Ooh, I mean, that's 58%. That's probably smaller than I would have thought, to be honest, for FNATIC. But you got it right, so good job. It was pretty close, though, but well done. We'll dive into now next week's games and see what we think. So, our first game in the lowers, Team Heretics versus Team Liquid. This game is happening, I think, on its own on Thursday. And we have guaranteed, to the shock of Kaquka, we have guaranteed
You can't be shocked at this, surely.
Team
Really?
Heretics.
I thought that you at least, Sleeky, I think that at least you know, would go for Liquid.
What does that mean?
Yeah. It means that they
I
pay
don't know.
you.
I just
like
I
Chopra
see, I
said,
see
one
down
team
there,
is paying
I
me
see
and the other
Heretics, but
doesn't.
up there, I see your Liquid. So I don't.
I'm a realist.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, well, why are you a realist then? Why will Heretics beat Liquid?
Because they have looked better. That's it.
Okay.
Like the last games from Liquid have been super close. You could probably argue that probably some of the maps they shouldn't have been winning as well. And then Heretics look like they found their identity, or at least an identity that works for them, with comeback being on Neon. And then, I mean, they just look better, man. That's it. I don't want to say it, but it is true.
Should this be a guarantee in your mind? Should we?
It's
we
a
as well?
75. It's Barley's law, isn't it?
It's a barless
With how
law
the
game.
games have been going, anybody like
True, that's
at
fair.
some point, to a certain extent, we are lucky, quote unquote, that we have the teams that we have making it this far.
If we go
It's the
off
universe.
Minnie's theory about Team Heretics, they will be shit. because we have guaranteed them to win.
Wait. We don't have that much power.
Oh, okay.
One
Okay.
guarantee ain't enough. It's the general consensus of the community with our little sprinkle into it. Like it has to
I
be,
see.
the players have to feel it in their gut that when they scroll social media that they might see a message about how good you are. Like it's that little, like, you know what I mean? That's why they need to be banned from social media. They can't have any influence. Their only influence should be their coach, and it should be that's it. There should be no external.
Okay, that makes
If they
sense.
did that, they'd win a lot more.
Okay, well, so you're just gonna, so you want to put them in kind of the prison. You want to take their phones away.
Ban social media for
Yeah, and
for
just lock them in a
professional
room.
players. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Well, we've guaranteed Team Heretics. Liquid will be eliminated if this happens. Let's move on to our next game, which is in the middle of the bracket. A big game, this one. FNATIC versus Team Vitality. Let's see where we've gone here.
I can't remember how I went for this.
Oh,
Oh, no! Ooh, that one feels wrong.
That's a bad one.
That's
I knew it was gonna happen.
I didn't block. You see, I didn't block, and now you're mad. Oh, I knew this was
I'm
going
not-
to happen. Plus,
I'm
fix
not-
it if you don't want it to happen.
I'm not angry with you. I am not upset that we didn't block. I think it's part of the charm and fun. It's just that I couldn't remember who I picked, so like that says a lot about this matchup. And then I get more annoyed because then sometimes I get a message from Colin and be like, you fucking idiot. Like, why are you guessing?
And you
against
should
us or
respond,
whatever?"
Colin. You're also a fucking idiot.
Jesus.
Okay, I don't even know if
It's
Colin's
been
ever done
brutal
this.
today
You-
for me.
you know what I mean. Like,
But
Yeah.
why Vitality? Why will Vitality? Why have we all gone with
I
Vitality?
would say I love these questions because I feel like you could say it for everyone. It's like, well, they just look better, and then we just stop. And then that's
Yeah,
the analysis.
well, they kind of just look a little better. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is true. I mean, FNATIC haven't looked convincing.
I
This
wonder where the
surely
map
is
is
like
going
what,
to
50
go.
what
Because
would we
if
say? 55-45? 60-40? It can't be more than that, surely.
It's not that
Yeah,
much.
it's like that,
yeah.
I wonder
55.
where the map veto is going to go. Because if Fnatic keep banning Pearl, I would love to see Breeze.
No, they can't. If either team ban Pro, they're stupid.
Yeah.
Like
They
they
both
both
ban it, right?
perma ban it.
Mm.
But I can't. They're already looking iffy in the map pool. They don't have a map pick necessarily that's like guaranteed. I think Vitality will just ban Split maybe.
Yes.
From what I remember.
And what I have in my head is Fnatic, Breeze, and then Vitality split.
What if one of
Honestly.
them? What if one of them's been pracking the Pearl, while the other saves it for the ban? and
Both
then
of
they
them
pick
should
it?
have been cracking the Pearl in my eyes.
That would be cool.
I don't think either team is in a position to have been cracking Pro whilst banning it and then put it out here. And even if they did, I wouldn't trust it. Like if you just put Alpha on Chamber on one side and then the other side you got double Judas coming out, like it's just there's too much variance I think to guarantee.
Sure.
If they come out and the Pro looks good, then I'll be like, oh my god, they fucking own this kickoff completely. They like hid a map and they look good. But that's never happened in the history of Valorant. So
I want to see Abyss too. I want to see Abyss.
I mean,
want to
Vitality
see. I
just
want to see. I want to see
130
like
now.
Pearl, Abyss, Corrode, or something like that. That would make me happy.
this isn't the
But
final,
I
right?
feel like Fnatic should go Haven.
No, one before mini.
Shh, Fnatic will go Haven. I think. I don't know.
Were you snoozing
want
at
fun
the
maps.
idea of Sliggy talking to me?
Sorry.
Or
No. I
Haven.
was thinking. I was still in my head about
Why
the
you
maps that we
two-
were going to see. Why would I?
Why are you
Yeah,
two
what is
always
going on in the EMEA
bickering?
broadcast? Like, is
Occasionally.
everything okay over there? Like,
They're always bickering. They're both on the defensive. What's going on here?
yeah.
We have deep-rooted hatreds, but we're not allowed
Okay.
to get it off on broadcast because we get fired.
Mm.
Hmm.
I mean, that's kind of the
disagree.
vibe right now.
I
But
disagree. Brilliant.
disagree. Okay. Well, we've all picked Vitality. I mean, the opposite of what we were doing for Pacific, where we were all split down the middle. We've guaranteed 2 games. Will we guarantee the 3rd game, the best of 5 match of the week?
Oh, we have
Grand final.
We
Surely
have.
we don't
I got
guarantee
you.
this.
I got you.
You got me. Good.
Surely,
guys.
right? Let's see.
Got
Let's
me.
see where we've gone. Match of the week, best of 5, gentle mates, BBL.
Nice. I like this.
Okay, a 2-2 split. Good. Let's start with you, Kaquka. Why will gentle mates beat BBL?
I fucking love Gentlemates. I've been having a lot of fun. I think that yes, BBL have very strong shooters, but then I think about the best of 5, and I like the version that I'm seeing of a team that has come in with so many ideas and they want to test them all. I've not seen Gentlemates as scared of anything. I've seen them peeking different maps and just going on to something that has given them a clear identity with the double controller, double duelist. I think that Glyph is playing incredible as that Astra. I think that the synergy between him and also the initiators, like it's difficult for me to see like I want to know how they build such synergy between the entirety of the team, because it looks very well rounded. Like this is not what we should expect, like a team from like Gentlemen's, and there is. I think that the map pool like goes well for them, and I think that it is a best of 5 and that they should win.
I think General Mates for me are like the team that, like, when I hear teams in Kickoff complaining that, like, oh, we need to figure it out and get chemistry and all that stuff, I'm just like, well, there's a team here with a bunch of players who, you know, realistically, they weren't the hot prospects that everyone was going for, and a coaching staff that's come from up from tier 2. And if they can look as good as they do, then you've got no fucking excuse, in my opinion. Like, that's the standard that you need to be like at. And so I just really hate some of the answers sometimes during Kickoff about, like, you know, we're gonna build it up, and, you know, I get that some of the teams that have been like for a FNATIC who's gone to every event and all that kind of stuff, and then the off season's a time to relax a little bit more, and the energy is probably not as high as mates coming in. But like, reasonably speaking, some of the teams who do badly and they're rebuild kind of teams. I don't think it's about like building up through the year. It's like you hit Kickoff hard, like you should be going in, you know. And I think that so I think that's a testament to the coaching staff.
But why will they now crash and burn and lose?
Why would they crash and burn? I think it's literally just the case that, like,
BBL are so
I just think that BBL are good and will just shoot their gun. And for some reason in my heart, it's BBL is there right now. I don't know why. I think General Mates are playing the best Valorant in EMEA, and I don't think it's particularly close. I love watching them play. I would learn stuff when I watch them play. But BBL are just BBL right now. It's a pure 50-50.
It is a pure 50-50.
Like, seriously, we have FNATIC vitality into this match. Like, what a freaking day.
Yeah.
Watch Valorant.
It was so
Sliggy?
hard to predict.
Why'd you go Mates though?
The only reason I went Mates is because if they look this good with such a short amount of time, giving them 2 weeks extra, like, they should be really drilled. And the fact that they permaban Breeze, and that's a good map for BBL. So I thought that maybe in the best of 5 it will give them an advantage. And yeah, they just look incredible in such a short amount of time that with 2 extra weeks, I feel like they should have a bit of an edge. But it's also a best of 5, and you're playing up against a team that have stuck together for a long time.
Question. Is there any universe where we see any of these 2 teams losing 1, losing 2, and losing 3?
I think that's possible for sure.
I think it's possible for Gentlemates, but not BBL.
Yeah, I feel BBL. Like, for instance, BBL have already beaten FNATIC and Vitality, who they would play in the next one, right? I think they're going to just feel confident, and their win con, like, if Mates, you know, they play this best of 5, and maybe not on every map it looks so great, right? Maybe there are some maps where they haven't quite cooked up as much. Maybe then that could be a weakness that, you know, they get exploited later on down the line. But I feel confident in both of them making it, to be honest, because I just think
same.
Like,
I do think that
both teams are good.
The devil's advocate against General Mates would be that, much like how we thought Navi were really good at the start, General Mates haven't played anyone that's like truly great. And this would be the first team they played that are going to be able to just punch them in the face a few times. And they're going to have to figure out, are they going to start crumbling because Lover's Rock has literally just killed them 3 rounds in a row, first kill, you know? Like, as well, like, macro looks good against bad teams.
Well, they're no, because Mates is the best team in EMEA in 4 versus 5s. You should know that, Minnie.
Yeah, 4 versus 5s versus much weaker opponents. So shut up. So wow. So
I just think we should end it there.
So I think no. I'm saying you completely.
BBL are good,
losing.
Minnie.
Sorry.
BBL are good. They'll
BBL
shoot.
are good, gentlemen. It's like gentlemen
sense.
macro. What I was gonna say was macro looks good when like teams aren't making you sweat. Like, oh, this looks cool, and then suddenly you're like, well, maybe it doesn't look so good anymore because they actually played a team that knows what they're doing, and it's like, oh, that rotation maybe should be slightly quicker. Like, it's a little bit easier for me to sit there and think everything's looking good when everything is working, you know. So I could see for the question, like, Gentlemates for sure are the ones that would like crash and burn more likely because we might be overrating parts of their game.
Plus, we've only seen 4 maps from them, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I think that would maybe be the issue if there are some maps weaknesses in their map pool. Because again, BBL, I just feel like if you can shoot, you'll probably be able to shoot on every map. So that's how we feel. We've guaranteed 2 games, and 1 we are very uncertain about, but we feel good about both teams. Thank you, me. Thank you, Minnie. Thank you, Kaquka. I hope you two
Sort out
you
your
know, gonna be
differences.
still
Never.
speaking by the time we get to these games next week.
We have so me and
but-
Kaquka have a curse where like we've not worked on broadcast together.
Yeah.
Like we
I literally have it in my contract.
my
now, I
I'm
last,
just don't
starting
wanna
to
see
figure
his
out maybe
face.
why.
my last, like, I think that this would be good for broadcast, though, wouldn't it? Like the last 25 days, I think I've worked with Kaquka like 4 times, maybe 3 times. So yeah, if we get this energy onto broadcast, I feel like people might actually start tuning into the pre-show a little bit more because
Okay.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
a true as a true argument breaks out. We've probably reached the
we
point
should-
is
we
though,
should say
that would have
that to
been better for
ringers.
the bad games. The bad games
Yeah,
need
that's
a
true.
I'm not
big
there next
fucking
week
argument
though,
on
so it's
broadcast.
fine. With stage 1, I'm coming in.
Okay.
Like
You
I'm,
gotta
I'm
wait.
started
Okay.
planning already. How can we get like
We don't have the schedule of the games. How are you planning already?
because me and you,
He's just
are
thinking of insults
me and you
about you,
fight
Kaquka,
each other.
that's
It
what he
doesn't have
means.
anything to do
He's just,
with
he's
which
just
games
thought
are
of all the
being
insults
played.
he's gonna throw you.
Oh,
in.
okay, true. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There we
Wait, you've
Okay.
already started planning it? Okay.
Yeah, he's got
I
all the
sent you
insults
a couple
down.
ideas.
You need to start writing your own insults down.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you all. Sliggy's staying. Unfortunately, Sideshow's back. And we're going to bring in Mimi and Bren as well. Let's, goodbye, everyone. On to
Goodbye.
America.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Alright, let's see if we can get. Oh, we got Mimi.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I don't know if anybody else is here. Let me toggle you on, Mimi, so we can hear you. All right, now we should be able to hear you, Mimi. And then I'll toggle Sideshow so we can hear you. All right. I see your levels going up and down, but we can't hear you. Maybe I pressed the wrong button. I probably pressed the wrong button. Let me try again. I think I pressed the wrong button. It's not on your end, Mimi. It's definitely on mine. Can you talk?
Hello, Mimi's
Oh,
struggling.
she disconnected. Me when I troll, I'm like 90%. So I have these hotkeys that say like your names and like the location of the cameras, but they're in alphabetical order, and then there's Mimi and
Yeah.
Minnie right next to each other. So sometimes I press the wrong one. I can hear you now, Mimi. Very fun fact.
Okay. Well, that segues right into my story because I thought I submitted my preds last night, but I guess they didn't go through. So I woke up this morning with late. I missed my alarm, and I woke up with a call on Discord and like 3 messages from Kurt that are like question mark submit your preds, and I was like, oh shit. And then I looked at the Discord for the show, and I saw a message from an hour ago at Kaquka at Mimi. We're ready for you to join. And I start fucking panicking. I'm like, how did America start an hour early? I like get dressed in like 5 minutes, run to my computer, start it up, only to look and see it says at Minnie. And I've just and my only trolling was not submitting the preds, and I was not in fact an hour late for the show.
No, you're chilling. You're chilling. I don't see your camera, but maybe we will see it when we toggle
I
the
see it
screen.
on my end.
All right, we'll see. It's gonna be a surprise. Chat,
There are demons in
get
the
your
setup.
votes in.
Vote now
Many
on your
demons.
phones.
Bren, can you talk? I don't want to boost your mic.
Yeah, I'm
we're good.
talking.
We're good.
Jarvis, put Bren to 500%.
Yeah.
But you're chilling. You got a good mic set up now. We love it.
Let's
It
go.
looks like Sliggy is back, so we can just show
I'm
your
back.
faces.
Hello.
Oh, there you are,
Hello.
Mimi.
We're here. VCT Americas. That's a show. We have the bald man back. We have Sliggy back. We have me, Minnie, coach of FNATIC back. And then of course Brennan
Coach of
Hook.
ZETA division. You're not claiming FNATIC fame.
No,
still.
I'm still the coach of FNATIC. I'm like the alternate timeline one where I never left. And then we have Bren, God's greatest deadlock player.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Are you
not
number
in
one
Valorant.
green Glorp guy worldwide now?
Yeah, I'm the number 1 Viscous in NA now. I played 20.
We all know
I
what
played
that means.
500 hours in 4 days.
Is
500
it actually good?
I don't
Actually,
know how
not much
I
of an
played.
exaggeration.
I played too much. How much have I played?
But
I
Bren, that
played
means
85 hours in like
Oh my
a
God.
week.
In like a week? Oh,
That is crazy.
in a
That's
week or
pretty
in 2
legit.
weeks?
Yeah.
In 1
This
or
guy's
2
been
weeks,
watching.
Bren.
This guy's been following all regions and live coaching in
Yeah,
every region as
yeah.
well. It's great. He's got the DRX time machine.
It's crazy.
That's true,
I don't
yeah.
know. Yeah. They're wondering how I'm doing it. How is he so informed
and capable of providing valid analysis on every single region.
He's
The
so-
people have been wondering. The entire existence of Plat Chat VALORANT. They've been wondering. And I'm not
So
going to give up the
damn good at
secret.
deadlock. Yeah.
Well, then let's start with this question to you. Obviously, we're in our China segment now. We know all gamers already qualified to Masters Santiago. Bren, if you had to narrow down their style and what's made them so good this year to one facet, what do you think that would be?
It's a great point. Let me just hold on. I'm gonna pull.
You have an idea off the top of your head, though. You just really want to refine it for us.
Yeah, I'm refining it. So I'm gonna do. So this is what the armchair analysts do. I'm gonna pull up the VLR stat page of the BO5. What are they running? What comps are they running? Okay, we've got some double duelists. Okay, a bit of double duelists.
A lot of teams are doing that.
Yeah, a lot of teams. Okay.
I really need a point from
that.
Yeah, it's doing good.
Jesus wept.
They're playing a lot of different stuff. Honestly, huge fan. Honestly, without Shrimp, would they be able to do the things they're doing?
So insightful.
Insightful.
I haven't watched it. We have to tell you.
He's snapping. Yeah, that's the messed up thing. We haven't watched them either.
Wow, let's get a round of applause for Bren. I know that you guys only tune in for the best analysis. Let's jump right into Americas then. We had a weird week because of the Super Bowl. So we had a 3-match day and one other game day.
Was the Super Bowl good? Was it worth it?
People seem to have liked the halftime show. People didn't like the ads and the game.
Tier. But everything else was pretty
I watched
bad.
like some clips of it. It seems pretty cool. They had like a but the real show was Leviathan.
We
They
are such
eliminated
nerds,
Sentinels.
bro.
You
are
just
such
skipped over the
nerds.
Super Bowl
Yeah.
comment.
We literally we didn't even have enough to be able to riff on the Super Bowl. We
Yeah.
were so
No
out of
one was
touch with
giving me
what was
anything.
happening in
Do
the
you
pod.
want to add to it?
No, I'm saying it's not. I'm not saying you're the nerd. I'm saying apart from Kurt, we are so nerdy. We just sat here like, well, I hope somebody else makes a riff about the Super Bowl because I don't even know what teams were playing.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know
was gonna
anything
say.
about
Dude, it
it.
was
I've
the
been logged into
Seahawks
Valorant
and,
Bot Dungeon.
and the Pats, right? That's what they call them in New England. They call them the Pats because it's short for the
Right.
Patriots, by the
Right,
way.
because you don't have time in New England to say the full
You don't
name,
have time because
busy.
you're
Yeah.
you're
busy.
walking here or whatever in New England. That's what you're always doing. Do you have something to add, Josh?
No.
It was 29-13. Where do you think the Patriots defense went wrong?
29-13.
That's a
Bro,
stomp, isn't it?
Yeah, that's crazy. That must have gone to OT like crazy.
Well, okay. I mean, I think that it's an issue with the conferences, though, because it's crazy that a team with a schedule as good as the Patriots could even make it to that point in the first place. You know what I mean? That it's more just, I think, putting a microscope underneath over the top of the issue here, and we're highlighting the issues with the system they got going on with the NFL conferences, don't we think?
No, of course, because they can't scrim properly against the teams.
Yeah,
in
they
the other
can't scrim
conference because of the
properly.
ping.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
of the ping.
But there's other, this. I don't know. I'm repeating like 2 lines that I saw off Twitch chat of people talking
Well,
about the Super Bowl.
the thing is, the real issue is they just don't play enough matches. The bad teams just don't play enough matches. Like, I don't understand why Leo Faria does not fix this. Like, the Green Bay Packers lost so early, and now we don't get to watch them play at all. What the fuck are the fans supposed to do? Come on, like it's gotta be homophobic that the Green Gay Packers don't get to play more games.
So true. We're spitting out here. We are spitting.
Can we talk now?
So Leviathan, Bren, we talked a lot about this last week in that we saw them, their individuals looked great, but we still didn't know how much of a team is behind there. And I want to ask are they just another ONAR team that is doing all
Yes.
the ONAR team things again? Narrative still true. Because to me, my God, did I watch them play retake like every round this match.
Did I say last week that I think this team might have endemic issues with pace, with too much discipline,
And you did.
with too much cowering in the corner when you're up against an eco round, and I was like, well, maybe it's just PXS in. It's not. It's endemic, man. It's this team. They're being trained specifically to play the most boring style of Valorant imaginable and lose while doing it. And you have some of the most cracked aimers of all time, which you could. I mean, they do brute force rounds on a regular basis. I genuinely think they can't identify their issues well because their player quality is too good, and it wins them rounds when they shouldn't be. Like the amount of times I'm seeing Spike just peek into like backside somewhere when they're 2 players down and immediately equalize into a 3v3 was beyond count on Bind. It's like this team, they need to identify what's going wrong for them, because otherwise they're going to be hitting a ceiling when they shouldn't be with the amount of quality they've got on this roster.
I think they're running into a problem that I've seen Vitality run into as well from last year, and maybe to some degree this year too, where they tried to play too spread on their attacking defaults to the point where they don't actually have an area of the map where they can generate a play. So if you think about their bind default that they run,
Could you
where
put
they
that in
have
NFL terms for me?
Yeah, I think what they're doing is they're spreading the offensive line too thin, so they don't have an area of sufficient density to crack through the defenders and make a run. Is that? I mean, I feel
That
like
sounds
might have cooked.
unbelievable.
I
felt
think
like
you've
you nailed
cooked.
it.
I think
Yeah.
I might have cooked. But what I mean is when they run if you think about bind as an example, right? They run normally they take both of their duelists and they put them on opposite ends of the map, almost always. And then one of them takes showers, one of them takes B long, and you decide where the fade goes to support one of them, depending on what's going on. And then this is a rare example actually where they're going for something a bit faster. But anyway, as the normal trend, then when they are walking around the map, you can keep showing that, I don't mind. But when they walk around the map, if they don't find something immediately, their players don't have enough people in the same place to be able to react off something. It still takes a long time to group back up over somewhere and go for a hit. And I saw this with Vitality a lot when they used to default. And I think it's like a super team thing where if your players are super skilled, you run this kind of style in scrims or whatever, and your players are just generating solo picks across the map on your attack side. And you're like, holy fuck, we can actually control the entire map on our attack. Like, they can't do anything against us. We take full showers, full B long. If they push short, if they push sand, we always have an answer. But then when it comes to the matches, maybe your players aren't hitting as well. Maybe your players are freezing up a bit more than they would usually do, not playing as loose or something. And you end up
And
just
also in
standing
scrims, people play with
People
an
peek you more on
objective in
defense.
mind.
Oh,
yeah,
right,
they
well,
they
sure.
give you more.
Like they're going to be giving you opportunities more when you're playing this spread out, right? Because they're practicing specific things. They're not playing to necessarily win the scrim. They're playing to practice things. So
They would rip against a team that was feeding on defense.
I mean, they have just a set play style and it works against certain teams and it won't work against other teams. It's literally essentially what every Honor team has kind of been from the get-go. I think against Sentinels it was pretty cool. Like they did the late play style, basically FNATIC style in Americas, and it's like the first time Senna kind of seen it, like with the late hits, and they can really like fully adjust to it. And it's one of those things that once you had the demo of it though, like C9 did, it's just so easy to rip apart. He had the interview at halftime, EMEA just saying that he knew what they were gonna do. Like once they spot like one player, like they kind of just knew. You saw on the minimap as well, they weren't over rotating. But this has been a common theme with Honor teams. If you look at like when we used to play them, we went 6-0 against them every single time. I knew that we were going to play them 3 times, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I knew 100% we were going to win pretty much every map. It is the easiest to anti how he plays. They have to have an extra backup layer, which is like the fastest stuff, because it's just so readable. And any team that is like pretty heavy anti-based, which C9 are for sure, they're just going to rip you apart. It will work against certain teams like it did in the past. But
that's what Imi said.
Yeah.
That's what he said in the coach interview. He was, but he didn't want to give details, but he was like, we know when we see this specific player, we know exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is that, like, they literally have, like, some of the best players I could think of to, like, show us some of the, like, much faster double duelist stuff. Like, we have Neon Sato double duelist on the Wayla Yoru in most of these maps. Those two have already shown how individually talented they are, that I really just want to see. I want to see this team just be let off the leash a little bit and have more flexibility, because they're I mean, we've talked a lot about the attack side. I also think their defense is very, like, obvious. Like, I know Josh, this was one of the things you were talking about like constantly last year, but they play retake so much, and it worked really well against the in their first game against Sentinels, where I think Sen was not particularly being proactive in testing them in the post plants, wasn't really finding that like next layer to fight them. But the second that they played a team that was more ready for it, like C9, they were just getting smoked while they were trying to do this as well. So I think all of this stuff is like the classic, it's like old Counter-Strike-y, good on paper, proper Valorant, quote unquote, but the second that you actually like take contact, these plans just become so readable, like you're saying.
For a moment, though, to look at the other side, all we've talked about is negatives about LEVIATAN, and they beat the.
Yeah, but they were gonna
beat the piss out of them, but they kind of beat them like
yeah,
pretty easily.
But they had a bit of a different play style. Like they hadn't really shown the FNATIC stuff that much.
What? Yes, they had.
When?
What? On their attack sides?
No, they weren't doing fakes. If you watch their first game, you're thinking of they get a kill, they would freeze 40 seconds, 30 seconds, and they would gamble one site. But instead, they're getting picks, or they don't get a picks. They would then fake at 30 seconds and then hit the other site at 15 seconds. They did change up their playstyle.
The adjustment they made in the set, they didn't start doing that though. In the beginning of the first half, they were running into every Sen trap all over the place, and Sen were feasting on them.
Sure.
And then, I think they made an adjustment later on that they needed to trigger out the traps and then go in the opposite direction, for sure. Like, I think that was good for them. I don't think that was a preset game plan, by the way. I think that was an adjustment on the fly.
Yeah, but it's probably something that they had practiced quite a lot in
maybe
rack and stuff.
But my point is more so that I'm not saying that this was like, I'm saying we're avoiding the elephant in the room, which is that we have a lot of like missed potential here from LEVIATAN, but their actual gameplay wasn't good, and they still beat Sen 2-0. And the only team that Sen managed to win even maps against was EG. So there's a lot of problems in the Sentinels camp too.
Sure, yeah. I don't think it's as bad as it looks though, because again, I think after you see that demo, like you get them. It's actually like, you remember 2020, well, obviously you remember 2023 Kickoff, like that split. First time on that split, they beat people, they beat BBL, and then every single person they played on that split played the exact same split, exact same style. They got like 13-1, 13-4, etc. But the C9 kind of sense, even came up against that stuff first time in my opinion with how they played. So I don't think it's actually as bad as you think.
Yeah. But before we move on fully to talking about Sen, because we need to talk about Sen, I want to ask, now that LEVIATAN is out here, they got their win over Crew, they got their win over Sen, and then got smoked in the C9 game. Like, what are we taking away from this initial stage, and kind of where does this put our expectations for them going into stage one? Because Bren and Josh, I know you two were both really pushing Lev being teams that you wanted really high, even when we were doing our like early power rankings here. The talent, they proved it was there. I think all the players you wanted to lived up to that, but what needs to happen for this team to actually live up to the expectations that you guys set?
One of the things that we haven't really been talking about too much is the fact that King is calling in Portuguese as a Spanish speaker as well, which might be adding a bit more friction into how fast they can play in terms of, him getting the appropriate information of what's going on and calling the actual play. Even though he has, I think, typically over the course of his career, called pretty slowly in this way. But I think if he gets more comfortable with that, you could definitely see them to insert a bit more nuance as the season goes on. I'm not willing to call it just yet. I think I think the ideology that they've got going on might be a little bit off, considering the talent that you've got. You can definitely play a little bit faster and more disrespectful to some of your opponents, but I think they'll get there. I think top 4 is something that, I don't know, maybe it's still a way off, but honestly, it's more to speak to the caliber of the rest of America stepping up as well, because we've got Fury at the top, which none of us were considering.
Yeah, but Fury are an example of how a good game plan trumps like better or more experienced talent sometimes.
Sure.
Like Fury have a clean idea of what they want to do, a clear vision of their team, and they've executed it very nicely. And I think
playing to their strengths as well.
Yeah. Well, but I think the Lev squad is putting ideology before their what is actually going to get them wins on the board. I've hated watching this Lev team. Unfortunately, they've been one of my least favorite teams to watch, because they are brimming with potential, absolutely brimming with potential, and yet the players are just either on. I think it's very easy to frame it as on a leash, because we know that King and Owner have done this stuff before, but I think it could very easily be putting themselves on a leash because they're not as experienced. Like Sado has not had a large amount of time in the league. He really struggled in the game against, I think it was C9, wasn't it? Where I guess on Bind he didn't have the greatest performance against Sen either. But I think it was C9, the game where he kind of fell off a cliff. But the players are not like, I don't know, the players are not experienced enough to be able to come up with their own plays sometimes. On the attack side, way overextending to fakes or lurks, just walking in and dying when it's clear that the team is going in a different direction and King's already called the pivot in the mid round. So, but I do think this team is going to make it, because I think that the talent will out to some degree. They just have too much to waste and
By make it, do you mean make it to Masters 2, or just make it to not being complete shit?
An international.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. Will they make top 3 for this next event? I'm not sure. Maybe it'll take longer than that, but I think they'll make it to an international and, you know, have some promise. But yeah, it might have been a bit too early based on their off-season performances where they ran over people to get on the hype train. It might have just been a bit early.
I think they just need more. They just needed more of a stylistic change. I think that you have a good backup of like, this is a really good backup to fall on if your original game plan goes wrong. And I think I would just implement essentially what PaperX used to do: fast strats, fast a lot of stuff, just overwhelm teams and just see if we can outshoot them. And then when they prove that they can get like 2-3 rounds in a row and they can shoot back, then you can start going to this fundamental like good gameplay, and then throw a couple of fast rounds in. I saw it on Breeze. I saw your fast B on Breeze.
The fast B was nice.
Really good.
It was really lovely.
You got good set strats. Just lean into it. You got a lot of potential players. You could even put Spike on Neon on some of these. You could put Spike on Neon and then put Neon on Sage if you wanted to like really lean into fast set strats. I think they have a lot of options. I'm just worried that they stay and do the same thing and just carry on going.
They need to have the wake up call a little bit and realize that
this was it for sure. They got wrecked.
The only reason I say they need to is because I just keep thinking about 2023 Lev, where they made the same mistakes to the grave. And I'm hoping with the 3 years since then, you know, Honor has grown as a coach, and the team as well has, and King as well as in IGL since that team, to reflect on this kickoff and come back and show us the potential that we know they can do. Let's double back for a second though and talk about Sen. Because this roster they brought in this year, they tried to reset expectations and be like, it's a developmental roster, we're making all these changes. But I think even with any of that said, this was a really big disappointment of a kickoff for Sentinels. Only winning against Evil Geniuses, no other maps picked up like you mentioned, Josh. And I just kind of want to start with looking ahead, honestly, because all of the discussion in the community right now is what's next for this team. Do you guys think there is a future for Sen as it is, or are we going to see big changes going into next stage?
I think there is actually a future for this team, and they started to hit on it in that Lev game where they moved Nare off the waylay, and he was the Neon was good on Corrode. If they had been playing Neon Theory from the beginning of the year, I actually think they could have been very successful with it. But that isn't actually my answer to the question, I guess, because I think that they're probably going to get forced by the pressure of the performances to make some kind of larger change. I don't know what the change is going to be, but I do think that when you have a fan base that's as like vocal, and when you have people in management that are as receptive to that, it can lead to you overreacting to stuff a little.
Red.
Yeah.
Red. Yeah, it was like the Elon Musk tweet looking into this.
Yeah.
Look, should we drop
I
that
was
one?
getting
Looking into this.
live rage baited during that entire thing. The Sen fans have been pissing me off. The entire discourse around this team has been pissing me off, because your expectations should have been all the way down here with this roster. And I've been seeing people make comparisons saying like, well, 100 Thieves came in with rookie players. Why? But the expectations, you know, like, but they're doing really, really well. Well, guess what? They formed from a core of tier 2 of the coaching staff being the same and the calling and IGLing being the same. And they just formed it with some of the older pieces. It is not the same as what Sen is doing right now, currently, where they are currently trying to find their identity, trying to find compositions that work for them with the right fitting, and also making it work with essentially a new system where you brought up a new caller and having to integrate it, and also change your ideology in terms of how you want to play the game from previous years. Like, they're still trying to find their footing. When I see this Sen team, when I saw them being formed, I understood it was a long-term project, but it feels like the fans don't understand it. And now you've got the fucking owner of the org. Red. This was pissing me off. Why are you giving the amoeba your attention? Why are you validating this?
Well,
like
that is
you're
where all of their money
causing
comes from.
a shitstorm, man. You're causing a shitstorm. Why are you making these people feel heard? I understand that you've got the org first, but what about the players and what about the teams? What about the coaches, right? What about them? Where they're now going to be feeling this immense amount of pressure doubled when they should have the mentality of a long-form project over the course of the year. And they shouldn't have that pressure on their backs. It's like, do you want your team to succeed or do you just want them to crush?
But
Like, crush under that pressure.
a third of the year is gone, and I think I mean the Sentinels. I don't know. When I was reading the like this is a developmental team stuff, and like we're not going to do that. I honestly did not believe it because I did not think that the Sen fan base would ever allow a team to not have that pressure, and I never thought that the org as a result would not like bite into that. Like. I don't know. I fully expect changes to be made.
I hadn't seen this Twitter thing, man. It cracks me up. This is a picture of Jonah P with like sign him. He's like red. Like, come on, man, just ignore it, surely.
I mean, he said that he would read all of their messages, and so he's using red to mean like I have nothing further to say about this, or it would be bad for me to say something about this, right? So he did genuinely respond to some of them that were more positive. But I see what you mean in the sense that it does incentivize the Sen fans to tweet more when you say, I will read every comment in the next hour. And it's not like he waits a week and he's like, hey, now that the dust has settled, tell me what you feel about the team. When
okay, I'm gonna be real for a second as well.
Into the negativity.
I'll be real for a second. 100 Sen fans all saying to cut Kaplan when the reality is he made your team the most relevant that they've ever been outside of playing Valorant when no one knew how the fuck to play Valorant in 2021.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
he's the reason with his coaching and with the players as well. I'm not going to take anything away from the players, but it was his coaching specifically as well, and that impact.
But also, we're running a lot of defense here for a team that has like you were making the comparison for 100 Thieves, Bren.
It just takes time,
right? But actually,
is this the roster with time that's going to improve? Like, do you, Bren, do you want to see them keep this exact same roster and go into stage 1 with more time?
I don't. Would
you rather see them make upgrades?
If they have trust in this roster and they think it has legs, sure. Like if they think that with Narrate's role being switched around again and it helping them, sure. If they think that there's a future of the roster, why not? I mean, for me, looking the outside in, I see a team that's trying to find their footing and they constantly get the fucking rug pulled out underneath them by all these other outside issues. Like if you slap any other label over this team name, you might see them flourish. But
yeah,
because it's Sen and because the expectations are so fucking high, it's almost impossible. Like I don't know. I was feeling for them, to be honest.
Did you feel like Sliggy when you were watching this team? Did you feel like you saw an identity? Like, did you see like a raison d'etre that you think like gives hope for the future?
That's all they were trying to do was identify their identity in Kickoff, and that's okay because FNATIC, NAVI, G2, like there's other teams that they're up there with big names that have been struggling with the same thing. But I think their issues are a little different, where essentially they maybe had a right read of what was meta at the moment, but they didn't have the right pieces, or maybe didn't put the right people on the right duelists. Because when I look at this team, you have 2 duelists, and the meta at the moment is Fearless, Send It, Fragger, like the person that cleans up. And I don't think Narrate is mentally strong enough to be the fearless center of, hey guys, I made you all this space, but I've gone 0 to 12. Like I think he's too critical on his own game that he isn't made for the space making part of that, which you have to do. So I think then you have to either change around the double duelist role, or you just put him perma on chamber, which essentially they tried at the end, and they also put him on Neon as well. So I thought the signs against Lev were pretty good. They just had not necessarily a bad read on the meta, but I think they probably put the wrong personalities on what they needed to do for double duelist.
Yeah, I mean, they had the wrong read on their own roles, though, and that's something that we were talking about with Narrate to begin with, because I think there was plenty of criticism and questioning about whether Narrate really makes sense as your guy to be building around for this year. I think that's where some of the mistakes have happened. But he can still have a future on the roster. It doesn't mean just because he played the primary duelist Waylay stuff badly at the beginning.
But I wouldn't even
it doesn't work.
I wouldn't even argue that. I think you could still base it around him being a chamber. I just don't think if you're basing it around him, he's the fearless send it guy.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
fine. I mean, I also think the fearless send it guy, if they were playing more neon comps, and
Would work.
they put because it didn't work on Breeze, and they didn't have. I think their theory is still really lacking, and this is where I find some middle ground actually with the Send fans. Is that I do think Kaplan's got a lot on his plate, sure, but I think that they are missing a lot of stuff too. Maybe it's because Kaplan's focused so much on the like identity and personal stuff going on, not personal, but like individual stuff going on within the team of like, hey, we need to get Redux now up to speed on Waylay. Hey, we need to try to sort out like what Narrate's best role is. But their theory looks really quite poor for a team that is at this level. Their defense in particular, I've got really big problems with. Way too passive. They don't move around the map to try to cover gaps properly. They play retake, like not just retake 10 years away from the site. The answer on Corrode to Lev's Viper wall that they put on B was non-existent. They had no answer to it. They ended up just literally sitting. I've never seen this before, by the way. They sat in mid and spawn and just left the whole of B open in the mid round completely because they were so worried about getting lurked on B. That isn't an answer, guys. That's nonsense. And that's after multiple tack timeouts as well. So you can't just be saying that that's on the players and like Kaplan would have been able to fix it for them or something. They've got many maps where the defense side theory is some of the worst across the entire league, maybe even across VCT. Like it's just got so many gaps in it.
I think that's where you could just see that they're having so many issues that it's just there's so much stuff. Like, I mean, you got so it must have just been insanely overwhelming.
Yeah,
I reckon they were just at that point.
Plates.
Yeah, I reckon they're at that point where they're just like in practice going, okay, we play a game in 2 days. Let's try these 3 comps on this map and see which one kind of works best. And then you can't get the luxury of, I guess, of getting a lot of your defense or attack right. Like I would watch the way they go in with double duelists and just dashing out into the open. He's gonna die. Like there's no help. So and then like what Sideshow says on defense, I think it's just one of those where it's just so much going wrong. But I do genuinely think they play good against Lev. They just got caught out by the slow fake play.
They probably should have won on bind. They were completely in control of that defense up until very late.
Yeah, they won something like 9 rounds in a row or something ridiculous, only for it to reverse right at then. I'll feed into the Sen fans for 1 second to end this segment and ask you guys, if Sentinels decides to make changes and that they don't feel like that this roster has the path forward, do you think that there are the people and the tools available to actually go out and make an upgrade that you think would improve this team? Be that a player change or so many people are calling for Kaplan's head. Is there a coach you can bring in with like a month and a half of prep to turn this team around? I'm a little doubtful.
I mean, there's people out there, but I don't think that's the fix personally.
Yeah.
But I could understand doing it, but not Kaplan, to be honest. I wouldn't go with that. He's too proven. It's just a bad meta read, and not even a meta read, just players' roles.
Yeah.
But I could understand player upgrades if they wanted to do it, because it doesn't look like they got much of a base, and you wouldn't be wasting much time in terms of what you already had.
Sure.
But also, who would that be? Do you know what I mean? It's
I think
like
it's a
do
tricky
you get
situation.
rid of like you probably don't get rid of Cortezia or John QT. Do you get rid of Narrate? You could argue with his performance, but even then he's like a proven player with potential. Redux they're definitely not getting rid of. And I mean,
no, Redux is the
he's
only
like the
player
franchise
that's like,
player.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they're actually in a difficult situation, partly because of how they built the team. Like, I wasn't a big fan of the roster construction to begin with, because I think it does leave you in a weird place when you have 2 IGL kind of initiator mains with what John's currently up to. But although John is, flexible enough that he's covering the smokes and he could cover Senti, I guess, as well. Although Cortesi is probably going to do that. But like, it's a weird way of building a roster, and it does make player for player upgrades mid-season difficult.
Yeah, they did also say at the beginning this is for the long term, and it'd be pretty hypocritical to then instantly after one bag kickoff just get rid of people.
Yeah,
I feel like
And
they backed
should at
themselves
least-
into a corner of like needing to keep the roster and make it work.
Yeah.
Like if anything, I don't know, maybe they like pick up like an assistant coach or something to add another voice, but I don't know. I feel like this is like they've basically put themselves in a position where, with what you're saying, with how they've built the team, and also with what they've publicized, that they just need to wait, give it one more chance, and if it doesn't succeed in stage 1, then maybe think about like blowing it up.
On some of the MV kids turning 18, like after stage 1, do you not just give this team a go until stage 1 and then try still some of those?
Oh, right. You mean like for stage 2?
Yeah. You give them a stage 1, you kind of back it. If they can't do anything, don't show improvement, you get some of the MV kids that I'm pretty sure are going to be 18.
Specifically just Kane.
The old MV kids. Yeah,
it's just Kane. Ion is not going to turn 18.
Yeah, he's too young.
But
right.
yeah, it would just be Kane. And I mean...
It's a legit pickup.
It is a legit pickup.
Yeah, I think if they wait it out as well, you have the benefit of being able to see where every other team settles in terms of the meta if you watch Santiago, which is a massive benefit. Because right now it's a lot of guesswork in terms of finding what is going to fit for you and what is actually working as well in terms of just the meta right now, in terms of what direction you want to go into. Because some teams are going double duelist, some teams aren't. So it gives you time to scope it out, see what's going on, take a breather, correct some of the issues, and then find something that actually does fit the archetype of the players that you've got too, because some of the players are not going to be suited to some of the roles. You're not going to be able to just slot them in. But yeah, I think you have to give them a bit more time. Just kick off. I know the off season is the off season, and that's the purpose for forming and developing a new roster. But at the same time, the practice is never going to be better than it is during kickoff and during official matches. That's when you're really going to be highlighting some of the stuff going wrong. And you have to give them time, I think. You just have to. With this roster. Otherwise, it's disingenuous. Yeah.
I'm just a bit pissed off that they had from January 25th until Feb 7th, like what a genuinely pretty long break to work on things. And while the roles looked a lot better, the theory still looked like ass. Like that's my biggest problem, is that you didn't like you weren't able to fix that stuff in that break. Like the way that they were playing the chamber on the attack side was so much. I mean, again, it's a new role, right? But like, it's so much behind what 100 Thieves and G2 were doing. Their defense setups on Corrode were so much behind what everybody else is doing. It's tough,
dude.
Maybe they need more staff.
It's just a time thing, like legit.
I mean, I feel like all there is we can really say from this perspective is they got the read wrong. It didn't work out, and basically the org is now in a position where they either backtrack on what they did and they blow the team up, or they just give it another chance and hope that they can reflect and improve. And we'll see what happens. By the way, just a side note, it's crazy. When you pulled up Ion's page that he was born in like halfway through 2008, like this guy never even had the concept of getting a subprime mortgage, and now he's 18 and can be a pro player.
You're talking like you have the concept of getting that.
He was born in 2009.
Well, no, these are like the first times where I'm reflecting and realizing that I'm not that
You're
young.
not young anymore.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not the
happens.
youth anymore. I'm not the demo anymore.
Welcome.
I'm playing. In my free time, I'm learning the math to play a U-boat game so that I can like intercept ship courses.
But you were doing that when you were 16, I reckon.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's move on and talk about Cloud9. We mentioned them offhand some with them playing and smacking LEVIATAN around, but I want to give some time to focus in on them because I think this team is really impressed, not just with kind of continuing this lower bracket run, but the way that they beat Lev was completely dominant. And Bren, you were bringing this up some, but a lot of what made it so good was just how on point they looked with the game plan. I think EMEA is having a really great year with this team thus far. Yeah,
I think helps a lot. What I know, they keep joking about the Nepo 9, the Cloud9 nepotism team, but it's clearly been working out for them, I think, as well, because they've been quite candid. They've been swapping things up as well and adjusting, but it's swapping in the right ways, because when Oxy came back in, they've been putting him onto roles where he's got a lot more freedom now. They've put him onto the chamber, on the jet occasionally as well. Roles where you don't necessarily need to, for example, when Oxy came back in, you're going to be missing out on a lot of scrim time, right, which puts you at a disadvantage. But when you put someone on chamber, the setups are so simple. There's no complicated Killjoy setup where you need your turret here, this alarm bot here to make your defensive setup work. You have a trip, you have a rendezvous, and you know where you're going to be placed. It simplifies, I think, in some ways, that kind of gap, and you can just lean super hard on his mechanical skill. So I think they've had this realization where they've just kind of opened Oxy up to a bit more freedom now with his play. Ever since they got Demon 1 in, I think that's kind of this realization kicked in. And it helps as well that Penny, I think, is pretty capable as a player. He's incredibly flexible and willing to, be that space creator so that everybody else can capitalize off the back of it. Not many players are capable of that, but it works really well when you have I think in Cloud9's system as well, a lot of trust that they place in each other. They clearly get along. They clearly like each other a lot. So it's, I think it works with their system that they built in their team.
They have some of the best calling at the moment from Zelsis, which is pretty exceptional that he looks this good, I think. Throughout his game where he was calling the defensive setups with Demon 1 into this game as well, where they've clearly got the read, absolutely downloaded them, but are also on their defense sides consistently mixing stuff up. And I think some of that is just being called on the fly too, right? Like, I don't think all of those are like preset defensive setups. I think Zelsis is, somebody wants to play in an area and he's crafting a defensive setup that makes sense on the fly. And it's so nice. The variety looks like it would be extremely annoying to call into on their attack sides. There's so much going on. There's trap plays, there's variation, there's ops, there's flashes into your face, there's crossfires in defensive setups. They look lovely, and he's actually calling a really nice game on their attack side too.
Yeah. I think something that is really impressive to me is just the system that he and EMEA have built, and alongside like Vic being one of the more vocal players on the team too. And I think what really highlighted that to me, besides their obvious successes, was when they had to make a last-minute substitution and put Demon 1 onto the chamber and switch Penny onto Oxy's roles. How well they did at adapting on the fly their game plans. I mean, when we did like the listen-in segment for them, like how well Zelsis was navigating, calling around the stuff the team wanted to do and how to make that player comfortable and all of that. And then to immediately switch back, have Oxy come back into the roster and really be putting up the same things and come in with a great preset game plan, but also be able to adapt on the fly and clearly have a system that is just super functional with all of these players. It is really a good sign to me that just bodes well for the future for the C9 team, that they've managed to build that so quickly. And I mean, they joke about it, but that is kind of the power of nepotism when you put players together who work so well together to begin with, that you kind of get that you get to hit the ground running and build the system that's so successful early.
Yeah, I think you nailed it as well, especially with like going forward. If you kind of get a rough idea of potentially where the meta might go, if we don't get too many changes, like double duelist, then the chamber counters the double duelist, and the next step would be the ISO counters the op meta. Like they would be ready for all three of them, and they could be able to adapt with their team, essentially because Oxy and Penny are just so fluid with like a lot of their roles, and Penny can do the fragging on the duelist, or just like the fearless entry on the duelist. So they're pretty much set up for success. I think we do have to give like EMEA a lot of props. He's probably one of the coaches that gets flamed the most. Made the best use of Demon 1, and he also just ripped apart this Lev team in terms of anti as well. So just want to give him a shout out because, dude, he must have been. I know the feeling. I guarantee when he did the anti on this, he was just 100% sure, just smiling the whole time going into this game. It's the best possible feeling you can have, just knowing that you're going to win no matter what. Yeah. So yeah, shout out to him. Good prep.
They cooked them. They absolutely cooked them. Like it was, they were so aware that as soon as they heard there was like a gate crash queue that they read into, I think, pretty heavily on the defaults. They were exceptionally ready for what they were doing in terms of the group up hits. I loved the little trap plays they ran with like the chamber trademark around the map as well. They were running like a deep short smoke, and then they put a chamber trademark inside of it, and then snacked on somebody when they went in to really break it. It's like they've got so many great things that I'm really enjoying watching right now. And it makes me wish, honestly, that the game against G2 had gone to 3 maps. Because remember how that series went, where they got hit with the ISO comp on Corrode, and they weren't really, obviously, first time they've seen it, they're not really like ready for it. And that ended up winning for G2. Okay, then G2 go into a great map of Bind, and G2's Bind is world class. But if we'd seen them going to Split, where I think it's a bit more wobbly, now assuming that it hadn't been the first time that we see the Jorgamo Neon The
I
Neon
don't think they
Waylay
would've
comp.
had
Like,
that yet.
exactly. If they didn't have that prepped, it would have been a really sick finish to that series, I think, where we could have seen C9 go up against a team that's a level up. Because at the moment, it does seem like they're still occupying that space of being the gatekeeper team, I guess, because you have to be excellent to get past them. But people still can get past them.
I do think, though, that they've hit onto a style of calling that I think is going to work really well moving forwards in this current meta game that we're in, because I think a lot of teams have been struggling with the initiator nerfs and the vice nerfs. Like them removing vice's info for E, the initiators having nerfs across the board with their signatures means that mid-round info it's a lot harder to get. On top of that, teams are playing a lot more double controller as well with the Viper comps, especially on Haven these days in Americas. So that immediately it just has the intended effect to just constantly sow misinformation, constantly cause these question marks across the map of where could they be. And Cloud9 have been mitigating that, whether by intention or not, but calling for these really proactive defensive round plays to try and clear up space constantly, which I think that's the way you've got to play currently as well. If you don't want to be left guessing in terms of where people are landing, you have to really go out and claim some of that space yourself. And they're doing it really, really well. I think NRG have their own ways of trying to get around it as well. I've noticed they've been playing a lot of double drone comps as well, like double initiated with 2 drones to try and find more mid-round info. But I really like Cloud9's way of doing it, to be honest, because I don't know, even if they did come about this style of calling, like Zelsis has been pretty candid in interviews saying he was really overthinking the calling in some capacity, and he's being a little bit more loose now as time has gone on. But I think that's the way you got to play in this current era, 2026 Valorant right now, with the meta and the state of play currently. So
there are a lot of teams that are doing that. I love this round as well. This is another example of Zelsis attack side calling being great. They slip in here and just completely get the jump on Lev, making it feel like it's a B split, but then you actually take the push into spawn to catch people, and it's all a fake anyway, and you're ending on A. And you've kept the A insert in A main the entire time, and Lev's never gone and like pressured that area and re-cleared it. Like if you give the guy the map, Zelsis is calling some really nice stuff on the attack side. And maybe he's not in that spot where he's overthinking it. Maybe he's got he had these advanced ideas, and now he's actually at a spot where he's comfortable enough to execute them.
Well,
I think it helps when your coach and your IGL really get on as well.
Yeah,
and they can just have that constant feedback loop where no one's gonna essentially get insulted if they're blunt, like EMEA is. To be fair.
But the thing I'll end on, I think a lot of people have associated nepotism with being a bad thing, but there's a difference between cronyism and nepotism. And in nepotism, it doesn't necessarily mean you're not qualified. It just means he's your bud. And I think all of the friends that they hired were qualified. It's not cronyism. The team is good. We'll talk more about them when we do our preds for their next game against 100 Thieves to see how deep they can go on this lower bracket run. Let's move on and talk about another of the teams that lost amid some really big news, and that was this kind of implosion of envy of them dropping another one of the original Rankers players in the middle of the season in Inspire. There's all sorts of rumors swirling as to why he went, but I think if you can narrow it down to one thing, it's that if this was just a performance thing, there's no way in hell they're dropping him in the middle of the season right before a match. But that's exactly what happened. They pick up Demon 1, and not gonna lie, it looked pretty rough in this game against EG for Envy. This was a messy match that EG let slip almost all the way away to only then win in overtime, only for Envy to just get stomped out in the second. And I think we can just kind of start with some speculation around this move, because it really was pretty unparalleled to see something like this happen in the mid-season, even with Demon 1 being impressive as he was.
We were also talking about how long it would take for this team to potentially implode, because we knew it was like it was an open barrel of gunpowder with a fucking cook fire next to it.
Took 2 weeks.
it didn't take him. Yeah, it took him 2 weeks, man. It was like barely anything into kickoff. But I think the writing was on the wall. If you've watched any of the Envy games and looked at the replays, the way they're communicating with each other reminds me of
it's so weird.
Like two people who know they're about to break up, and they're just like they just hate each other, but they still have to live in the same house together. Like that's the vibe it gave.
No, I agree. We were casting that game, and we were struggling not to make comments about it too much on the broadcast. But But what was weird about that, Bren, is, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we were casting, wasn't that Rossi and Kesnet like doing
Well,
it
I
to each
don't know.
other?
Yeah, it wasn't. It
I
wasn't
thought it
necessarily
was.
Inspire doing.
Yeah,
doing
well,
it,
I don't
but-
remember Inspire being involved at all in the like very odd communication
My question
style.
is, what has adding Rossi and Kesnet into the team? How has that shifted how the dynamics already work? Because I mean, Rossi obviously is a player who's coming off of a history of getting like dropped by a lot of rosters in a row, and being a super, you know, vocal and strongly opinionated player as well, going into a team that already has a lot of strongly opinionated players and stuff like that. And then you're also adding Demon One, who is a player who needs, I think, a lot of resources. Like, you look at how Cloud9 implemented him, and he was coming out as someone who was like, they were putting a lot of effort into making him comfortable and setting him up in that way. But you also then reflect onto the other changes his team's made. And Kesnet is also a player who you want to be doing that for. And suddenly you just have this team who you have so many people that you want to be giving resources to be successful. And you also have so many voices that want to be adding something into the roster and doing all this. And then it just feels like a recipe for chaos.
Yeah, I think as well, on top of that, if you're gonna add Demon One into the mix, I think you gotta put him on the chamber. Personally, I think any team with a top 5 like chamber player at the moment should be playing chamber. So
it's
we
also,
can
they
take a
didn't
lot
just put him
longer
on
to get
smokes. They put him on the Astra role too, where I think if you're gonna have someone playing smokes, Astra Pearl is one of those roles where you're gonna need to micro him more in where you want smokes and timings for pullbacks, in like different variants on the smokes for execute, setting up like stuns and pulls for when the duelists are diving in. Like it's even in terms of smokes, it's not a role that I think is super easy to just like one for one someone randomly into and try and play your pre-existing game plan stuff.
I think it might have been easier though than reinventing the entire style of the comp. Like, I think we gave a lot of credit to Cloud9 for how they implemented Demon One, but just to think about that, like they had to reinvent their entire approach. Like every round was just fresh off the dome with a little bit of prep beforehand. Let's figure out like a way of being able to set this guy up. Envy aren't doing that.
I think that's how Envy plays to some extent, though. I think so much of what they do is just like
it's not
on the fly, off the cuff.
Definitely on the fly stuff, but I think you need
simple.
force.
It's like that's what they do on their attack side, in my opinion.
Sure.
Is that they do that kind of stuff. But on their defense sides, I don't think they're like.
Yeah, I'll agree to that.
I don't think Egster's, for example, the kind of duelist who's like, I want to play here. I want this flash. Like, let's set me up to be the star player in this round. Like, normally, I don't know. I feel like on the defense sides, they're a little bit more stable than they are on the attack, and certainly less like explosive and varied.
But I think if you just put Demon One on chamber, I don't know. I think it's worth those risks and worth those sacrifices if it's something that's like so urgent that you're picking this guy up with like very little time. Like, I don't know. You're already exploding the team.
Yeah, dude, I think they just exploded the team and were fucking hanging on by the skin of their teeth in this game.
Yeah. It is a little bit like that.
I think it's more a statement about EG than about them that game got so close at the end.
Yeah, maybe.
A bit. I mean, Envy should have won if they had their full team. I'd be so surprised.
Long term, though, Demon One, like on smokes, will be fine. Like, it's just, is it going to be optimal? I think they have a bit of a role issue, really, because normally when you play double duelist, you could play in the Yoru, and then if you're not going to do that, then like if you double duelist meta at the moment, Yoru, we might get a Sentinels problem where Demon One then has to be on the fearless entry if you're going to be doing that, or he just he has to actually just stick on smokes if they want to keep the Yoru, basically.
Yeah,
it's the easiest way of me summing up.
Yeah, because I mean, this team is. I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand it. I feel like you come into this season and you should be thinking to yourselves, we just lost 2 incredibly important pieces. It's going to be rough at the beginning. And the fact, like, that was my cope, is that, yeah, I know that this team is poised to potentially explode, but surely they're not going to do it early when they have the most excuses for failure. You know, like, it makes more sense to me from a human perspective to get frustrated if you lose in stage 1 after you've already had kickoff and a bit of experience.
Think about it from their perspective as well, though. I mean, listen, they went through their tier 2 careers of essentially kind of dominating, doing it their way, and ended up winning Ascension from from the lowest point to the very highest of highs to make it into tier 1, right? And now that you're in tier 1, all that's happened is you've been having these close losses over and over and over again. And it's like something that Sean Garrett said to me once, and it always sticks in my head, but it's like he's been on a lot of teams. He told me that winning solves all problems. Like when you have internal problems, when you're winning, they're not going to get highlighted because you can just pave straight over them. You're not going to spot out where there might be issues, simmering beneath the surface. But as soon as the losses start piling up, that's when the pressure starts piling up, and the expectations on each player is obviously much higher for that. They want to be winning. They know they should have been winning some of these games with how they went. So, yeah, I think it's just the nature of it, man. It's young men who play a lot of video games all day long for a job, not particularly the best at communication. And I know because I'm speaking from experience. So it's like, it's...
That young man? Me.
Yeah, circa 10 years
generally,
ago.
young men are famously bad at communicating.
Yeah. So it's they're not going to be able to talk through when they have issues in the moment, what's specifically going wrong without it being taken personally, I think, as well. It's quite hard to do that and track yourself from that.
I think they probably should have been able to with their old team because they'd been together for so long.
Yeah,
maybe. And this is
Yeah.
this is why I'm confused how it's ended with Inspire, the day one OG getting the boot. I'm really confused about that because he also seems to be on good terms with everybody. Apart from he alluded vaguely to the fact that he might have had a falling out with Rossi, but not even he wasn't specific about it at all. And he was being very professional in his stream. He put he was like, I'm going to stream 9 a.m. the day after all of this happens. Poppin's got the drama title. What was it? It was like...
It was like he who bites the hand of the dog who feeds him, or the dog who feeds him.
No, not the dog who feeds him. What are you talking? What the hell are you talking about? He who bites the hand that feed him is more likely to lick the boot that kicks him. It was something like that. So I thought there was some drama with Poppin and Inspire. Turns out, no, not at all. And then Inspire starts streaming and he's like, you all want a Baby J crash out. I'm not going to give you a Baby J crash out. And I was like, honestly, I'm disappointed, but that's the best thing for your career.
Emotional growth? What?
Yeah. I mean, growth, but also he played well enough. And if he manages this situation well, I could see other teams giving him a chance. He was good.
Plus, it's that's pretty impressive, though. As well, just imagine your whole dream is to get into tier 1. You grind all the way from tier 2. People have been giving you shit for so long. You finally do it, and then you get kicked in 2 weeks. To not explode, considering his past, I've got mad respect for that. That's a lot of growth. So,
dude, I would
be,
if I was in his position, I would be getting my college application ready and ready to fucking crash out and destroy these guys. So big respect to him to keep it above board and have his future in mind.
But also would have been nice to have the tea.
It would have been. Also, that's best for you, not the best for the rest of us, man. Come on, give us a fucking crash out. Let's move on then from Envy and talk a little bit about 100 Thieves. They eliminated EG to stay alive in the tournament and keep going all the way down in this lower bracket. We came into the lower bracket, I think, looking at them as the team to make a run all the way up until the G2 versus NRG loser. Do we think that this game changed anything for us? It was a very weird game. The dominant 10-2 Haven to near choking, both teams not really knowing how to do anything on their defense side, seemingly, into an overtime on bind. Did this really shift 100 Thieves stocks at all, or do you think this is an EG playing above board?
I think that EG, listen, got to give credit to EG because I think they are making improvements every single week. But one of the weaknesses with EG's defensive Haven, I noticed, was their AE setups. They would frequently either hard fight it or just have Com holding there into the double smokes. And when the Viper's putting up the wall constantly in a lobby, he can't get constant info. And teams get around that usually by putting some Sentinel util in short or long. And then they supplement it and they make it a little bit more easier for the Sova to hold over towards A like they used to. But EG had a weakness there. They didn't correct it into this week, and I think 100 Thieves had a bit of a read. But when the sides swapped, the only thing I can describe it as, I think, is just we're finally seeing the cracks of the pressure of the lower bracket almost, I think, affecting some of these more inexperienced players on the roster. Especially Vora, because Vora's been playing lights out really up until this game. And individually, Vora didn't have a great showing, I think, overall. But that's what I would say. That's my assumption, is that it's I think now the pressure of that lower bracket is making the cracks show a lot more. Because yeah, they definitely didn't play up to the level that they did in the upper and mid bracket, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, so like my main takeaway from this was pretty high up on EG, honestly. Like every time I had an issue with one of their halves, next time I watched them, they would fix it. Bind defense was really, really good. I think DG Zing going Perma Yoru, so that you can op, and then Okeanos going on the Waylay is like for sure the right move, and then DG Zin basically. I would actually like them to maybe get him an op more, like the old 100 fees where they would save him pistol 400 to try get him an op. It does feel like the big win condition for this team. He's an absolute monster. Like, he's so good on the op. One of the best we've seen, so I do think they can lean into that. But I actually came out of this feeling pretty good about EG. 100 fees, I just had a bit of an issue with their how they played the defense with this on Haven with the veto, because it's basically similar to the GIANTX comp. They just need to be a little more proactive, and they were like very static, and essentially because you've only got the one trip instead of the double info of like a Killjoy or a Cypher, they had to guess a little bit, or they had weak sites and they just kind of got run over. So they need to counter that by being proactive with numbers, getting info, and I think they were just a little slow to do it, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was a tough one for them. I don't like the comp personally, but I think they were trying to mitigate the weaknesses of the comp. Like you say, it does like a lot of info, but also Vora was holding his fade util on the defense side, I think, too long. Maybe they had a read that it was like, because EG are playing super slowly, you can't really use your fade util early in the round.
Yeah.
But he was saving full util for the retake in some of these rounds. So I think he overcorrected a bit too much to that, to the point where they were lacking util and ended up like letting it run away from them. But I think the bind stuff was just EG improving and Dijazine running around deleting people a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm not that worried about that. Maybe slightly that Timotino seems like he's not keeping up the same value on the attack side with the Waylay that we saw right at the beginning. You know how like it felt like everything he did on the attack side at the start on bind, it was like perfect. He'd find a guy, land the hinder, they grabbed a kill. They land the hinder, they brim all, it gets a kill. It was like the first times that we saw it, it's perfection. And it's not that teams are anti in it, but they're not landing it as perfectly now. Like they went for the hinder brimalt play, they missed the hinder. Okay, they weren't finding the same opportunities for him to do the like jiggle peek hinder stuff. I mean, some of it's going to be that teams are more aware of it, but I think generally just not quite getting the same out of it. But overall, I wasn't that bothered. I just think their Haven comp has a lot of weaknesses on attack and defense, and they're going to struggle a bit on that map.
I think the defense was just a real like lack of, you're calling out the fade util in particular. I just felt like it was a big lack of proactivity. Like in the mid rounds, they would just be very comfortable to like sit back and not try and get any information. We're very scared to like push into EG when they were defaulting like this, that they never really figured out how much EG was just like playing slow 4-1s without like actually, I think, doing all that much to contain the other sides of the map. Like the last game that 100 Thieves played on this map, they had a ton of rounds where they were trying to like flank retake and push Shimatino through on the Neon and like get him into these really proactive flank positions to get early info and then to crunch when they were retaking. And I thought that looked really good. And with how slow EG was playing, they got, I think, quite afraid to go for any of those more aggressive plays, which to me I felt like was a bit of a mistake, because I think if they just had the confidence to go for some of those punishes, they could have found success.
Is it out of pocket for me to say that 100 Thieves feel like the Navi of Americas, where we were impressed with them at the beginning, and they're going to slowly just kind of dribble away in the lower bracket, I think?
A little, because it's not as bad as that, but I think the comparison might be right.
I mean, they play C9 next. We'll talk about that matchup, but I don't know if I see them getting through.
I think it's just hard to play solo Waylay. It just is. And like long term, it looks hard to play it. That's where I'm at. I mean, we've seen that with some other teams.
I've been enjoying their Sage tech, because I think that's a unique way
Really
to
good.
get around the limitations of not having double duelists, to actively fight for a lot more space, to clear up your mid-rounding, because they were using it really well. I think very intelligently on Corrode. Even, you know, it's when G2 played against it, they were like, yeah, I'm curious how other teams will, how they're going to do if teams have a VOD to review this time. But it still has legs. The comp still has legs, because it's really difficult to to slow attacks by default and find where the wall's going to be when they're placing it at like the minute mark. And Corrode is such a big map that it hard punishes you for poor decisions in terms of your macro. So
they change it up a lot as well. Like
Yeah.
they're so like even with a demo, it's just it doesn't give you too much because they are just changing it up so much. They're
Also-
like they probably have the best Sage Fairy at the moment. The maybe
Yeah.
we've seen in ever really.
I
GE
do
yoked
wanna-
their comp and played it completely differently as well. So
Sure.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Before we move on, let's touch quickly on EG2. Is this just another year of the same EG? Do we feel any differently about like what this team is looking ahead to stage 1?
I like them at the moment. I if anything, this was like the best I could feel about a team getting 2-0. I came out of it and I was like, I mean, maybe the Haven game plan was a little off. They were playing against 2 agents that would like win after plants, and maybe they played off of sites too much. But dude, I think they're fixing a lot of stuff. The individuals are looking good. Superman, DG Zin's just like fragging so heavy. I think Okeanos is doing a good job of just sending it in. I like this team. I think they can. I don't know like where the limit is, to be honest, because it actually could be pretty high when they're all like playing at their peak. But dude, I'm impressed. I'm kind of getting more on board. I was hating this team at the beginning. I like the progression within 2 weeks.
yeah, I would be
Josh, do you want to
surprised
bring
if
us down to
they-
earth with
Yeah,
some negativity?
I'll hit you with some negativity if you like.
Mm.
I think it's an indictment of America's that they got this far in the bracket because
Really?
Loud, horrendous.
Sure, they're the West team. Probably.
Absolutely horrendous.
Yeah.
The Crew getting visa issues. Now, they didn't play against Crew, but
Sure.
the fact that Crew was like, out of the running completely because of the visa issues as well. And then Envy completely collapsing. Because I think Envy should have been able to win that game against even an improved EG because themselves were improved compared to the first time that they played against them. Would they have just like mentally collapsed and played like the horse shit because of behind the scenes issues or something in that game? But like if Envy had not made all of their changes right before this match against EG, I think they would have been able to win that game. And the fact that we have a team of EG's caliber, which I think, sure, they played well on bind against 100 Thieves, but I don't think I can really point to another map where I thought that they played like some solid Valorant particularly. So I think it's like, yeah, they are one of the weakest teams to get this far in the bracket in any region, I think.
Okay.
Lower round 3.
Wow,
I
this
mean,
guy
that's
just
pretty...
hates EG.
Okay,
It's
now
pretty far.
Bren, the balanced take.
Okay. I think that they've got a lot of growing pains, this EG team, because they're just in with the language barrier, if they want to try and work around him, but they've been doing pretty well, I think. And he's always been a player that should have been in tier 1, I think. For one reason or not, he wasn't over the course of his career, but getting it to show it now, I think this team has a ton of potential, especially with Com back into the mix as well, because I think you're starting to see the elements of what made EG so strong. Like back in the day when they made that run, they had a lot of advantages they don't have now. They don't have a 10-man roster where they're practicing execs and getting, really honed information on what's working, what's not.
Didn't they announce that they're signing like an academy team again? I thought I remembered seeing that.
I'm not too sure. Maybe.
Hold on, let me see if I
I do
made this up.
vaguely remember that.
Yeah, I think I saw something similar to this, but I don't know if it's official. Or...
2026
Control.
EG Academy team: Mitch, Stunna, Jakey, Pancakes, Faded, Coach. They signed a roster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Focus on the development of the main VCT team.
Well, they're doing it again.
Oh, they're doing it again.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
winning
so-
champions, baby.
Listen, it could happen. They could end up having a really good showing as well. But I think with EG as well, a lot of these rounds were getting paved over, I think, with the fact that Superman was just playing out of his mind, which he has these instances where he plays out of his mind, but he was consistently doing it. And I know from prior watching that it's probably not going to be consistent from him. You're not going to get that level of performance out of him every single game. And Digizine also taking over as well. So I think you're seeing the pieces hit because clearly the team gets along with each other really well. I mean, if you've watched any of their streams when they're all streaming in the same team house,
Dude, if you watched them during that tech pause too, they were having so much fun
just
together. Like
vibing.
Okeanos is playing Hangman with the crowd. They're just like
Yeah.
making a mockery of it. It was really
Bao
entertaining.
playing to the camera is very funny as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bao and Oki are very funny on this team.
The girl-
I
Real
think this
quick,
team, they got the right environment.
They
what were
were
you
they
saying?
were drawing funny stuff on MS Paint on their computers during the tech pause, and they were telling the like Riot people that are around them to tell production to show it on broadcast. We were trying to find like a time to show it, but they were drawing like little cards of themselves and like their teammates and stuff. It was cute.
That's very cool.
cute.
That's very funny.
Yeah. But I think they have the right environment for good growth, if that makes sense.
What is good growth though for like Brennan Sliggy with the more optimistic take? Is this like a playoffs? Is this a international? Like what do you mean by
This thing? I don't know, man. I actually don't know. But like, the problem is 2023 exists, so I'm gonna have to say they can make it champs.
Yeah.
2023? We can't be living in the past now.
Right, we've seen it done before. We've actually sounded more mental saying it now that back then than we do now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's actual evidence for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't know where the limit is for the team, and I don't really know where their goal should be either, because America's has leveled up on the whole. If you imagine that the teams actually get in properly as well for stage 1, and we don't have bottom feeders, it's going to be very, very tightly contested. Like, there's a reality where they ended up they play a lot of teams really closely, but they don't end up making playoffs. Is that still a failure? Probably for them, but
Yeah,
I think that this team has a
I
really
could see that world. Yeah.
they have a really high potential ceiling. It's just about making it work. But they have the right environment, I think, to get the most out of their players too. Everyone clearly gets along really well. So I think I don't know. We'll see. But
Let's move on then from Evil Geniuses and talk about two teams that are still in the competition and what was really the most highly anticipated match of this year. Turns out G2 this year, I mean this week, not this year. I mean, maybe someone would have most anticipated this, but that's very American spies. Anyways, of this week in America specifically, Jesus Christ, G2 played against NRG, and G2 came out with brand new compositions and absolutely smoked them in this game. Let's just start with this Pearl, because I did not, in any world, have on my bingo card Babybay, Yoru, Giacomo, Phoenix, 13-3ing the world champs.
I fucked with this so heavily. This reignited the life and the light behind my eyes when I watched this. I thought we were going to be subjected to this, like almost like the Heat Death of the Universe type Valorant, where everyone is just defaulting into the slowest play imaginable, and they just completely ruin NRG's prep. Completely. You already know NRG were looking at the VODs, and they just come out with not only completely different compositions, but a stylistic change that they've never showed before, which is full-on aggression, which, listen, when it got to split and they realized, okay, well, we're not getting away with as much anymore, they tempered it at the right times too. They didn't just keep fucking slamming their heads against a brick wall constantly. This was astounding to me, and I feel fucking validated. They freed my boy. They cut the fucking leash on Jorgamo and they let the Dorgamo out. Finally. Finally, man. Finally. And it's like all the fucking Stat Stevens who are checking the VLR pages and making their assumptions and judgments based off of that. They don't watch the fucking games. They don't know how these players are being supported or set up or whatever. They don't really know the roles they're put into. But, dude, oh my God, it felt so fucking good to see Jorgamo just actually feasting in these games.
Yeah, he did as well. This is the round where he aced with a classic.
The classic.
which was criminal by NRG, I must say.
It's crazy. They were passing around a Vandal with no bullets in it, like it was a cursed item, a cursed heirloom.
just jumping out. Yeah, I think this was a good mix of just G2 coming in super prepped, and in theory they had good enough theory that would work first time. I also think that NRG struggled, and maybe this is something that we need to keep an eye out for. Dude, look at how some of these guys are playing this. Like this ace, like obviously I don't want to take away a classic ace, but what the hell are they doing?
Has Kiko, by the way, got the automatically pulls up strongest weapon?
Stronger weapon. I don't know what that was. Yeah.
Did you see? Can you wind back like 10 seconds?
He
or
must.
something? Because this is the empty Vandal that Mada throws, and he swings out and he just starts picking up the weapon. I don't know whether he thought it was like he had a safe timing to pick it up, and he just doesn't expect to be swinged by Jorgamo, because also. Why would Jog be swinging on that timing? Yeah, but yeah, that is nuts.
No, that one is bad. But I think overall picture wise, I'm a little bit worried for NRG, and G2 might have sussed them a little bit. Where if you essentially take Bonkar out of the equation, NRG like are good at adapting on the fly to what's going on. And this is a showcase, doesn't look good. It's kind of funny going into map 2 where Bonko was like, we've got a really good game plan for this one. We know what they're going to do. And then you literally just see him like frantically just talking down the mic when he sees them changing their comps. And he's like got 1 minute to kind of prep them on what to do.
So, knocking at your door with a judge on neon.
Yeah, I'm worried, especially because of this format, that everyone gets a week where they could definitely, at least on one map, change up a comp and have good theory to go against NRG. And yeah, I'm worried that they can't adapt on the fly without prep.
You know, the only map they've won against the big teams in Americas, G2 and MIBR, was a map where they had a VOD on their opponent and completely shut down Aspas against MIBR. And the other ones, they've kind of been outplayed, I think, by showing too much of their map pool early. This round was sick, though, man. Jorg really let off the leash. I don't think this round was intended to go this direction, but he just spots an opportunity to get a pick over towards A, and he's like, I'm getting that shit. And then they run the whole round off that. This round is like a Paper Rex round. Like, some of the aggressive stuff felt like Paper Rex, but I was thinking to myself, I think this is preset. I don't think this is like, you know, the jazz kind of like people flying by the seat of their pants stuff as much. But this one, I'm pretty confident this was just
they said in the interviews, right? Was they got smacked around by Paper X at the Radiant Invitational, and then they decided to adopt it. But I think we were talking about how it's a bit worrying for NRG, where a team could switch up a map and have this much impact on them. But not many teams are capable of doing what G2 has done. Because, dude, you wouldn't. The last time they played like this was when they would, like, the guard was Sire player playing at this pace and tempo, man. Like, genuinely, they have only been known as a slow pace, like methodical team that try to work the map and try to have
if you remove the names of the teams and you were like, okay, guess what team this is, and you gave me like 5 options, and one of them was like Paper X and one of them was G2. I'm picking Paper X, not G2.
Yeah, but you're also picking most other teams. You're not picking
G2.
Pick them
like G2's like bottom pick out of the 5.
This round, the Leaf is anchoring with the interceptor, and the flashes are coming through behind him, like backwards flashes being thrown by Jorg to support him on his anchoring and let the other players flood in. Like, this is what I was preaching, bro. G2 not playing for retake, flooding the sites, getting in there to help the anchor player. I'm bouncing in my seat like, holy shit.
On it.
They got it, bro. No, I'm not.
Chaddy's bouncing on it.
But the interceptor also got crazy value.
It's like, so good against NRG.
Look at this fight. They do an aggro A fight with the interceptor just to showcase you cannot take A main against us with their like normal protocol of using all of their util. And that means, what the hell does this NRG comp do? They're playing basically on every map comps that get rolled by Veto. And there aren't that many people trying it, but I think this is where I'm at with the Veto, is that I don't like it generally, but as a pick into a team that relies on double initiator utility stuff like this, oh my god, it's a fantastic pocket pick to have. I don't think this is a pocket pick, by the way. I think this is probably what they're going to be running like against everyone, but it just works even better because it specifically matches up into NRG like amazingly. There's around 11 as well that I told Claire to pull up that's basically the same. Like, he's anchoring and shit's just getting deleted left, right, and center. It's crazy how much value it got compared to when you see it being played in most games.
Yeah, it's against Teo, man. Like, you just see every rocket getting deleted, and you're just like, well, there goes their whole plan. The actual whole plan.
They were trying to salvo Leaf, I think it was, out of position in this round, and both of the salvos get deleted and a shock dart. And it's like, well, how do we get him out of position?
He's literally laughing and smirking. It's so sick.
I think as well, though, this is what we were describing with Lev, where the players are so skilled that you need to, you know, throw fast hits in, prove that you can be pushed down, prove that they can slap you back down, and then adjust your game plan and go into slower things. I think it's a good way to play. And I just wasn't expecting it at all from G2. They were just permanently limit testing. Like, that's the only way I could describe it. They were constantly limit testing to see what they could get away with, and it turns out they got away with a fucking lot.
Especially
like,
on Split.
Lot. Yes.
On Split, they were getting away with a lot. But it just looked like they had given Jorgamo just a demo of Danby and was just like, this is what you do, man. Bucky on attack. And he's like, I get to use the Bucky, and he's just sliding on everyone, dashing on people. It's sick, man. It's man. I really like it. And Babybay on Waylay was pretty good as well. Maybe a couple of rounds where you could tell it was like a dominant scoreline with some of his decision making.
No, but it was so good. It was
no, it was good. It was really good. Yeah.
But I'm saying it with a tone of surprise because when I was watching them play Abyss, they tried this the first ever time they played Double Duelist. They picked it. Who were they playing against? Where they played Abyss? I can't even remember at this point.
Furia.
But they gave him a free win, bro. They actually donated him like a soup kitchen.
Yeah, they played
That shit
Furious.
was.
I remember the anchoring.
It was
and
horrid.
It was so bad. They were playing, but it was like, but it's the way that you played a Double Duelist. Like when they were playing it in a way where, you know, Jorg dashes into his smoke on Abyss, and you need people to scale off the space and ping pong back and forth. They weren't doing that. They weren't doing that. They were playing. They were kind of like slowly trickling it off of it.
That's why I think it's a lot on Babybay, and that's why I'm willing to give him so much credit for this. Because if you look at how he played the Yoru on Abyss, where he's beefing his Yoru ultimates, not throwing flashes, never TP'd into a site to scale with Jorg. Like, there's just so much there where he's kind of, I mean, he's kind of baiting basically, or playing it maybe even more like a KO kind of, you could argue. And they were getting most of their value from setting up slow rounds where he lurked in mid. And then you fast forward to this game where he, I guess, figured it out or had done more practice, or they've practiced it more, or whatever the hell it was. Maybe something just clicked. But both on the game where he was on Yoru and on the game where he was playing the Waylay, it was massively better, especially the Waylay. It just made a world of difference. It's so good.
Well, while we're talking about G2, I want to take a quick break from the discussion to get some words from Trent. We had our very own correspondent on the ground in VCT Americas, Sage. He caught up with Trent after this big win. So let's take a listen to what Trent had to say.
Hi everybody, Sage with Plat Chat. I'm here with G2's Trent after their victory against NRG. So 2-0, really pretty quickly. I just got one question from Sideshow. Okay. So the question that I have is, you brought 3 new comps today to the match, none of which had ever been seen before. And then we knew that adding Babybay would be a big shift for G2, but you seem to be going for a whole new identity with this group of 5. Can you talk to us through how this change started, especially since it's happened in the middle of kickoff instead of during, you know, the off-season period?
I think we knew Double Duelist was strong, and we tried Babybay on like Yoru. As you saw on some maps, like towards the very beginning of kickoff, he played Yoru on, I think it was Abyss. And we kind of just liked how it felt and like how we were playing the game, basically. We thought it was very strong. We had everyone on their more comfort agents, I would say. And Babybay is also probably one of the best oppers in the league right now. Like, he's just faster than anyone, and he's 10 years older than your favorite player. So, I mean, he still got it. So, he still got it. So we're kind of just, we just kind of give him the op, let him play the game how he wants to play it. And obviously he's putting up insane numbers. Yeah. So, I mean, it kind of just feels right for us to, on these maps specifically that we played today, the split and the Pearl, just felt right to have him on those agents. Yeah. Kind of just works well with Jogmo, and they just have good chemistry.
Wait, Trent, are you born 2003, 2004? Is he actually 10 years older than you?
2004.
Oh my God, wow.
He's not 10 years older than me. I just meant like your favorite player.
Yeah, no, but it's pretty close, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he's 30, so he's up there. He's still shooting. I can't lie. He's still shooting, and he has so much energy. It's honestly, sometimes I don't think he's 30, and then I look at his hair, and that's what gives me.
He almost threw the chair off the stage. How was that?
I don't know what was going on over there. He threw that thing across the stage.
It's impressive. Thanks for your time, Trent. Appreciate it.
That's foul.
That's really funny.
That's awesome.
But I really like that Sage is just like, oh, is he 10 years older than you? It's almost like he's like, oh, you're my favorite player. Is how I read that. He was like, oh, I guess you're not my favorite player anymore. Very interesting, though.
Yeah, I think I was prodding a little bit with how I set up the question, because I asked it like literally wrong. I said that they threw out 3 unique comps that NRG had never seen before, but that was because Haven we've never seen at all from G2. And so we don't know what comp they're going to run. And so I was hoping maybe he would discuss about whether or not it's like a big shift or whether it's only on a couple of maps in their pool. But he seemed to indicate that, I mean, maybe he's just playing his cards close to his chest. I wouldn't want them to change the bind comp, by the way. Like, I don't think they should go so heavy into this that they move away from what was working already, like on bind, where they play the slow and controlled style. But I am really curious what they run on Haven, because I think you've got the option of doing something bonkers, or you've got the option of playing something slow like they used to. And, I mean, if they're nuts, maybe they could even swap it up on a opponent-by-opponent basis, but I think that might be asking for too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially what we were saying for C9. Like, they're kind of future-proof of any meta. It feels like they're all flexible enough to just go on what is strong right now. So I'm excited.
BO5s.
They always have
BO5s
good
are gonna be
prep.
so interesting.
Dude, I mean, all the games should be so good, really.
Yeah.
Should be sick. Let's move on to our predictions then. And before we do that, take a look at your predictions, dear Timothy. Not you, Timothy Larder. And see how you did last week. Our previous match of the week for Americas was Sentinels versus LEVIATAN. And 75% of you were correct. Great job, Timmy. You got that one right. What is their record overall, Kurt? We have that? Here it is. Oh, their grade this week is a B+.
Wow.
3-1. Pretty sure that's a, C's get degrees. Good job, viewer.
What do B's get? If C's get degrees, B's get...
B's.
Mm.
They get B's.
Just hordes
You will
of
become
bees.
a beekeeper. The bees are in your house, dear viewer.
Right, lovely. That's
Yep.
fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I got for you. Make sure you check the community tab next week for America's match of the week into next week, and for all the other regions as well, so that you can get another B and get your degree. Smile. We don't actually have a ton of Preds for this week because most of these matches are going to be made throughout the weekend, but we do know 2 of them, and we'll start with 100 Thieves versus Cloud9, our lower round 4. And I thought this one might have been a guarantee for C9, but it's not.
Really?
Slicky has dissented 400 Thieves. Well, why have you gone for them?
Wait, are you saying really to me picking this, or really to the guarantee?
Really to the guarantee. Like, I thought this would be either 50-50 or maybe even people going more. I don't know. I think this is a 50-50 personally.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I was basically the same. I kind of flip-flopped in between the both, and I just went for... I've been really liking what the coaches do, and I think that Zelsis being a relatively new caller, if he plays up against a lot of the Sage comps, then he should struggle. And I don't think 100 Thieves, after having the demo of what they were doing wrong on Bind and Haven, I imagine they'll focus heavy and get them in a pretty good place. So when I kind of look at it on a map basis, I have more faith in 100 Thieves. And I think for new IGLs, it's very hard to play against a Sage when you have no one in your region to prac against that plays a Sage.
Yeah.
Would you not say though
theory to practice?
Would you not say that when you've seen it so many times, like you've seen it twice, and you've seen other teams play it twice as well?
We spoke about it, that you can just mix it up so much. You even said that, was it the EG played it?
GE.
Sorry, no, the GE played it in a completely different style. Yeah. There's so many ways of playing it.
And you're right, there are lots of ways of playing it, but I think there's some like fundamental ideas that you take into your game against Sage picks, right? It's like, if they wall early, you're looking to probably break it. If they don't, like, you can have the map space somewhere else.
You can have the theory. No, I agree with you. You can have the theory, but in reality, I promise you, it's really hard.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I think what made me think that this is going to be a pretty heavy C9 Pred was, first of all, some of the stumbles for 100 Thieves. I think some of the things we were already bringing up with, like, Humantino not having quite as insane an impact, and also just kind of the general vibe of, like, what I felt has been a bit of a downward trajectory for 100 Thieves versus a Cloud9 that I feel like, even with having to like sub someone out and bring him back in, have come up and have just improved every week. The prep that they brought into Lev was really on point, and I think that there's a lot of tape out there of 100 Thieves they can take into this one. I think Vic is in pretty rare form. Oxy coming back into the roster is as well, and I just have a lot of confidence in their preparation and the calling that this team is doing right now to feel, honestly, pretty confident, probably more confident than I should be in a C9 Pred.
This is the 7th match for both teams this year in Kickoff. Like, they have taken a long route through the bracket. It's crazy how much tape there is out there on what's going on. They've played a ton. It's yeah, I think it's very interesting. I could even imagine Cloud9 getting rid of Corrode here. Just because
I think I
C9 have
would.
been
Yeah,
banning
I
it
would.
quite a lot.
I would.
But then you
Yeah,
have to play
I
on
would
bind,
against that.
and so
But the bind looks beatable, so I think that's okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
playing against that Sage on Corrode looks like a fucking nightmare. I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah,
because of the
yeah.
size of the map and the way that they use it. If you try and go into fast rushes, you might be going into the Sage slows. If you try and play slow to try and break the wall, there's no guarantee that you've got players in position to actually, take the right timing to go for a hit elsewhere. Like if you're just loitering around, if they're waiting out the timing, it's just a nightmare. Corrode with the rotation timings and the way that that map is designed makes it really, I think, quite hard to try and slow default break the wall as your main priority and idea. It cooks, I think, that comp on that map. So yeah, I would like a ban, but I don't know. I'm pretty split on this one. I wasn't hard leaning over towards Cloud9 side with any of it. But
What's Mimi's percentage? You sound pretty.
My percentage?
Yeah, you sound pretty confident.
65.
Damn.
okay.
is that based on the
65.
spreadsheet?
Is that based on the spreadsheet? No, that's
Mhm.
based on purely vibes and the two little brain cells bouncing around in my head, being very impressed by C9 last week, and just feeling. I just feel a downward trajectory from 100 Thieves. They're in a position where they have to arrest the fall. They have to recover from a pretty big, loss. They're coming out, win a 65%.
Mm-hmm.
It all makes sense.
Okay.
I feel
It
you.
all makes sense.
Mhm.
Let's move on to our America's match of the week on that note, which is MIBR versus Furia, our upper final. The team from Americas who will get to qualify straight to Santiago
Oh, I knew it, dude. I was gonna.
And it's
I
a
was gonna do
guarantee.
it.
for
It's not-
MIBR.
It's not good.
Every single one of us have predded them. If I recall, I think we've seen a couple guarantees against Furia.
Have we guaranteed every game against them?
Probably.
We might
That
have.
sounds like us, yeah.
That sounds really possible. Was it surely the Sen one wasn't a guarantee? I guess we didn't know.
Surely the Crew
who
one
said it
wasn't a
was.
guarantee, though. No, like their opening game against Crew.
Against
that would have
sub-roster?
that would have been insane if we guaranteed
we
the
knew it was
sub
stands in-
roster.
We knew it was a sub, didn't we?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm
I think,
saying,
I
so
think
it
I
would've
at
been-
least.
Oh,
went
against
Furia
them.
there.
Yeah, we should have.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
probably
so it would've
guaranteed
been-
for them.
Yeah, it would have been
I
crazy.
Yeah.
had Furia then, yeah.
Okay. Why are you afraid, Sliggy?
I mean, Furia have looked good, and in theory, in a best of 5 as well, when MRBR, like the main thing that they and us have spoken about is like time. In a best of 5, you think the Furia be pretty prepped, and they look great. To be honest, they look really good. The only thing that made me like fully feel great about MIBR is I saw the double duelist, so I'm like, well, that's good. They're playing the meta. They have 2 of the best duelists, so it should just be okay in that sense. I can't pick against those 2 on duelist until I see them
No.
lose on duelist.
Yeah, I think
That's it.
more time also helps MIBR's case though as well, because
Sure.
they haven't had a lot of scrim time. So as much as Fury have been making the most of all the breaks that they've had, the biggest thing that's going to carry Fury in this match, I think, is this underdog mentality that they've got. And I think they're still going to be having this, even though they're in the upper finals, because people,
Yeah,
I think, are still going to be expecting, I would imagine overwhelmingly, that MIBR would win.
yeah.
So they've still got that going for them.
And
I don't
that's
think
why
the
I didn't pick
pressure's
them.
on them. Yes,
that's
of
what I should have said.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I hard agree with your point about MIBR. As long as they stick to the more double duelist stuff, they looked a lot better. They looked a lot better when they had second off the Astra. It was just
We've also seen
Mhm.
very few maps actually from MRBR. Like they've hidden a lot of their stuff. They've played Abyss, Corrode, and Split and Breeze. So there's still 3 maps that you don't know what they play at all, and they don't have a permaban.
and we're in
So-
best of 5s.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
So you
Nightmare.
don't. Yeah, that's a bit of a nightmare against a good team. And then the other thing on the other side is we actually haven't seen 2 of the maps from Furia either. But 2 of the maps that we have seen, they looked a bit wobbly on. Their Bind and their Pearl. The other 3 are really nice, though. I think that if we get a series that somehow has Abyss, Split, and Breeze in it, that could absolutely be winnable. And you never know. Like, maybe Furia have a hidden Haven and Corrode that looks super good.
Mm-hmm.
I could see the Haven maybe being decent. I feel like they're better. They seem to be thriving on the maps where they can pop into you. I think that is what I think of when I think of. I mean, I guess you could do that on Corrode a bit if you're just like spamming B execs after a default or something. Don't know.
Yeah,
it's not a guarantee though.
No.
But it
Well,
is.
it is.
Smile.
Well, it is. Yeah.
Well, it is. So
It is, but it's not.
get used to it, buddy. Aga.
Yep. Let's we'll see how that one goes. Kurt, that's all the Preds we have. Do we want to do a pick 'em, or do we want to end the 4-hour podcast and the 90-minute segment?
Oh, we can talk about. Oop, my mic's low. We can talk about who we think's gonna win or who's gonna qualify because we will know by the end of this weekend.
It's true. Let's do that. So we think MIVR is going to qualify. Furia goes down and plays G2 then. How would we feel about that matchup?
I hate this segment already, by the way, because we're legit gonna predict Furia to go 0-3.
No. We got him backed for the lowers.
We're implying that you think we're gonna have G2 going through that one.
Well, this is crazy though, because Fury are going to win the uppers.
Yeah, I like that.
So MIBR are going to go down because it's a
Okay,
guarantee.
but
it's a
guarantee,
guarantee, so it has to go the other way.
yeah, the
you're
other
right.
way.
But let's assume we are smart people and Furia goes down and plays G2. Who do we take in that match?
Hold on.
Why would we live in a fictional universe? Why bother?
Because it's fiction and we can make it whatever we want.
Okay.
This is on AO3, Josh.
Okay, Fury versus G2. I think Furia will know. Like, here's the thing: they're going to be ready for the G2 fucking sucker punch, whereas NRG will not. One, if they do try and pull that out, they're gonna have better ideas of how to deal with it, presumably, because they've been given a lot of time. But they're also coming off the back of best of 5, and they have to immediately prep for their next game.
Yeah.
There's a massive advantage to G2, to be honest, because they just get to watch the game.
Yeah, there is.
So it's tough for whatever team ends up losing that upper finals, to be honest.
Yeah, I think G2 comes in with a big prep advantage. They've just shown us new comps, which is scary. As you were alluding to, Josh, they presumably also have a new Haven comp ready for us. I don't know.
Or an old one. You never know what they're
or
playing.
An old one, yeah.
Haven,
True.
yeah. But I would say that one of the things that I think people are forgetting about G2 is that they said in their interview afterwards, we've been believing in this theory and pracking it for a while, but it hasn't clicked until recently. That implies that it's going to stay clicked. This style of Valorant can unclick pretty fast if you misjudge it a bit. Like, did you see some of the rounds where Jorg was like feeding in B main and stuff? Like, if you if you overstep your aggression, you can
split. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they slowed it down.
But I think this is a team that is one of the best at being able to like slow it down. They've played boring Valorant for 3 years and been highly successful with it.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. They shouldn't be overheating, should they?
Yeah.
I just think we're very confident about G2 coming off the back of their most recent result, but it is just like it's one result so far.
Sure,
you're right.
But I think that matters when they're facing a team who have just lost the BO5.
I think the point of whoever loses MIBR versus Furia is in a huge predicament because they're prepping for this match and then they have to go into a best of 5 the next day. And if they lose, they have to go do another best of 5.
You could play 15 maps and not qualify. Like if you run all the way down.
Jesus.
Bruh.
And they're playing 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Energy, or G2 down there. Or
you know how many? Let's say it's Furia. How much staff have they got? Assistant coach. Dude, they could prep for G2 now anyway. You just get one extra guy. You just pay him a little bit, and you can have some of the maps done. It's not. I don't think it's that bad. Obviously, they're going to full focus on MIBR, but I would be tempted to buy a guy for a day rate that's like good to just look at G2. Yeah, to buy.
You know what's crazy?
Offering a services.
Let's say I'm MIBR, and I just as a hypothetical, you 3-0 Fury in the upper final. You would qualify to Santiago having played 8 maps of Valorant. If you, let's say hypothetically, you're Furia, you go 5 maps, you lose. You go 5 maps, you lose. You go 5 maps, you lose. You could play double the maps of the team that qualified just in finals and not make it.
Yeah.
We have the 0-3 lose every final narrative is the most terrifying thing a team can face. And it's so funny.
Sure. That's
It's
why this
because I think
format
once
is
you lose
sick.
the upper final, you're at a disadvantage in the middle final. You're at a disadvantage in the lower final. You're only getting more fatigued and having less prep time. Everything
Yeah.
like it isn't it like we talk about like lower bracket runs in normal
Yeah.
tournaments where you're playing one back-to-back BO5 being rough, or where you're having to play multiple BO3s in a row. This is unparalleled in how fucked it is if you lose 2 BO5s and you have to play another one, and how difficult it will be to pull out of the nosedive before you get turned into a pancake.
So what's the
Sliggies.
likelihood it's going to happen?
Well, Sliggy's been talking about like this is the best the best tournament format and wanted it to be
Yeah.
the main tournament format. Dude, people
It
are
is.
gonna be pissed if it does happen, man. People are gonna be losing their minds.
Why? That's good. That's a good format. If that
Well, they're
happens.
gonna. It's gonna be entertaining.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think the chance of it happening to Furia is about 20%
I think
of
it's
they losing all 3 of their games.
Hold on, the format is fine. It's the scheduling that's the problem here.
He's also.
How
got
is that a
good point.
problem? That's fucking awesome that you have to
I mean,
play,
yeah,
play
it's-
3
it's
like
also pretty fun.
unironically, like you just win your first upper final. You have 2 more
Yeah.
chances. Just win your first one or win your second one, dude. Lock in.
Yeah.
Like I don't think that's a scheduling problem.
Yeah.
I'm being
But-
100%
but
serious. Like
it's yeah, I know.
fucking,
I know. And
fucking
it's-
play
and
the
it's-
video game. You're Valorant
Listen,
team.
you get a
Don't lose.
you get a marathon of matches that actually matter towards the final week of kickoff. It is cool from that perspective, but also there are ways to solve it. It's not necessarily that it's triple elim.
How?
that's
Yeah, just get
forcing it.
an
You
extra
just-
No,
day.
you can.
Or you
well, no,
delay
you
the
don't-
other. You have a delay the games.
Yeah, you
from
delay the
middle
games in the
bracket.
middle. Like you wouldn't have played NRG G2 until MIBR Furia was played.
It's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's
it
not
figure it
was-
out a little bit.
That's not
it's
hype.
yeah, that is the problem. I mean,
It's
it
not
You guys
hype,
are
but it's-
being
but
you
it's-
guys are being lame. It's badass.
But it's a
that
nice
you
middle
can
ground. I
lose
think
3
I think this
BO5s
system
in a row. It's
this
great
system's
TV.
already hype, to be honest, because you
Oh, it's
get to
incredible.
follow a path for the teams. You know, we get these storylines of this Furious squad that nobody had expectations for, and they've made it all the way through into the upper finals. If this was like the standard affair, well, it's not going to be, because Kickoff, we've typically done tournament systems, but tournaments make it much easier as a fan to follow the thread of a team throughout and see where the stories are and actually find a level of investment into it, even if you're not a fan of the teams.
I agree with your take, but the next tournament that anyone's about to watch in Valorant is EMEA Clash, where they're deliberately putting people on different sides of the bracket just to fuck it all up, and that is like the exact opposite of your take that it's easy to follow.
Yeah, but
that's just just their gimmick with that one.
Yeah. I don't think that should reflect on tournaments as a whole.
Sure.
Tournaments are quite
Yeah.
good in general, but yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, do we have G2 or Furia though? G2.
Lots
G2.
of Furia in.
It's so. This is so
Me
bad.
too.
Just have all
Ren,
three.
you're the
There we-
decider then.
We just have all 3. There we go. We
No,
could
'cause I
have
gotta
all
have
3.
NRG. I gotta have NRG
Why?
because they got a deep map pool that's going to do well for them in BO5s. They're going to see
Yeah.
everybody else who's like the potential of Furia landing in your lap. They're going to snack on a team that has just played 2 BO5s in a row and exposed every map pool weakness that they have.
It might be the worst team to run into in the lower bracket with the most amount of map data.
It's actual nightmare blunt rotation.
Yeah.
You play G2, presumably, and then you play.
Oh, that's so
And
fucked
like-
up, man. That's really fucked.
It's happening, and
If
it's gonna be-
Furia, if
it's
Furia
gonna
goes
be
through the
great.
middle and G2 drops to the lowers, maybe NRG will struggle to deal with G2 again, and the cosmic curse will happen, and like, you know,
Energy don't
get away
qualify
with it.
because we're on American soil, and
Yeah,
G2
exactly.
cannot lose on American soil.
But I think if Furia land in the lowers and it's NRG waiting for them, God help them.
Mate, Furia will win one of these.
Which one, bro? Which
Oh,
one?
I don't want to say which one. But
Which one, Sliggy? Which
What
one?
if
Who are they
Furia
they
beating?
win one of them.
Okay, Sliggy. If Furia's
Yeah.
making it, just give me. You don't have to tell me how it happens. You just 3 names. What 3 teams are making it? Furia, 2 more.
G2 and MIBR.
Okay, keeping it simple.
Cringe, bro. It's cringe.
Why is that
That's
cringe?
not cringe. Dude,
Sorry,
Furia
I,
can make
I
it as
changed
the
up my
first seed.
I changed up my comp against NRG. What are they doing? Getting 6 rounds again?
Well, yeah, maybe.
It sounds like you guys are.
I simply.
It sounds
Sorry,
like you
I
guys are.
simply change up my
100%.
comp. Go on, Occur. Sorry.
It sounds like you guys are 100% on Thieves
That's
and
what I'm saying,
Cloud9
dude. You-
Not
you-
making it at all.
No,
No,
Cloud9
but
could
that's
be
another
NRG.
thing.
Cloud9
They,
could be NRG.
they genuinely could. Like, I think if 100 Thieves as well play it back up to the level that they were playing at in the uppers, 100 Thieves have been playing close games against very good teams. throughout this
close
entire
losses.
tournament. Like any one of these teams that are left right now currently could make it.
Yeah, there we go.
So there you go. Let's leave it open-ended.
Fury-
Therefore, we're not wrong.
Yeah, I like that.
No problem.
Okay. Does anyone else think Furia is qualifying?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Yes.
They're going to. Yes.
They're gonna
yes,
qualify.
You don't think that, Josh. You don't think
Yes, I
that. You
do.
don't fucking believe that.
You know, I do.
Okay,
I think
Josh,
there's an
your 3 teams.
80% chance
Your
they
3
qual.
teams.
I think there's an 80% chance Furia qualify.
I don't care about percentages. Your 3 teams.
MIBR,
Here we go.
G2, NRG.
It's true. They went for the 20% then. Brilliant.
Bren.
Furia. I'm thinking. G2 MIBR.
Nice, dude.
Okay.
C9,
MIBR
I'm-
Hunter Thieves.
MIBR win. And then
And then play the
just do,
comedic
like-
car crash sound.
do Cloud9. I don't know.
Wait. So what's your 3? Cloud9, Furia.
No, Furia. I can't remember who I said for the middle team. It doesn't fucking
Jesus
matter. It
Christ,
don't matter. It
bro,
doesn't matter.
get us out
It
of
doesn't
here.
fucking matter. Just end the show. End the show. End the show.
So you have
End the show. It
G2
doesn't matter.
and NRG and Heretics not making it.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
let's see Wyatt's
Fantastic
award.
bracket
Guys,
from
most important
Fred.
segment of the week, Wyatt's award.
Hey, yay. We've run out of heralds. I have to do all the jobs these days. You know, you can't find the medieval personnel you used to. Anyway, here's the very good, great gamer award.
The very good.
The very what?
The what award, Josh?
It's the Green Gay Packers Great Gay Gamer Award.
Well, the Great Gay Gamer Award. Who's the best gay gamer of the week?
You bagged yourself in the
Why did
corner
you
on
both
that
say?
one. Because I don't know where she's finishing this one.
all of them. You know, I
Right.
hope all the great gay gamers this week are having a good one. And I don't know the sexuality of all gamers, but I will tell you that the Wyatt's Weekly Award will go to all gamers this week. They were the first team to qualify to Masters Santiago. So if you're a gamer, congratulations. And in particular, if you're one of these 5 gamers, then this is your moment. Congrats to them. For the China followers, of whom I'm sure there are many in here, any words to say about all gamers as they ready themselves for Santiago and for their big award win?
No, I need
I
to
got
get
no
into
idea.
the VOD dungeon and start watching these games, honestly.
Yeah.
But I will say that Karmine Corp lost a hell of a player with Fangear because he was on the Karmine Corp Academy roster and now he's absolutely frying in China. So, maybe
just
that
a-
would have been a good pickup.
Another slip up that they keep making. Just added to the list at this point. Brilliant.
Yeah. No, I have no idea. I mean, Shrimp is the player most similar to a lobster, according to Kurt. So
They'll do great.
you'll have to tune in another week for us to have better analysis than this. I'm
Dude,
afraid.
we
That's
haven't, we haven't
good
watched them.
analysis.
We haven't watched them. Yeah, we got no
Yeah.
idea.
XLG, EDG, they both also qualified. EDG going all the way through the lower bracket. So interesting things.
Sorry, I do have one little thing on China, which is shout out and thoughts going out to K Knight, who got hospitalized after one of his matches with tachycardia, like a really high heart rate, and wasn't able to play. I think they just kept him in for monitoring. I'm not sure that it was anything like extremely serious, but again, you know, shout out to him and commiserations to Billy, who had to play with a sub and ended up losing 2 in a row with Bianca coming in and trying to fill in that slot. So
Jesus, in
weird,
the final.
weird situation in the finals, yeah. And they played 2 of the finals, and they got to 5 maps as well in one of them
That's
too. So
rough.
they were
That's
really close to being
devastating.
able to get through Shilai, and they couldn't. And yeah, they were playing with a bit of a sub roster.
I would say also
Damn.
credit to Sheila, who it looks like they were the first team to play back-to-back BO5s. They played 10 maps to qualify over that Billy roster. I'm excited to catch
Just
up
like
on these
Furia.
China games. Looked like it was pretty hype. But yeah, that does it for this week. The rest of the regions are going to be sending their teams to Masters Santiago in this one. So a lot of finals, a comical amount of Valorant to watch, and Plat Chat will be back next Monday to cover it all. Well, we've all been very well rested and in great shape after watching that many games, right, guys?
You might push it to Tuesday. We'll see.
Maybe it's Tuesday. All right. Well, make sure you stay tuned. Thank you to everyone who has become a member. You can do that now to support the show and maybe have your questions, such as who the most lobster-like player is next week. Like, comment, and subscribe. Oh my God.
Wow.
Wow.